My name is Jonathan Hudson, and I am joined here by...
My name is Zoe Pierce. We're both from the OU Esports group and club at OU.
Yep, and for those of you joining us here wondering what's up, we have 12 teams facing off here today in a round-robin stage followed by double elimination bracket play. And in our first series on stream, we have Equinox, not to be confused with the organization, facing off against Leleche. So that'll be our first series of the day.
Les Leches.
Les Leches. Okay, thank you. I definitely messed up pronunciation on like everything on stream, so just be prepared for that.
Oh, you are all good. It is definitely sometimes very difficult to say.
Yeah.
So we're here today just watching some. It's usually 16 plus for the $600 prize pool, but we are seeing our own home team, Equinox, face off against Les Leches, and we're really going to see what they bring to the table and what like future games will look like while forming the brackets between the different groups.
Yeah, for sure. I think this initial stage, it's a 12-team tournament, as I said, but all 12 teams will be moving past the round-robin stage and into the double elimination bracket. So really, you know, depending on performance, you could end up in different places in the bracket, but really the entire goal, of this first stage is just going to be placing them in different locations. So, is there anything you're particularly excited to see today here with the teams?
Honestly, I'm ready to just see them. Honestly, I'm just ready to see them get out there and get in some action and really see what their skills are and how they play.
Yep, and it sounds like we are just about ready to get our first series underway. Again, Equinox versus, help me again with this.
Les Leches.
Les Leches. Okay, I'll try not to mess that up anymore. And we are already underway in game one.
Right now we are watching Beaver Tooth hit the ball into midfield, and Thunder is coming across. And that is another goal at the first 30 seconds into the game. Les Leches with the first goal.
Yep, they're going to strike first. What going up for an aerial and putting that one just inside the right post. Prominent Chef not able to get to it in time. And here we go, a 1-0 lead for Les Leches.
It's already coming off to a very competitive game. You can see that they're trying to dominate and show, basically take over the field first.
Yep, they're definitely playing really aggressive out there, but Beaver Tooth, let's see if he has anything to say about it. Gonna look for an aerial out to midfield here. Gato gonna put this one above the net, and in dangerous territory here for Equinox. Can they get this ball cleared out of their half?
Equinox is stealing the ball halfway through the field, and they're pushing it back past their goal into Les Leches territory. You need to look out there because the middle field action can be pretty intense and really help decide where the ball's going to basically dominate the rest of this game.
Yeah, possession's definitely decided a lot in the midfield. We get a lot of 50-50s for those who are not familiar. When two cars come together, Thunder JB making a second goal here for Les Leches. 50-50s when two cars come together right on top of the ball, so it's kind of like a really like pivotal decision which way the ball's going to go. It can really decide possession. So far, Les Leches looking dominant out there. Do you think Equinox really need to turn this around?
I really do. I think they need to be a little bit more aggressive in like basically offensive and defensive play. I don't really think I see anybody staying near the goal. Or they just seem to be clumped together all at one and not really helping each other out and balancing where their domination is on the field. It kind of just seems all over the place at the moment.
I can definitely see that clumping together a bit. It might take just a bit for them to get their rotations down. Oh, but look at this, a great shot coming in from Thanatos, putting that one in the left side, a nice aerial, and Equinox are on the board.
I really liked how he set himself up, and then he hit the ball into the goal. It was amazing to see that happen.
Yeah, definitely a great solo play there. Let's see if Les Leches can extend their lead, though. A good kickoff there for Equinox. Going to put this one in the orange half. Prominent Chef.
And they're coming in.
Excuse me, Chief. I've been saying that wrong. Again, you know, pronunciation, not my strong suit.
It's okay. I got you. I'll be your backbone today for pronunciation.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to need that. A nice 50 there from Gato. Going to put this one back in the blue half. Now an attack coming together. Thunder JB going to put this one off the backboard. What in position for a shot. Gets saved away, though, and cleared out by Thanatos.
And he hits it almost off the side of his car into Equinox's goal, but it bounces off the backside. And here comes Beaver coming in as I'm pretty sure that is Thanos or
Thanatos?
Thanatos
It's hard to say.
they are switching on and off on the gold play, as you can see from right here. But it really does seem like Les Leches is being a little bit more aggressive with that ball. And
they are.
Yeah. They are switching off in the midfield and for the goal. But they bounce it all the way back to Les Leches' side and corner, and their Prominent is going at it for trying to get that next goal.
Yeah, with the aggression we've seen come out from Les Leches, you'd expect more goals, but really it's been stellar defense for Equinox so far. They've made several great goal line saves, and they might even have a goal for themselves here as Prominent Chief finds a second goal for Equinox. We are all tied up here. 2 minutes left in Game 1 in this best-of-3 series.
I really think at the first you can imagine that Les Leches is doing good and being very aggressive, and that's amazing to see from our players. But I think where they are falling behind is that they're being so aggressive that they don't have anybody behind in backfield blocking their goal for them and being that goalie.
Trading a little too much defense for offense, maybe. I think they might need to hang back, like you said. Usually you don't see a committed goalie, but they might not be rotating back fast to the goalie position fast enough. So
yeah, it just doesn't really seem that way. I know that there aren't that many cars on the field. It's usually 3 players. Yeah,
3v3. It's usually your typical competitive format, which we have here today. So we see Beavertooth puts this one up for Prominent Chief.
He misses that ball mid-air as it is almost right underneath the tip of his car, and it swipes back into Les Leches territory.
Now Beavertooth going to be tasked with clearing it out. Gets it out to midfield. A bit dangerous. Gato could come in with the shot. Prominent Chief going to look for a clear. Gato hits this one center for what? Puts the shot on. Almost saved. But wow, what a defensive effort. Could not withstand the offense of Les Leches.
Bounce off the backside, setting it up for what? And what gets a goal?
Now with just 1 minute left here in Game 1, Equinox will have to put the pressure on offense. Thanatos going to take the kickoff, going to go very heavily in Les Leches' favor. This one up for Gato, might look for a double tap, has no boost though. Prominent Chief will hit this one back out to midfield.
They are now in midfield. There's 1 minute remaining on the clock, and we can really see that it is putting Equinox into a serious time pressure because they need to get this next goal in order to tie it to go into single elimination format for like whoever gets the next goal.
It goes into overtime, which will be golden goal. So the first goal scored in overtime will decide the game, and moving into the next game in the series. So if one team comes out on top, you just need one more win as opposed to 2, because we have this best-of-3 format initially. But it looks like Les Leches might be the ones who are on top as we get another goal. 4-2 with 24 seconds left.
24 seconds on the clock. Right now it is on a time crunch for Equinox to figure out where their gameplay is going to be for these next 20 seconds and where they really need to be more offensive with that ball.
Yeah, they're going to have to go all out here on offense, find a goal quickly.
I really don't think they should hang behind for defense at all this round and then basically send all their players up forward, but we will see what happens in the next 14 seconds.
Good clear by What? Thunder JB looking to follow up, gets interrupted by Beavertooth. But Gato's there to keep it away. 6 seconds, and this is looking like an undoable task for Equinox. Thunder JB gets a 50. This will drop to the ground, and Game 1 is going to go to Les Leches, taking a 1-0 lead in the best-of-3.
Wow, that was some incredible gameplay by Les Leches. They were very offensive in their competitive manner, but I honestly think that Equinox is going to have to bring the heat for this best-of-3 game.
Yeah, I think based on the points, it looks like Beaver and Thanatos were doing a lot of the work there. 4 saves for Beavertooth. Really a great effort on defense for him, and pretty equal distribution for Les Leches. So, that being our first game of the series, it could just be that Equinox just needed some time to warm up. Maybe they're going to come out a lot stronger here in Game 2, but we are about to find out.
And I had recently seen that Gato had 2 assists and at least last game, and that is kind of incredible because you could see how they were working with each other and boosting the ball up to be hit into the goal. It wasn't just singular player format.
Yeah, not a lot of solo plays, a lot of working together and pass plays, which is great to see in this 3v3 format. So if they can keep doing that, I think Les Leches will take this series pretty easily. So we kick things off in the Les Leches half. A good opportunity for Beaver, saved away by What? Prominent Chief's going to try and hit this one back into the middle. Gato going to clear it back to Equinox's half.
In the backfield, they're really close to the goal, and they score. Gato scores on to Equinox's side, and now it is 1-0 Les Leches.
And just like you were talking about, those passing plays, we see one come out from Thunder to Gato. A very nice aerial from Thunder to put that one off the backboard. A perfect pass. Les Leches keep playing like that. They're going to take this game easily.
As you can see, the ball is almost being dominated by Les Leches, putting it back into Equinox's half of the field. Prominence and everybody is going towards it, but it seems like Gato's maintaining control. But Prominence gets a goal onto Les Leches' side. This is really bringing out some competitiveness with Equinox.
Absolutely. It looks like Gato just had his hands full there in the corner. A bit of an awkward bounce off the corner wall, and he wasn't able to read that one. Game all tied up. As we go to the kickoff, Prominent facing off against What. Going to push this one into the Les Leches half. Nice 50 from Beavertooth. He's got no boost to work with, but he's got his teammate there almost for the shot. And now Gato looking dangerous. Thunder.
Back of Thunder, pushing it off, and then it is Prominence that's trying to push that ball outside of their goal zone. He seems like he is playing mainly offense and defense this round. It seems like he's been everywhere where a lot of people have not been.
Yeah, he's all over the field for sure. And wow, a really great chance for Prominent there on the shot. Followed up by Thanatos. 2 shots, not able to find the mark.
Gato and Thunder are really bouncing the ball in between each other, trying to figure out how to get it back over to Equinox's side of the goal. But, oh, Prominence just slightly misses the ball at the top, and if he would have hit it, I think it might have just been a goal.
Yeah, great opportunity there, and he'll be kicking himself not getting that one. A bit of an awkward touch for Beavertooth. This one's looking really awkward for Equinox.
And Thunder scores a goal. It is now 2-1 with 3 minutes and 26 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that was great capitalization there. Good job by Thunder to push up when he saw the defense was a bit awkward. Couldn't find a good touch, and you know, Equinox, they really got to get their act together here. Once again, they find themselves in a deficit in Game 2, and this is the match on the line if they cannot pull it back.
So right now we're having Prominent is just trying to be as aggressive as he can be towards their goal. But both What and I am not certain who the other car is, but they missed the ball while trying to block Prominence from putting it into their goal. And it seems like Equinox is doing a very good job of keeping the ball on Les Leches' side of the map this round.
Yeah, they're doing good. They have the pressure. They just need to find the shots on target. Beavertooth is setting up his team well here with a center. Gato now clearing it away, blocked by Prominent Chief. Thanato's going to go up for the shot, but he's beat by Thunder. Beaver is all alone on defense. Can he find the save? Yes, he can. This one is cleared out to the right side.
What is now trying to track the ball, and as it bounces, he almost, yes, Prominence and Thunder fighting for that grip on the ball. But now What comes in, pushing it back to midfield, and I'm pretty sure that oh, do you know how to say that?
Thanatos?
Thanatos.
Yeah, I think that's how I've been saying it. I don't know if it's correct. Again, my pronunciation has not been on point, but that's how I've been saying it. So Thanatos, speaking of, going to lead his team to an attack here, which Beaver is going to put the shot dead center, and no goalie there to save. So Equinox equalize in Game 2.
That kind of rhymed, I'm not going to lie. There's 2 minutes and 18 seconds left on the clock. Let's see what happens here, folks. So as of right now, we have Thunder going back to defensive stance, but it seems like Equinox is being very, very offensive and like being more aggressive than they have been in the past few games and rounds that we've seen.
Yeah, for sure. They're looking like Les Leches did off the bat in Game 1. Now it's totally flipped around, and all the momentum is going in Equinox's favor, I'd say.
And this sometimes is very rare to see with different gameplays, because a lot of teams might have a difficult time trying to figure out their gameplay and the way that they want to strategize. But it feels like Equinox really figured out everything that they needed to in the moment.
I think so. I think there's a good chance the series goes to Game 3. Equinox are playing defense, though, as Gato is putting on the pressure. Prominent Chief going to hit this one off the left wall, back center to himself. And JB is going to leave this one looking to clear it up in the corner.
Gato and Thunder bouncing the ball in between each other, trying to figure out how they want to best play this. And there is some confusion midfield between Dominance and What, and Thunder's taking the ball against Beaver and trying to swoop it up, and Prominent almost got that bounce, and there's 1 minute remaining in this half, folks.
You have 1 minute for one team take the lead as it looks like Les Leche is putting together a good attack here. What looks for the pass to Gato. Gato whiffs on that one. Nearly a shot for What. But Thunder JB, the task is up to him. 41 boost to work with. Going to look for a shot on target. Goes for the back wall pass. Gato there for the shot. No shot on target. And What going to stay back on defense.
I think we might have to go back into a tie-breaking round and see who will win that. Would you say golden?
Golden goal? Yes, in overtime. First goal to win.
There's 25 seconds remaining on the clock, and as we're watching Beaver's point of view, Prominent and Thunder are really fighting for the aggression on that ball towards midfield. And what it looks like to me is that it is going to be a goal. It is going to be a crunch against time right now. With only 7 seconds on the clock, there is little to no time to get a goal, but possibly Prominence.
Oh, Prominent, he looked good there.
He did.
But as soon as the ball hits the ground at 0 seconds, that sends it straight to overtime. And ball starting off with Equinox's half. Prominent going to look for a dribble to himself. Plenty of boost to work with. Gets over 2 defenders, but What makes good control in the corner. Good demo though. Bit of an opening on defense. If Beaver can find the shot on target.
He almost got that shot right in there. And
it was very close.
Nearly clipped the corner of the side of corner of the goal. Thunder looking and waiting for the ball to come back down so he can bounce it off the top of the car. Beaver coming in and swooping it out of the way.
Ooh, but a knocker touch. That could have been dangerous for Equinox, and they're stuck here on defense. Beaver, a lot of responsibility there on the backboard. He's got plenty of boost. Will he get challenged? No, Prominent's going to get there first.
Gato coming into the midfield, and What? They keep trying to do the jump boost, but it doesn't seem to be working in their favor at this point. I think it's always a little bit touch and go for them.
Yeah, that aerial superiority we saw from Les Leches early on is definitely getting matched by Equinox. A lot of the shots that Les Leches are going for are just getting blocked away. That's a good passing play though for Gato. Really gets the shot on target. Now Equinox, maybe they can counterattack here. Finally, they get the ball out of their own half for like the first time in overtime.
Yes. It has been a minute into overtime, folks. Right now we're seeing a lot more. And that is a goal with Equinox to win this round. We are going to a round 3.
Yep. Game 3 in the best of 3 series is coming up. It looks like Les Leches were going to take that game too. They had the ball in Equinox's half for so long in overtime, and then the first counterattack to come from Equinox sends it straight in. Great job by Beaver, Thanatos, and Prominent Chief here, sending this one to the final game of the series.
I'm ready for a round 3. I don't know about you, but I'm very excited to see these two teams face off and see how their competitiveness is going to match up with each other.
Yep, it's anybody's ball game now. I was definitely thinking Les Leches were the favorite in the series initially, but we'll just have to see at the end of this 5 minutes as we get the players joining in. Game 3 is ready to get underway.
What are your predictions for this game?
Gosh, I think it comes down to those passing plays we saw from Les Leches early on. You know, those plays in Game 1 were what made them have the competitive edge. So if they can keep those up, I think they can win the series. Speaking of, Thunder JB almost there for What's pass. No shot on target, though.
Thunder coming up, Prominent taking the ball back into midfield, and Gato coming in like the aggressive player he has been this whole game. You can see that he has been tracking this ball, him and Thunder and What working together, trying to push the ball out of their goal reach. So, but Prominent says no to that and has been trying to reach back into there and grab that final goal.
Yep, a lot of pressure initially from Equinox. Now Thunder JB gets a booming clear. This one will definitely initiate an attack here for Les Leches. He's going to do it all himself, up for the aerial. No double touch opportunity, but a good clear coming in from Equinox. That was looking very dangerous there. Now Thanatos wants to lead one himself. Gato going to take it away, grab the mid boost and head up the wall for a solo play, or will it be a pass? Doesn't get the best touch.
But Beaver steals the ball mid-air, bringing it back over to Les Leches out of the field. we're really going to see some aggression from Beaver this game, and then Prominence back into the goal. That is 1-0 for Equinox at 3 minutes and 50 seconds.
Yep, JB caught off guard and then bumped away. Beaver gets a beautiful pass. What and Gato can't get up fast enough. And 1-0 Equinox. They are the ones to strike first in Game 3.
This has been a very aggressive game from Equinox. I'm really enjoying the game, like the way that they must be communicating from, well, what we can't hear right now, but they must be really strategizing with each other, trying to figure out their weaknesses, Les Leches' weaknesses.
Definitely, and you could see that the communication was probably breaking down a bit before that first goal was scored, because there were some times where all three were back on defense and then all three committed at once, so it wasn't clear whose ball it was. So communication is definitely going to be a key factor for Les Leches.
Yes. It is still kind of prominent here that that is happening, because they, as you can see, they are all...
Ooh, good opportunity there for Les Leches. Almost found the shot, but no follow-up. And now Thanatos looks for a solo play. Left back to Beaver to clear this one out. Not much boost to work with.
Beaver coming in between what? Thunder. They are all up there. All of Les Leches' side of the team is on Equinox's side. They are playing very, very hard on the offensive reel this round. There's only 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in this round, so it does seem like they have... And what just scored on the back of the rim? That was an amazing play by Les Leches. They have been very, very aggressive by all three of them, playing upwards towards the front of Equinox's goal.
Yeah, that was a very aggressive play for sure, and it looks like, wow, I really had to thread the needle with that shot, as there were 3 defenders there in front of net, but that touch off the backboard by Equinox just wasn't enough to clear it out. Now Thunder JB wants to lead another attack. Tying isn't enough. Taking the lead is what they want. Les Leches 2-1 in Game 3, halfway through the game. A very nice attack led by Thunder.
Thunder setting it up for Gato, shooting it into the goal, making it 2-1. They are being very aggressive. That means that Equinox now has to take a more offensive goal rather than staying back to play defense the whole time.
Oh, and Thunder, oh my, he almost struck again.
Beaver is coming in with Thanos and Gato. Gato being one of the more aggressive people in this round from Les Leches. What is also on side of it, Beaver blocking the ball per usual. Thunder setting it up for What to come in, and What gets a goal. It is now 3-1 by Les Leches.
Gosh, so much pressure on defense there. Equinox were trying so hard to get this ball saved. It looks like Prominent might have tried to get a touch on it there, but it just snuck past. What strikes once more, and Thunder again with the assist. I believe that's at least his second of the game. He has definitely been the initiator of the pass plays on Les Leches.
He definitely sets everyone up, but Beaver says, oh no to that, and goes straight for the goal off of the wall. And it is now 2-1 at 1 minute and 58 seconds remaining. Can Equinox, do you think that they will be able to win this game? What are your predictions?
Gosh, I mean, I doubted them once before, so I really think they have the confidence to come back if they keep playing with that aggression. But, I mean, Les Leches, if they keep burying Equinox on their goal line. But speaking of, Equinox are just going to equalize this one up, 3-3 with 2 minutes left.
Beavertooth now has 2 goals in this round. You can really see that they are being super aggressive from the get-go.
Wow.
And when that happens, they seem to get a goal every single time.
Yeah, and it wasn't an easy goal for sure. Watt was on the post there, ready to make the save, and that ball was placed as far in the top left corner as it could have been. Prominent, he's looking for a solo play there, a double touch off the backboard.
Thatno and Prominent working off of each other, bouncing it in between. Here comes Beaver. We have seen him be aggressive. Can we see him do it again? Prominent flying in from, just barely skims the ball. What pushing it out of the way. Thatnos coming in, setting it up for Beaver. Beaver gets another goal. It is now 4-3
I'm glad you brought that point up about Equinox if they had a chance, because they absolutely do after that showing. They have completely swung the game in their favor, 4-3. Does Les Leches have anything to say?
I don't know. If they keep... I've noticed that right off the bat, if Beaver keeps being the aggressive guy he has been all game. I believe that is Equinox win all the way.
Oh, and that
But
was
I
so
almost,
dangerous.
I almost spoke too soon.
Yeah, the caster curse almost struck.
Knock on wood.
Yeah.
In like 5 years bad luck if you say it in real life.
Something like that. Yeah, I am very familiar with, as soon as you say someone's doing well or someone's doing bad, the opposite immediately happens. So, you know, we'll see. We'll see. I'm afraid to pick a favorite now. I don't want there to be a caster curse.
All right, we were not going to say that. Then there's 45 seconds remaining in this round. It seems like Equinox has the advantage here, which they do. Thanatos is setting it up, almost gets the goal, but Prominence coming in, trying to knock it off the side, setting it up again. But Thunder is moving it out of the field. There's 30 seconds remaining in this round. Can Les Leches do it?
Oh no, they'll have to clear this ball out, and Thanatos is not letting it happen. Prominent Chief now there for the shot. Gonna get put too high. Thunder JB, 15 seconds to work with. 1 goal down. Off the ceiling, looking for the solo play, and instead puts it off the backboard. Thanatos with the task of clearing this one out. This is a dangerous
Can Prominent
ball.
block it? It
It's not
barely.
cleared out. And what a
Prominent
save.
blocks the next ball.
And is this one in?
And
Yes, it is! Oh my goodness, Thunder JB, it all looked over for Les Leches.
It seems like we're going to go into another overtime. This is really, these two teams are very well matched.
What a series to kick us off. You couldn't ask for a better story. 4-4, overtime in Game 3 to decide the entire series.
What? Taking the ball. Beaver pushing it back into Les Leches' side. They are trying to be as aggressive as possible. This is for the win. This is to move on and see who will become in that tournament play.
Yeah, and regardless of result, both teams will be moving on, but seeding is definitely going to play a big part in their later tournament success. And what? He's going to have a part of that success as Les Leches find the overtime goal in Game 3 and take the win in this series. What an exciting series we have just seen.
It is a very exciting series, and I've got to just mention the pun on words. It is a what. What scored the last goal, and Les Leches is now the winner. That was a very exciting gameplay. I really enjoyed watching that. It can be a lot more entertaining than one may think it might be if they're new to watching the game.
Absolutely. I think that's what a lot of new viewers learn right away is you get a little bit of excitement in the series and suddenly you're just hooked. You may have never watched Rocket League before. You may be new to the esport, new to the game, just picked up a controller, and all of a sudden you were just hooked. At least that's how it was with me when I started playing years ago. And here I am now. But yes, what an exciting series to start us off today. You could not ask for a better story as Les Leches will take the win over Equinox. 2-1 in their best of 3 in the round robin stage. As we get ready for our next series, that'll be I versus Striking Vipers. We're going to have a little break here, but man, wow, I'm hyped up already.
I am too. I am ready to get into it. We have 5 rounds today, and I am just excited to see the gameplay that's going to go on because tournament play is going to the bracket play will happen after this, and these are just the warm-up rounds basically to see where we're going to be at for gameplay with all the different teams. What do you think the main strategies might be for today?
I think teams will probably be taking it, I don't want to say taking it easy early on, but I think the fact that all teams are moving on, it's going to put a little less pressure on the teams. So I think when we get into bracket play after these next 3 round robin series, I think that's when the real pressure is going to hit for these teams. Knowing that a loss isn't just a loss, it's going to cost you in the bracket. It could even cost your tournament life. So the farther we go on the day, the more pressure is going to be on these players and the more intense gameplay we're going to see as we get further on.
Mm-hmm. Right now, I'm just excited for round 3 with I and Striking Vipers, but as we have seen, Les Leches has been a fierce competitor, but I think throughout the day we'll see where we can see different strategies from those that are playing as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think different teams can have different strengths. Some are strong on the ground, some are strong in the air, some are more all-around players, so the more series we watch, the more we'll get a gauge on really what these team strategies are. Who their star players are, where they're succeeding on the field, where their weaknesses are. It'll be a learning experience for all of us, so we are excited to see that for sure.
All right. So for round four, after round three today, we're going to have Alt F4 versus Slushy's Kitchen. And then round five will be Grind Crusaders and Eclipse Esports. So I have a couple of questions. What was it like when you first started out playing Rocket League?
I'd like to say those were probably like my favorite days of Rocket League when like nothing mattered. I wasn't caring about rank. I wasn't caring about what Rocket League was as part of like my life. It was just a game I played for fun. And I think I knew when I started playing the fact that I was just addicted and didn't want to do anything else. I knew I was going to be playing it for a long time. So yeah, here I am like, gosh, 3 years later, and I'm still playing it all the time. So, I definitely envy these players being in a setting like this and getting to compete. It's something I definitely miss doing a lot.
If you had to say something to a new player, what would you like? What is the most optimistic kind of thing that you would give them to help them out with their gameplay?
Gosh, for anybody who wants to just get better, like time in the game is probably the biggest thing, just putting in practice in free play where you're just you the ball in an empty arena, putting in time in practice, training packs and playing with your friends, finding people that you get along well with and trying to play ranked with them, doing things like that, just doing as much as you can to utilize different areas of your gameplay and grow as a player. I think doing all of that is super helpful.
Practice does make perfect. I mean, Michael Phelps didn't win the Olympics in like one day.
Absolutely.
Um, Anyways, I really think that practicing and becoming more skilled on your uh, what you want to do and where you want to be using those specific boost packs that they have in the Rocket League arena. I think that if you really know how to manipulate them and make them towards where you could jump up and potentially hit a goal almost every single time.
Yeah, I think controlling the boost is super important. As we get further into this tournament, we're probably going to see that more, where players on a certain team will go to the opposite side of the field just to steal boost pads and basically drain the other team, and starve them of boosts. So that's definitely something to look out for in these later series.
That's the aggressive gameplay that we like to see.
Absolutely. It sounds like we are getting the players for I and Striking Vipers into the lobby now, and we will be getting that series underway very shortly. I mean, I saw a lot of exciting things in our first series, so it'll be hard to live up to the hype, I think, but I'm sure that I and Striking Vipers have some things to show us.
Hopefully. But I mean, you never should. I don't think I'm going to count them out for now. I think that it is going to be pretty aggressive gameplay as we want to see them. And I think they're going to try to show off their bling and see what they want to do here. But let's get into that gameplay, shouldn't we?
Yep. We'll be transitioning over here in just a moment. It sounds like we're getting our last couple players in. Any second now, we'll be switching over. It'll be round 3 of our round robin stage out of 5 separate stream matches. We kicked off with round 2 as our panel went just a bit over. So Equinox versus Les Leches, for those who missed, was our first series, and we'll be wrapping up with 3 more. The next one being I versus Striking Vipers. Let's kick this series off. I versus Striking Vipers. The players are in, and we are underway with Striking Vipers on the orange half. Excuse me, and I on the blue. Game 1 of this best of 3 is underway.
Right now, 4 minutes and 30 seconds in, and they all have custom things on top of their cars. That is very interesting.
Yes, a lot of decorations. I like it.
So they're coming in, Kulak and I'm pretty sure Striking Vipers. It just seems like a pretty basic gameplay at the moment where they're trying to figure out where to put the ball and deciding how they want to mitigate the situation that they have with them. Preemy is seeming like he is the goalie of Striking Vipers team.
It does seem like that. We'll see if he continues that. You don't see that strategy a lot in Rocket League where one player hangs back, but if they can make it work and make this series a success for them, then by all means keep that strategy going.
It doesn't seem like Eyes being very having their own goalie. It seems like all 3 of them are going to go aggressively after that ball no matter what happens.
Yeah, for sure. And you see that strategy adopted a lot more. It'll just be which one can prevail. So far, no one really taking a stance here in this series. It's pretty
It's pretty back and
even
forth gameplay, yes.
Yeah, for sure.
Most definitely. Kulak has been aggressive, but we're not seeing like super aggressive gameplays. But the goalie situation seems to be working in Striking Viper's favor. Preemy, but missing that ball could give I an advantage by hitting it into their goal. If Preemy happens to be missing one round or happens to miss it, that could be a very big potential problem for Striking Vipers in the future.
Well, that was almost a big problem for I, as that one went off both posts, but Striking Vipers weren't able to put that one on target. Preemy going to be tasked with clearing this ball away up the right wall, and Mr. Moneyman going to follow this one and look for a touch, not able to find it though.
I gotta say, I do love his name, Mr. Moneyman. All right. They are being aggressive. Preemy hits that ball, but can I get it back towards Striking Viper's goal in an amount of time before Preemy gets it back into being a goalie?
I know you said you liked Mr. Moneyman's name, but the fact that we had a player named What, it just felt like we were living in Who's on First. Like, didn't know if you were asking me a question or talking about the player most of the time.
I know. That was where the play on words was.
Absolutely. Now Levi working together with Jason as
In
the
the
demo
middle.
comes out.
Yeah. Does that mean that they restart in the middle?
They restart on their own side, so when a player hits an opposing player going full speed, they inflict a demolition, which blows up their car, and it gives like a 3-second timeout before they respawn on their own half. Or a 3-second timeout for the player who got blown up, I should say. So it can definitely be a great strategy to utilize if you want to like give yourself a temporary advantage, get rid of one of the players on the opposing team. Especially since Striking Vipers are employing the perma goalie strategy. If I can take that goalie out, if they can take Preem out, then they could definitely open up the goal for some easy shots.
It seems like Mr. Moneyman and Benny have been very aggressive with their gameplay, and it doesn't really seem like they need to have a third person up there, and the goalie strategy is working for them so far.
I think it is, yeah. The two of them have really kept up with the intensity of the 3 on I, and just as we said that, Caster Curse strikes again. I will hit first, 1-0 in game 1, just a minute remains. So Lee Lawson puts this shot on target.
Preemy missing blocking that ball, and he gets a goal, and a goal is struck on them, making I 1-0 with 1 minute remaining in this round.
Jason's going to back off and grab some boost, leaving this one for Kolak, or Kolik. It's Benny. Going to leave this one for Mr. Moneyman. Going to look for a solo play. Passes this one back.
Benny trying to bounce it off the wall back into I territory. It seems like Levy is staying backwards with Preemy, so that I think eventually Kulak is going to set up this ball for him to strike into Striking Viper's goal. Because Preemy keeps getting away from himself as a goalie, and if that keeps happening, it could be unfortunate in the future.
Yeah, definitely opening up the window of opportunity, but Mr. Moneyman might create one here as he puts this one downfield. Kolak going to make a nice clear from Preemy with no boost, able to make the clear and pass to his teammate. 10 seconds left. Striking Vipers need to strike now if they want to send this one to overtime. As no shot is found, Mr. Moneyman going to try and keep this one up. And no one's there to receive the pass. Unfortunate. And I will take game 1, 1-0.
Well, I haven't really seen much from the teams yet. I think that they might still be warming up in their gameplay and what they really want to do and how their aggression wants to be taken with each other. I think the standard goalie side is working pretty well for Striking Vipers, but maybe they might have to switch that up in this next game.
Yeah. Maybe we see Preemy come up on offense a bit, as they were doing a good job of keeping a good balance, the two players of Striking Vipers against the 3 of I on offense. They have created some good opportunities but did not find many shots on net. So we'll see if they keep the same strategy in game 2.
We have 5 minutes on the clock. Mr. Moneyman being very aggressive. Kulak coming in, bouncing it for Levi. Levi misses, going back to midfield, and there's no one at I's goal. What is... Mr. Moneyman had the opportunity for another goal on I, but they send it back.
Yeah, very close opportunity. He just got a little bit under the ball and sent that one over the crossbar. It does look like from what we can see so far, Primi is back in net.
Primi bouncing it out of the way for an opportunity for I to get into the goal.
That was almost an opportunity for them. It looked like it was on target, but just barely touched away. I'm not sure if any of the striking Vipers would have made it back to make that save in time, but they won't be making saves here. They're looking for a shot of their own. 2 players commit, and this could be a counterattack for I as they send it up the left wall.
I is doing a great job of setting the ball up for each other, as we can see from their gameplay so far this round. It doesn't seem like Benny or Mr. Moneymans has really set each other up for that opportunistic goal. As we can see, Primi rushing out for the ball. This could be a mistake, possibly. No. Benny comes back in, and it seems like they might do a 3-on-3 strategy, but Mr. Moneyman scoring a goal on I.
That was very nicely done, and it wouldn't have started if Primi hadn't played as aggressive. I wonder if Striking Vipers are going to take note of that and realize that Primi could be a good asset on offense as well as defense, because in the times I've seen him leave net, he's done some good job on the ball.
He has done some pretty good jobs on that ball, and it seems that they are being very aggressive. They're pushing the ball up towards the net, but it doesn't seem like it is fully there sometimes, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
They set each other up.
Oh my, what a touch from Kolak. It's almost a great opportunity for I to strike. Now Striking Vipers. A bit of an awkward touch from Levi.
Right off the bat. Benny coming in, being as aggressive as he can be. Kulak trying to push the ball out, but misses it and flips over onto the ground. It seems like Mr. Moneyman is being somewhat of a goalie in I's goal so that they can set it up for each other and put it back into the breach.
This one sent back. This could be a good opportunity for I as they get a demo on the goalie. But now Mr. Moneyman going to turn this one right around, and there's no one back to defend for I. A 2-0 lead for Striking Vipers in Game 2.
They are being very aggressive this round and learning how to set it up for each other. I think that the goalie strategy could very well work.
I think so. Yeah, if I used a bit of those tactics themselves, I think these opportunities that Striking Vipers have found have been when the goal is opened up a little bit or have no goalie back at all. Oh, and this might even be a third goal. Rattles off the post, and Jason going to clear this one away. Good defensive effort there from I as they need to find some offense finally. We're halfway through Game 2.
Mr. Moneyman's coming in, but Benny scores a goal on I's side.
That was an absolute screamer from Benny, 98 kph. So he hit this one right off the bounce, flips in, and puts this one top right corner. A textbook shot from Benny Buttons.
Mr. Moneyman setting up that goal for Benny, pushing it in, and that was an excellent gameplay, if I do say so myself. Levy coming in, trying to be aggressive this round like they need to be. It seems that they might be falling a little bit behind. What do you think?
I think so. I don't want to say, oh, well, at this point, 4-goal lead, 2 minutes left. It really is looking pretty hopeless for I in Game 2. What I was going to say is I don't think they should give this one up if you're I, but I would start thinking to the next game what you might want to change in terms of your strategy, like what's not working for you, where should you improve. I think on the defensive end for sure, they're leaving a lot of space for Striking Vipers to sort of generate plays, and they might need to either be more aggressive, get in the face of Striking Vipers more, or at least play someone back a bit more often to clean up on defense.
What I'm noticing here is that during in the midfield plays, they aren't really being aggressive towards that ball and pushing it out. They aren't really staying clumped together like we saw Equinox and Les Leches do last round. They are more staying further apart, trying to hit the ball towards each other. But if they were being a little bit more aggressive, it might be more in their favor. Benny taking the ball, bouncing it off the back. Primi staying in the goal like usual. Benny and Mr. Money playing it off of each other. Jason coming in, trying to take that ball away from them. But the goal is completely open. And Mr. Moneymans and Benny Button score a goal together. That'll be an assist for Mr. Moneyman and a goal for Benny as well, making that 5-0 with 1 minute and 12 seconds remaining.
I believe it was Jason who went for a demo in the midfield trying to stop the passer before he could get the pass off, but that was a very nice dodge to keep the play alive. And 5-0 at this point with 1 minute left. It would take a miracle for I to win this game. So I think we're going to be probably going to game 3 in this best of 3 series. Once again, down to the line. Striking Vipers are looking way more dominant than they did in game 1.
It's amazing. In game 1, what we really saw was nothing was very aggressive, but now it is all aggression and everyone is going for that ball on Striking Vipers team, and that has proved to be very, very helpful against I this round.
Yeah, if they can keep this play up in game 3, this series will easily go to Striking Vipers, but I wonder what it was in game 1 where I were finding like the advantage. I mean, a 1-0 victory means they held Striking Vipers completely scoreless for 5 minutes. So obviously whatever they were doing well there just isn't happening now. So they need to find that game 1 energy again.
They really do. Mr. Moneyman coming into midfield trying to get another hit onto the ball, but it doesn't seem like it's going to touch. There is 20 seconds remaining in this gameplay. I really needs to make a move or try to figure out how to be a little bit more aggressive in that midfield. Jason taking over Kulak, bringing it back to Striking Viper's side of the goal. Preemy coming in, knocking the ball out per usual as a normal goalie would do, and he is being aggressive, and I think he might move from the goal. But now we do have Striking Vipers as the winner of this round.
Yep, I don't think what really happened there at the end would matter too much, as Striking Vipers had that 6-goal lead, and they held it 6-0. An absolutely dominant performance from Moneyman and Benny Buttons, each finding 3 goals of their own, a double hat trick for Striking Vipers. Talk about a lot of shots as well, and 5 assists, so their offense is just clicking and working perfectly. They just need to keep that play up for one more game and take this series.
We'll see what happens, and if I can get everything together, like if they really can get their defense and offense down, then I think that they might have a better opportunity this time.
What do you think if you're like a player on I and you need like the pep talk, or you need to like cheer up your teammates or get like the courage back in comms, what would you be saying to your teammates?
I'd be like, let's get it, boys. We can't do nothing more than this right now. We're going to have to go in, destroy them, and take everything that we want. We came here for a reason, and we need to prove that reason right here, right now.
I like the energy. I hope the comms are as energetic as that, as I are trying to take this one onto the Striking Vipers side, but now Mr. Moneyman of Striking Vipers is going to look for a shot of his own. Going to try and put this one on target, but Kolak's going to clear it away, as all 3 blue players are moving up to the 1 goalie of the Striking Vipers, but things fall apart just a bit. A team bump as well.
Seems to get a little bit behind him there. Benny coming in, pushing it off the tops, trying to set it up for Mr. Moneyman. This doesn't seem to work out, but comes in and blocks it. Benny back out, almost looking like it might be a goal.
It is Mr. Moneyman there to finish it off. The insurance. That was a very nice touch up the wall by Benny, even going up on the ceiling. He might have thought about following that one, but Kolak save is ruined by the touch of Mr. Moneyman.
Mr. Moneyman's really been putting it into the goal this round. I think last round the stats were that he had about 3 goals, and Benny really sets him up every single time. We see Preemy going back to their goal to play defense per usual, and it's a very good strategy working out for them at the moment. There's a bit of fumble in left field. Kulak coming in, trying to block that ball, but the goal is still open. It has been open this whole, what seems like this whole round.
Yeah, I feel like the I players just aren't completing their rotations. Usually when you go up on offense, and a second goal coming out for Mr. Moneyman, 2-0 Striking Vipers, but when you are rotating back from offense, you usually rotate all the way back to net to play goalie if you're keeping positions loose like that. But it looks like I are mostly focusing on offense and leaving defense totally forgotten. And we see where that's gotten them, an 8-0 goal deficit for games 2 and 3 so far, as I have not scored a goal since their sole goal in game 1. Can they find some goals later in this game? They will need to if they want to win this series.
Possibly.
But wow, a very close opportunity there for Mr. Moneyman.
It was almost right off the tip. Mr. Moneyman's trying to set it up and block Levi from coming in. But then we see Benny and it bounces off the top of the wall. Coming in, Preemy might come in and block that, and they're setting it up. And Levi, it is a bit of a fumble in midfield right now.
Yeah, it's kind of chaotic right now, and almost a touch back towards his own net. Levi sends this one back, and Kolak on the attack now. Going to try and find a 50 against the defender. As Preemy has come out of net, Mr. Moneyman and Benny looking to start an attack.
Do you think that we're ever going to see Preemy come off of that net fully and actually play out the offensive side of this?
If this game was going the opposite way, I'd say probably yes. I think at some point, if you're behind, the goalie does really need to come up and play some offense in a desperation play. But if Striking Vipers are comfortable with this lead, and if they keep playing as well as they have, if Mr. Moneyman and Benny are continuing to dominate on offense, then I really don't see any reason for Preemy to leave net and, you know, continuing to be their insurance on defense.
Most definitely. Kulak trying to find a way around Preemy, but Preemy says, oh no, and moves the ball back out. But the goal is not defended. Again, Mr. Moneyman scoring another, making it 3-0 at 2 minutes left in the round.
He just made Jason look bad there. Nice couple of touches put together. Mr. Moneyman does it all himself. Preemy finding the assist as well. 2 minutes left. I are feeling the pressure now. They need to find goals, and they need to find them quickly. As things start off here in the I half.
They should probably back off a little bit and see if anybody could stay back and defend their goal. But it is still wide open, Benny, for another point.
I think they were trying to follow your advice there. They were keeping Jason back, but it looks like he turned towards the ball right there and just gave an opening to Benny. Momentum will not shift. Striking Vipers are here all day, putting goals in the back of the net. 4-0.
It is all about seeing that opening, and it really does seem like Striking Vipers is finding it. Levy coming in, trying to be aggressive as he can be, but there are 3 Striking Vipers sitting at the goal, and there is no one from I coming in to help him. Benny pushing it back out, and Kulak is there to defend it from going back into the goal, but they seem to be trying to push it back towards Striking Viper's side, but it is 4-0, and there's a minute left in the half, and Mr. Moneyman's there again, and it is now 5-0.
Yep, at this point, I don't know. I don't want to say it's over, but it does look over. 1 minute, 17 seconds is not a lot of time to make up that deficit that the Striking Vipers have created, as they have struck a lot in these past 2 games, and I have had nothing to say about it. Only finding their 1 goal of the series in game 1. I mean, I thought at some point the offense would return, and maybe it will near the end of this game, but so far it's just looked hopeless.
I did too, but as we saw from the first half, Mr. Moneyman's again with another goal. It is now 6-0. When we saw in the first half, like the first round that they played out of the 3, there wasn't very much aggression between either of the teams, and I think that is very noticeable now with I and Striking Vipers taking up a little bit more of that aggression after losing the first round.
Absolutely. I think really what set them apart here, almost the 7th goal going in for Benny Buttons. What set them apart is, I think, Striking Vipers' ability to really work as a team as opposed to I. We're seeing Benny and Moneyman work together so well. Almost all their goals have been one passing to the other or one starting a play. Almost the first goal for I. Can they find the shot? No.
It is keep bouncing off of the top of the goal, and it is almost in every single time, but it just seems to miss.
Every single time it has, and almost the 7th. Benny Buttons trying to find an attack here, but it doesn't really matter at this point. 20 seconds left. Merely a formality, as Striking Vipers have put on a show for us in games 2 and 3 of this round robin series.
Will Mr. Moneyman and Benny Buttons trying to get another goal to make it to 7-0 in the next 3 seconds? It is possible. They have done it before.
They have, but it looks like it won't happen here in game 3. Striking Vipers, man, what a team that we have seen come out in these games 2 and 3, and I think they will be having some success later on in this bracket. I mean, after that first game, I was thinking this was going to be a close series. It was a very good showing from I initially, and I think that Striking Vipers, they just realized something needed to change after game one. I don't know if it was the aggression or the speed or the passing or all of the above, but all of that came together after that first game.
It really did. What we were seeing in the beginning of it wasn't really collective effort from any of the teams. It just seemed to be like a fumbling in midfield, and they didn't really know who or where what team was going to take dominance. And then Striking Vipers did come in and said, I want that dominance, and took over the rest of the game, making sometimes 6-0
Yeah.
in the rounds.
6-0 and what was it, 7-0 or 8-0 the second game?
I
Something like that. It's
It
all a
was a
blur.
lot of numbers,
Yeah,
I got to say.
it all ran together eventually. It was just goal after goal, no stop in sight for Striking Vipers. I feel bad. Those I players just every opportunity they had to start turning it around, it was either saved away or some little mistake happened. And I mean, that can be the difference maker in these games. Like small mistakes or small little advantages found by one team can really set them apart. And I think that's what set Striking Vipers apart. They worked together as a team. They found their pass plays, Preety working on defense, and Money Man and
Moneyman and Buttons.
Buttons, thank you,
Yeah.
working together on
Benny Buttons.
offense. Uh, they were just the perfect combination, and it made the series work. So easy
I
series for
wonder
them.
if we're really going to see like more gameplay from Striking Vipers with the goalie staying behind. It might be a different kind of way to play.
Yeah.
As you could see, it's kind of playing like typical soccer, but with three people.
Yeah, I think they were kind of doing like a positional approach, whereas in Rocket League, usually the strategy you see employed is a rotation of positions. So no one's ever permanently on offense or defense. You're always moving upfield, moving back, playing defense, playing offense. So I think that strategy of keeping the goalie back is very effective in situations against like maybe similar skill or even lower skill opponents. But once they get further in this bracket, they start running into the teams that are aerialing a lot and doing a lot more mechanics. They might need to employ a three-person attack. Like Preety staying on defense is going to leave his two teammates to do all the work, and I don't know if that's going to work forever. We'll just have to see.
It seems like if Striking Vipers were to play a team like Les Leches, they would really need to up their defense and offense because Les Leches sticks together in groups of three and Striking Vipers only six in groups of two, and they could really dominate and try to move away that ball from the team itself. I think one of the saddest gameplays that we saw that round was when they finally implemented going back for defense and Jason barely missed the ball
Yeah,
as Mr. Moneyman struck it in
it's
the
like
goal.
he did everything right. He switched up the strategy that should have worked, but he was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And sometimes the shots are just too fast to save. So with the dominance we saw from Striking Vipers, I can't even blame him. It was just very good play coming out from them. And
It
speaking of
was.
good play, we have more coming up after this. Our round four round robin stream, the third of the four we'll be showing here, will be Alt F4 versus Slushy's Kitchen. Curious to see what these two teams are bringing to the table.
I am too. What does Alt F4 mean?
Well, you see, you should go home and turn on your computer. Nobody on stream listen to this, and you should try pressing that and just find out yourself, I think.
Yeah, I think it might be a great idea to implement it. I think I've done it one time. What does it do exactly? I mean,
Something interesting.
something interesting.
Yeah.
Uh, um,
Austin in production, please don't do that. Now is not a good time.
no, not a good time at all. We apologize.
Yeah.
If you are watching from a mobile device, then you are saved.
Yep.
I don't think there's any alt keys on iPhone.
But let's see. Alt F4, that name does sound familiar. I think in 2020 there was an OKC PAL event with a team with that name, so I'm curious to see if they'll have the same roster. I don't recall who it was myself, but if they keep up the play they were showing there, I believe they did fairly well in that tournament. So I'm curious to see what that brings us in our next series.
I am very interested in this next gameplay because we've seen different strategies, different defenses, offenses, all different sort of things that you might not find in different kinds of gameplay. But I wonder what Slushy's Kitchen could bring to the table, and I think that is a very unique name. It kind of reminds me of a slushy snow cone. I don't know about
Yes.
yourself.
And as the weather gets warmer here, I'm sure that'll sound a lot better, but I absolutely could go for one of those.
So you have been playing Rocket League for 3 years. What is the biggest gameplay that you could tell someone to do?
Depends on what level. If we're talking like new, like earlier, like those practice hours and things. But if you want to go into like more depth, um, I'd say obviously if you start the game with friends, I think it's a lot more fun. But if you start off on your own, then just like meeting people through the game and you know, getting together with people who you like get along well with, I think that's going to help you out a lot.
Speaking of getting together, let's see how this game's going between Alt F4 and Slushy's Kitchen.
So we get the gameplay underway. We are into game one. Slushy's Kitchen on the orange side and Alt F4 on the blue. We have Jeff going up against Slush, and Slush himself. I wonder if the namesake of the team is after him, but he will be putting this one in.
Most likely. Chef Slush seeing that open area in between Jeff and getting that goal, making it 1-0 in the first 30 seconds of the game.
Now Ice2 taking the face-off against Z-Pro. Caden is met in the air. Now Alt F4 being forced to play defense. Oh, double fake out there from Caden and some bumps in the midfield.
Ice coming in, trying to block the ball from Jeff, but Alpha's taking it back out, and Chef Slush coming in, but Jeff says no, and Ice2 is becoming the goalie for them right now. But there are two people in this goal, and if they could just knock it, it would get right in and make a goal for Alt F4.
Yeah, it was a very close opportunity, but they did commit pretty heavily there. So we saw two Alt F4 players end up in the orange net, and that's something you really don't want to see very often, because that means only one player is going to be available back on defense. So a good opportunity for counterattacks. So far, Slushy's Kitchen has the lead, but it is a lot of close gameplay in the midfield as time goes on.
Yes, both teams are being very aggressive towards the ball, sticking with it the whole time rather than letting it come towards them. They are going towards it. And I think that would be the biggest difference here.
Oh, no.
Caden with the goal. Alt F4 is now 1-1 at 3 minutes and 27 seconds in.
It looks like Slushy the Clown just couldn't read that one off the backboard and ends up putting in an own goal. It happens here and there, so don't feel too bad about that one, and it's early in the series, so just move on from the mistake, and Slushy's Kitchen will regain their momentum. But a lot of momentum going for the blue side as Alt F4 will find a second goal, taking the lead themselves 2-1.
I think that was an amazing goal on them. There was no one there. Caden comes in, knocks it into the goal, making it 2-1. Alpha Zero seems to be the one in charge of defense on Alt F4's team.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I think they're doing an excellent job of it right now, sticking with the main goal of trying to get a goal.
Yep. And if that's their goal, they're doing a great job with it as Caden comes in for another one. Z-Pro with a nice flick over to Caden to set up this play as he got two of the defenders caught out there. Ice2 tried to make a touch on it, just couldn't reach it. And 3-1 for Alt F4 here in game one.
Seems like the strategy here is for Alt F4 to set it up and then score with Caden most of the time.
Yeah, he does seem to be their star striker so far. Some nice passes coming out from them as well. It looks like sort of what we were seeing with Striking Vipers, the synergy they had. Maybe Alt F4 will be a worthy opponent for them. As Jeff comes in with a shot, 4-1. The momentum does not stop for Alt F4.
They are doing an amazing, like, as you would say, defense and offense, because they are sticking with the ball the whole time. It seems like Slushy's Kitchen has kind of spread out their gameplay and aren't really sticking with the ball as Alt F4 is.
Yeah, definitely a lot more space found on the defense of Slushy's Kitchen. They probably need to get up and get in the face of Alt F4 before they have room to start these attacks. We'll see if they can make any changes to their strategy, or maybe they just haven't fully warmed up yet, and they're just, you know, a late bloomer like we saw with the Striking Vipers.
It is definitely a warm-up, but Alt F4 really needs to make sure that they are looking at that goal. Slushy the Clown with a goal onto Alt F4, making it 2-4 in this round.
Yeah, very nice initial shot there from Chef. Slush just rattled off the left post, but a nice cleanup effort there. And this one is 4-2. Slushy's Kitchen might be bringing this one back.
Caden bouncing it off the top. Slushy coming in, trying to back it out, but Slushy says no. Caden bouncing it in, looking for Jeff to whack it into the Slushy's kitchen goal, but he misses, and they are trying to bring it back to midfield. My name's Jeff is being aggressive gameplay there. Caden and them are all trying to gather themselves together to get tighter onto the ball, but it doesn't seem like anybody's in their goal right now really defending it. So this could be an opportunity for Slushies to score on to Alt F4.
Ooh, a bit of a team bump there. This is so awkward for
almost spoke
Slushies.
too soon, and Alpha Zipro scores a goal on to Slushies, making that 5-2 with 1:37 remaining.
There was just chaos on the goal line, bumps between teammates, bumps between members of Slushies and Caden, as things were just scattered all across the net, and made it an easy job for Alpha Z Pro reading the post bounce and putting that one in. A 3-goal lead now. It'll be difficult for Slushies to turn this around, but we'll see if they can.
As we see Chef Slush trying to take up all of the opportunities to get this ball out. It seems like the team was founded between Chef Slush and there's another person on their team named Slush as well.
Yeah.
Slushy the Clown.
Yes.
Yes. I think it is the founders of the team. But they are trying to work together to get the ball out so they can play a little bit more of the offense. But there is only a minute remaining, so they may have to do that in the next round. My name's Jeff, trying to take the ball in, but Slushy the Clown sets it all the way back for Chef Slush. But here comes Jeff into midfield, trying to knock it in. Chef Slush says, oh no, and puts the ball out.
Very close touch here on the goal line. Could have been an opportunity for Slushy's Kitchen, but it's going to be cleared back, and Chef Slush needs to make a clutch save. He does with the low boost. And he's going to try and turn on this one and clear it away. Met by Jeff. Z-Pro setting up himself now. Might be going for a bump, but going to be saved by Slushy the Clown. 20 seconds
Knocking
left.
it out, but oh, there is, I'm pretty sure that's Ice Dew waiting to block the ball from coming in. That is some excellent defensive play, if I do say so myself. We have not really seen two goalies going in like that, trying to block the ball from going into the goal.
Yeah, it was good teamwork there, and demos from Jeff are futile here at the end, as a 3-goal deficit can't be overcome with 0 seconds. Maybe a consolation goal if this one is kept going, but no, Z-Pro says none of that.
Chef Slush, what is a consolation goal?
Just, goal at the end for fun. You're down by 4 goals or something, and you just get a goal with 0 seconds, so you can say, yay, we scored a goal, basically. So maybe it'll raise their spirits a bit, but, ultimately not going to change the result of the game. But yeah.
Understandable.
Alta 4, a great performance so far. Great teamwork between Kaden, Jeff, and Z-Pro.
You can really see that they're working together around the ball, trying to figure out how to get it into the goal in the best way possible. But Slushies is a little bit more spread apart and difficult to maintain accurate gameplay of where they want to actually force the ball. And they really need to utilize the small boosts and the big boosts to help lift up and set someone up on their team for an eventual goal in the future.
Yeah, and we'll see if Slushy's Kitchen can make some of that work here in Game 2. Excuse me. It'll be Chef Slush facing off against Jeff.
5 minutes on the clock. Let's see what happens.
Game 2 is underway. As Ice Dew going to take possession immediately and look for a shot. Slushy's Kitchen does not want to wait around before scoring.
It seems like they almost got a goal there. I was a little bit scared for F4 of that moment. But it seems like Chef Slush is really trying to take the lead and control. But it might open an opportunity for Alpha Zero to hit it into their goal. If they have enough people at the back line defending their goal, I think it could be very helpful rather than critical. If we've seen many times again today when people just leave the goal open, that is the worst.
No way that did not go in. That was stuck right inside the goal. Jeff is paused in disbelief. And I am too. I cannot believe that ball did not go in.
No. You could see the goal line literally bouncing on the ball. Do you think in professional soccer that would have been counted as an actual goal, or?
Gosh, I'm not knowledgeable enough in actual soccer to say. In Rocket League, at least, the ball has to completely cross the plane like in American football. But clearly there, it just did not. There was a tiny portion of the ball that was still visible behind that plane. And an unlucky break there for Alt F4. They just nearly put that one in.
But it's okay. I feel like they could get a very good goal, but they really need to watch out for their own goal themselves. It seems like Slushy's taking advantage of that free open space. But
oh, what a save from Chef Slush. That was such a great passing play from Jeff to Z-Pro.
It really was. Alt F4 is trying to redeem the missed goal and really push it in there. It doesn't seem like anybody's there to block, but Slushy the Clown comes in and pushes it out of the way. Caden being very aggressive against both Ice and Slushy the Clown, trying to come in and like fight against them in the last few seconds.
Yeah, gosh, so many close opportunities for Alt F4 to score so far, and it looks like that will be the one that goes in. Caden striking first, as he's proven he's up to the task. Lots of great 50-50s for him, and Ice2 tried to stop the momentum on that one, but the backflip just was not enough. Alt F4 on the board, 1-0 in game 2, and on match point.
Let's see what happens here if Alt F4 is going to be as aggressive as they were in the last gameplay, but it doesn't seem like it. It seems like Slushy's Kitchen is coming in to get that goal. They saw an opportunity and they took it.
They absolutely did. Finally, Slushy's Kitchen putting themselves in a good striking place here. If they can find another one and take the lead, I think they'll be very happy with the momentum they have. It's a bit of an awkward bounce there for Ice2. He's going to fall back on defense. Let Slushy the Clown clear this one out. He might have one more touch out center. Alpha Z-Pro gets past one. Chef Slush trying to set up Slushy the Clown. A great 50-50. Almost goes in. Ice2 there for the shot.
K.
No
Kendall bouncing it off.
contact.
Chef Slush coming in, and that was a demolition. Times him out for 3 seconds. Jeff coming in, being aggressive as he can be. Slushy trying to tip the ball, but misses. They need to be wary of keeping that goal open. But
oh, and it is.
Chef Slush takes advantage of that open goal, making it 2-1 with 2 minutes remaining in the round.
That was a great initial touch from Ice2. Just went off the crossbar, and actually a really nice touch from Jeff as he stopped the shot of one approaching player, but unfortunately there was a second Slushy's Kitchen player ready to shoot the ball right behind him. And there it is. There's the lead we were talking about. Slushy's Kitchen on top. And now Alt F4 trying to find a clear here.
It is bouncing off of Chef Slush. They are trying to work together to make this goal go back in, but it seems like Alt F4 is being very, very, very aggressive this round, sticking together, being themselves, but they are not playing as much defense, and that has hurt them, making it 2-1 on the board, as we do see. Chef Slush trying to take advantage of the free open ball, but here comes Caden passing it to Jeff, but Jeff does not grab it, and Ice trying to take it back to Alt's goal.
Jeff made some great touches there, but the Slushy's Kitchen defense is staying strong. Slushy the Clown takes this one downfield. Nice dunk on Caden. This one's going to bounce up. Great opportunity here for Chef Slush if he can get this one on target. But Caden.
Right in the 1 minute remaining mark. Alt F4 needs to prove themselves here.
No,
this is critical. And Caden gets the goal, making it 53 seconds, folks. It is now 2-2, and we need to figure out how they can win this round. If Alt F4 does get the next goal, then it will be over for them. This is the best of 3.
Yeah, it looks like they might have let the door open just for a bit for Slushy's Kitchen to take that lead, but now Alt F4 want to close it down now. That's not a good touch to do it, though, as this one leaves the net open. Chef Slush can't get it on target, though. And now Alt F4 return to defense. Danger's not cleared out yet. 2 players commit.
Ice do trying to control the whole ball there, but doesn't seem to get a grips on it. Alpha Zipro coming in, taking advantage of that awkward touch, as you would say.
Yeah.
But the goal is kind of open on Alt F4 side. They need to be a little bit more closer trying to defend that, as we can see Jeff sitting in the goal line. Alpha Zipro trying to take the ball back, bouncing to Caden. Their goal is not open, but Seth Slush bounces and uses a boost pack to get the ball out of the way. There is 1 second remaining. It looks like we're going to go to overtime to decide on this.
It could go to overtime, but almost a chance with 0 seconds, as they kept the ball up long enough to take a shot.
How insane would have that been? Have you seen something like that before?
Well, we saw it at the very end of our first series in Game 3 that sent us to overtime, but it's always a very exciting moment when the ball is up with 0 seconds, everything on the line. The most exciting moments in Rocket League. But excitement is still here with overtime. This could be it for Alt F4.
They really need to be aggressive. They can't waste a couple seconds just trying to stay back at the goal line. They really need to go all in for the ball. But can Chef Slash? They do block it. It is double blocked on top of them, bouncing right off of both of their cars, pushing it back out to Alt F4 territory. Ice Dew's coming in, trying to push the ball out of the way so they could set it up so they could hit it into Alt 4's goal. It didn't really work out how it would have seemed to be planned. But there's no one there. Caden coming in to block it out of a last-second reach around. It was like grasping at straws.
Yeah, it looked like a desperate situation for sure, but he made it work and keeps Alt F4 alive in Game 2. And now Slushy's trying to find another attack here. 2 players commit, 1 left on defense. This is an awkward situation for Chef Slush, and he keeps it off the net. Very high pressure. The amount of times we've seen the ball just glide across the goal line where it should be a goal.
Honestly, I thought it was going to bounce off of Chef Slush and just like pop right in there, because we've seen that happen so many times, as you just said.
That'd be tragic. A terrible way for them to end the series with an own goal. I think we saw an own goal. I can't remember who it was for earlier in this series, so it could definitely happen. But Slushy's Kitchen, they're looking promising here. They're keeping this on the Alt F4 half a lot. A good 50-50.
Ice Dew trying to get it in, but he accidentally blocks it from going into Alt F4's goal, and that brings it back to Slushy's Kitchen, and they are trying their hardest to get it over there. Alpha Z-Pro's kind of looking like he's staying over there and being like the goalie for F4 at the moment.
He's being fairly defensive, but when he breaks out into the attack, he can make some great passes, so I'm curious to see if he'll be a part of the winning goal here, if they can win.
Oh, for sure. I think that he might need to back off of the net, because he has there doesn't seem really to be any momentum going towards Slushy's side of the goal.
Yeah. Very close.
They need to watch what is happening. I think that he is backing off of the net now, and Caden's lining up to get that goal. He's coming in, boosting, and Caden gets it. Alt F4, 3-2 with the win. That is going to be it for this series, the best of 3.
Yes, ending in a 2-0 finally. We see and honestly I feel like this wasn't even one of the most dominant series, but it's surprising it took this long for us to see a 2-0, as our first 2 series were very close 2-1 results. But wow, I mean, Alt F4, what a job by them, and especially Caden. I think it was like their star player, it seemed. He was the initiator. I mean, Z-Pro did make some great passes, so I will definitely shout out Z-Pro for some of the work he did. But it feels like we said Caden's name so many times. Like, it's like, oh, another goal for Caden, or another save for Caden. So he's definitely their star player, and I think he's going to carry them a good ways in this tournament.
He really did seem to make a lot of the assists, and a lot of the, at the end, you could see him patiently waiting for the ball to come into the right area of the goal line so that he could hit it in there. I think that is a very important part to, like, make sure that you're watching, because it is those opportunistic areas when they do hit them into the goal. The players that do seem to be the front runners of the teams are more keen to seeing that open space and area within.
A skill that's really not measurable, but that can kind of be seen through gameplay, is like, how opportunistic are you? How good at you are at seeing, like, oh, here's a good opportunity for me to push up field, here's an opportunity for a shot, or here's an opportunity for me to let my teammate take over. If you can, like, see things that could happen on the field ahead of time, then I think that's a really good asset for your team.
Mm-hmm. I think that is one of the best assets to have. Like you did say, this is our first 2-0
Hmm.
out of three kind of gameplay.
Yeah.
It is great to see all F4 really being aggressive because we haven't seen a lot of aggression from uh, like slushies that round. They
Yeah.
were trying to be very aggressive, but it just didn't seem to pan out for them in the long run. Alt F4 seems to be fairly high competitor for most of the teams that we've seen today.
Yeah.
But there wasn't a lot of uh, opposition and
Yeah. I think that's going to be the hard thing to gauge early on. It's like you don't really know until you've seen them play multiple opponents how they're going to hold up. Maybe they just ran into a team that they naturally were strong against, or maybe the other team was not as high ranked. So I really think we're just going to have to see more of them before we can make a decision on is this like a contender for the tournament? Are they going to go all the way? Are they going to get far into the bracket? And speaking of the bracket, our last series before we move into double elimination bracket play will be our round 5 round robin. It is the Grid Crusaders facing off against Eclipse Esports. And that'll be our final series before we go into break before the double elimination.
hmm Um, have you seen any of these teams play before?
No, I haven't. So
No.
this will be, unless I see a surprise name, I mean, this is going to be all new players for me, so no real experience I can speak on. But maybe they're gonna make a good impression on us here in their first time on stream.
Hopefully they do. I am very excited to see what comes up and happens between the two teams because we have seen so many different areas of gameplay today, and that is the most amazing thing about Rocket League is
Yeah.
you don't really know what strategy a team's going to take. Maybe they wanted to take a certain strategy, but then they ended up that they couldn't because they didn't have enough time, or the other team was being too aggressive or too non-aggressive and more defensive.
Yeah. Absolutely, and I think this variety of strategies with the 12 teams that we have, we're going to see a lot. And some of the ones I haven't seen yet, I think one in particular that I see, usually there's one team in a tournament that brings this out, is a very demo-heavy team. A team that either has everyone or assigns more like one person to really try and blow up the other players and make space on defense, not just by passing the ball, but by literally removing the opponent from the field. So if any teams come out doing that, I wonder if that'll be a very effective strategy because I've seen it done even in pro play.
I'm excited. Speaking of pro play, these guys, do you think they're gonna go pro? Have you seen any competitors that you think, or teams that you think would be a good match for pro play?
Um, Gosh, so far it's hard to say. I mean, on the like scale of things we've seen, like Les Leches early on were like a very dominant team. Striking Vipers were a late bloomer, but they played super well, so maybe they're, up there in terms of their caliber. I think the best of the talent in this tournament we have yet to see. I'm convinced that, we've only had a small sample size. We've seen what 3 series so far, so 6 separate teams. So I think that, there's going to be some hidden talent out there that we're really going to find.
hmm I'm excited to see what's happening with the Grind Crusaders and Eclipse Esports because there is a big prize pool up for grabs, and the people that really prove themselves, I think it could be a very big advantage for them in the long run.
Absolutely, yeah, $300 in waiting for the winner as well as hardware prizes. So I'm sure they are looking forward to that. Whoever is going to take the title. We are getting ready here. We should be getting our players into the lobby here pretty soon for the Grid Crusaders versus Eclipse Esports, our round 5 round robin match, which will be a best of 3. And as we move into the double elimination bracket, all 12 teams will move on with upper and lower bracket matches, remaining best of 3 with a best of 5 finals. So we've got a long day ahead of us, a long stream, and we are getting into this, and we are super excited. I just want to thank again OKC Pal and Equinox, as well as the OU Esports Club for all working together to put this event on. Thank you so much to everyone involved here in the studio and behind the scenes. So
Yes,
we
thank
really
you very
appreciate
much.
that.
It has been a long run coming. I know it has. They were describing it yesterday. They really wanted to help bring people together to play esports and bring up the image of esports because I believe that it is going to be a fantastic industry where people can really, of all colors, nations, and everything, come together and just play and have fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And while the COVID pandemic has been super hard for everyone, it's definitely let esports kind of shine. Like, wow, like people have kind of raised awareness and people have started to see esports, and it's just how big it is. Like, it's mostly just remained underground for a lot of people and not been in the public eye. But hopefully, coming out of this and in the years following, I think that esports will really grow into a big primary industry.
Oh, most definitely. The development in different industries and games along the way. I was looking at a statistic the other day. It seemed that esports content and creation had increased over 100% in the past year.
Wow.
Maybe due to the COVID pandemic, but as well as people just getting out there and expressing them true selves, mainly through Twitch, YouTube, and other platforms like live streaming and other games.
Yeah, and that's great to hear. I mean, I think it's growing really in every aspect, whether it be competitive things like this or content creation or just grassroots events. All of those things growing are going to be super helpful for the industry, and we hope it keeps happening. And for those who do want to get involved, I mean, just getting involved in events like this or, attending panels like we put on earlier on stream, having those people come out and talk about their experiences. Just awareness is really like our biggest thing is, how can we make people learn more about this? So. We
I
love
think
things like that.
education is the biggest factor into all of it. And if you do feel like you want to get into something like this, then shout out, go meet someone, grab your friends, make a group, do something that you want to do. Honestly, it is the best opportunity for you. When you
Yeah.
do something that you want to do, a spirit lightens up in yourself and you just become happier. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's great being here. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, it's great for me too. And I think the great thing about esports is you combine like take something you're passionate about and take something like either work related or like professional like this. If you can combine what you do for work or what you do like for your job and the thing you're passionate about, that's like everyone's dream. So I think esports can be that thing for a lot of people.
Hmm. Most definitely. So we are waiting for our teams to get into the lobbies. Um, I know I asked you earlier about like gameplay and stuff like that,
Yeah.
but what kind of community do you think that Rocket League holds? Like, what are the types of people that you've met here, just for someone new that's coming in and they don't really have any friends in the area or industry?
Um, Gosh, I mean, I can't really narrow it down. I think if I had to describe the community, I'd say it really just has what I think it would need most, and that's variety. You can get so much out of the Rocket League community, as well as with most gaming communities. You can go into it trying to be competitive, trying to compete in events like this. You can find teammates, you can grind ranked or grind in tournaments. Um, so we're just gonna like, if you want to find like a team, or if you want to find a streaming community, if you want to like, I don't know.
If you
It's
want to
I'm
find a
running out of like
community.
things. Yeah, like there's so many different aspects that you can really like be a part of. So
Hmm.
I might not be answering your question directly, but it's like you can
Oh.
find what you want in the Rocket League community, no matter like the kind of person you are, I think.
Hmm. And I think that's the best part about all of this is just finding your home and community.
Yeah.
That's what OU is to us because we go there and we're part of the esports club, and that's amazing. Do you have any questions or concerns for me about anything?
I don't think so, but here pretty soon, it sounds like we just got one of our last players into the lobby, so we should be transitioning over here very soon as we get into our round 5 series. Here we go, transitioning now. The Grid Crusaders on the blue side facing off against Eclipse Esports on the orange.
Wizco coming in and Truth trying to hit the ball. Road is passing it back. Kunk.
Yeah,
All
well,
right.
I guess.
Yeah. um,
Some fun
Truth
names.
is seeming to be a little bit more aggressive onto the ball the whole time. Kunk trying to push it off. Maybe they might be doing a goalie situation type thing where Truth stays behind. I think it might be more backfield for them.
Yeah, we'll see if they employ some of those strategies we saw earlier. Right now we're seeing some very quick and dynamic gameplay, and it looks like both teams are keeping it pretty even now, mostly midfield play. Sean now trying to get this one center. Kunk going to clear this one away.
Sean is going after the ball with Kunk. They were side by side. trying to be a little bit more aggressive. That goal is completely open. If Truth were to take advantage of this right now, I think it could be definitely detrimental to Eclipse.
Yeah, they left a little opening there, but they were confident in their offense and keeping the ball away from the opposing team.
But at the same time, the Grind Crusaders, their goal is open. And if Bejan Samando can get that goal, I think it could be very, very good for Eclipse. They seem to be going aggressively on towards the ball, staying with it the whole time, using a lot of boost packs along the way. Do you think using a lot of your boost packs is really worth it in this?
I think so. We're seeing a lot of aerial play here, and that's where boost is going to get a lot more important. It can really give you speed on the ground, but one thing that boost can do that anything else can't is just get you way up in the air. And that's exactly what these guys are doing. As Truth takes this one up and then gets a nice ground play by himself. Nice little touch off the wall and leads his team to their first goal.
He used that boost pack to get up onto the wall, bouncing off, controlling the ball as he goes with the tip of the car into the goal to finally make it 1-0 in the half. 3 minutes remaining on the clock, folks. This should be a pretty intense game. It seems like they're both all on the ball, but as we have seen, sometimes one team might take a little bit more advantage of the other.
Yeah, and Wisco really had an advantage there. He nearly put an impossible angle shot on goal, but it's going to be taken all the way back to Eclipse's half as they try to reset their attack. Kunk makes a nice 50 there, and Truth, no boost to work with, so this one will be given back away to Eclipse. Bejan touching it out to Sean. Nice demo.
Sean coming in, Rung pushing the ball up in the air. Wisco almost trying to go in for that shot again, the corner shot that you were talking about. But is anybody at their goal? Sean is, and he takes the ball back over to the Grind Crusader side. But he bounces off, and he gets the goal, making it 1-1 at 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in this round.
Good teamwork there from Wisco and Sean. They both got a couple of touches on the ball early on and took that one all the way home, finally equalizing here in game one. It's hard to say who the favorite is so far. We're seeing a lot of good gameplay here, but I don't know, more passing plays like that and more speedy aerials. I think that's one thing we're seeing right now that we haven't seen as much in the earlier series is just the pure speed that these players are playing at. They are getting up in the air as fast as they can. A lot of the play is taking place up in the air as opposed to the ground. So, you know, those people you're talking about looking for any type of pro play, looking for some higher level players, I think you've found two of your teams right here.
Yes, most definitely. They are very much taking advantage of using the boost packs and aerial plays. It seems like the more aerial plays, because the ball seems to be flying through the air about 25–30% of the time. Or maybe even 50, let's not lie.
Yeah, it's up there almost all the time, it feels like.
And if they use those boost packs to get up into the air, they can better touch the ball, hopefully getting it into the opposition's goal easier by using the boost packs. It would make them take way more advantage of it.
Ooh, a nice little touch there by Sean, tried to get a redirect. Now Wisco, he's going to take it himself. Truth clears it out on the corner. Road, nice touch out center. He's got no teammate to work with, though. And Sean going to leave this one back in his own half and reset possession for Eclipse.
There's 1 minute remaining in the half. Do you think we could... I think that we might even go into...
overtime?
Yeah.
I think we could, absolutely.
I struggle for words sometimes.
Oh, no,
My mind
I'm there
goes
with you.
blank.
You saw me. I totally lost my train of thought there when we were talking earlier about the Rocket League community, so no, I feel you.
Oh.
But yeah, Sean here's going to lead this attack, but get dunked by Truth. This one's sent all the way back to Eclipse Esports side. Now Wisco, no boost to work with.
Bejan coming on, trying to get the tip, but he misses just a little bit. Crunk coming over, but if Truth can get it in and bounce it off, Bejan trying to back off the goal, but it doesn't work.
Oh, and Sean makes a great save, cleared out by Bejan. Now this one's going the other way. It might even be a goal for Eclipse if they can find a shot, but Conky's going to take it away, get 50'd out center, and this one's going to be killed. And we go into overtime. Golden goal, first goal to win, or first goal to be scored wins the game here in game one.
They are two very competitive teams. It's kind of funny how well the teams are matched up.
Yeah, this was actually a really great matchup. I'm surprised, as we only selected 5 initially, but 4 in total. after the panel, games to be casted. I think this is one of our like highlight games for sure. This is two of the best teams I think I've seen skill-wise come out so far in this tournament.
We have 15 teams, correct?
I don't know if it was 15
13?
or 12. I think 12 is the final number. I can't remember after registration closed, but I think 12 teams were going to the bracket. So these might be two of the top ones. There are, of course, a few teams we aren't going to see in group stage. We're going to go straight to bracket after this series.
But maybe we'll see some surprises in brackets since we haven't seen them actually play on
There are 4
stream
teams
yet.
that we haven't seen yet. Maybe there's some god-tier players.
Honestly, might be pro.
Yeah.
As we're seeing right now, it is a battle between the two. The goal is almost completely open on Eclipse's side. It seems like Rhodes staying a little bit behind to be that defensive person, but as he leaves to go push the ball further towards Eclipse's goal, it seems like one always stays behind. But if Crunk can get on top of the ball and push it into the goal, it could be very, very good for the Grind Crusaders.
And absolutely would. Lots of demos coming out on the Eclipse Esports side for both teams. This is kind of that aggression that we were looking for earlier, and if they keep this aggression up, somebody's going to break eventually. Road left with a difficult task here on the clear. Fortunately finds space. He doesn't have a lot of boost to work with. 15 on the wall.
I think what we're seeing that's different from a lot of these teams is that they're kind of spread apart, but also in the air at the same time.
Yeah.
Like what we saw earlier, Les Leches and Striking Vipers are always like clumped in very close towards the ball.
Yeah.
And it really helped move it towards in the direction that they wanted it to go. But now that they're using a lot of boost packs and jump packs, it's harder for a lot of teams to gain more control and centering around the ball.
Yeah, it is a lot more difficult, and I think that these teams are much more spaced out than the teams we've seen, and the reason that they can make that work is simply because of the speed that they're playing. If you can have a large gap between you and your teammates, but get to the ball really quickly, then you can definitely make up for that gap. And they are making that space work. We've seen really great team synergy come out from both teams here. A nice pass back to Sean. He's going to decide to let this one go and actually gives Skunk a lot of space. He might find a double. No boost to work with. And Sean will clear this one out.
Beijing coming in and trying to back off the ball from their goal, but it doesn't seem to be working. Grind Crusaders are grinding right now, trying to get the ball into the opposition goal of Eclipse. Wizco coming in, but Truth says, oh no, and tries to work with his other teammate to get an assist into the goal.
Oh, and a fantastic save by Truth. That one was almost across the goal line, but cleared away. Looked like a perfect opportunity for Eclipse to take the win there. But now they'll have to reset their attack and try again. Wizco over with the pass to Beijing, looking for the double tap.
Road blocking it, putting it back. Wizco seems to be the one helping boost the ball into the air a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Giving it to his other teammates so that they can work off of it. But no one seems to be there. Sean was a little bit too far back to get that ball into the goal. They are now trying to play a little bit of defense, hope that they can get into the Grind Crusaders goal. But they have been very aggressive this round. But let's see if it can make it work.
Oh, a great pass over to Beijing. He had the perfect opportunity to score that, but didn't make contact. Sean with a nice pass out. He's got another pass for Wizco, bouncing around chaotically on the blue
Road
half.
pushing it back. Beijing saying no, no, no. And Crunk is coming in. And it looks like it's just a back and forth between the two. They can't really make up a decision right now about who wants to be a little bit more aggressive on the field. If what do you think would help them be a little bit more aggressive in this gameplay?
Gosh, overtime is so difficult because you want to be aggressive and create that opportunity, but the more aggressive you are, the more you leave your own net open. So it's like both teams are kind of in this game of chicken of like push harder for a goal, but don't push so hard that you leave space back. So that's kind of why we're in this stalemate right now. We've played a full extra game of Rocket League, and in overtime we are approaching the 5-minute mark. A great bump there from Wizco, almost opened up a shot for Eclipse, but no goal has still been scored.
It really seems like they're trying to take advantage of it. Like what we saw with, I'm pretty sure it was Striking Vipers when they had the goalie sit back. Maybe that might help in a little bit of overtime play. I'm not really sure. maybe for a better defense, so then the two can go and play offense and try to get that goal. But Eclipse's goal is completely open, but Sean blocks it. Truth setting it up for Crunk. Can he get there? Possibly. But they seem to be playing off each other. The goal is completely open, and Crunk scores, making Grinding Crusaders leading in the three-round...
the best of three series?
Best of three series.
No, you're all right. It's okay. That was, gosh, I'm just exhausted watching it. I can't imagine how they are. The Grinding Crusaders finally pulling through at the end of a 5 to 6 minute overtime. Well fought by both teams. Gosh, look at the amount of saves for both. 7 for the Grid and 6 for Eclipse.
Truth having 5 saves in total. That is insane.
That is, yeah, that earned him that MVP spot on that team for sure.
Most definitely. What does it consist to get like an MVP spot? Just being the most aggressive and helpful player on the team?
Well, the game automatically assigns an MVP to the winning team based on who has the most points, and you accumulate points based on the number of shots you take, the number of goals, the number of saves, assists, touches. Certain things all like pull into the same sort of system. So the game will decide that automatically. And that's why he earned that MVP, is he was everywhere. He was making the goals, making the saves. He was just a jack of all trades that game.
Indeed he was. Wisco was trying to take it from the top there, pushing it into the goal from basically flipping over upside down from the front of his car. But Truth and Road and Crunk are working very well together, trying to move this ball out of the way. Road coming in, setting it up for Truth. Truth just misses right there. Beijun taking the ball and pushing it out, but it's very open space right now. There is a very big opportunity for one of the Eclipse Esports players to score into this goal. He sets it up for Beijun. Beijun just barely touches the ball, doesn't seem to get there. What do you think of that?
I think just we're locked in that same stalemate that we saw last game. I feel like if this game goes to overtime, I won't even be surprised. I mean, both teams are creating great opportunities, but man, such a great opportunity there for the Grid Crusaders. I feel like, gosh, what was it? Last series we had that game where I mentioned it felt like almost all the time there was a ball rolling across the goal line. Like that moment happened so many times. There were so many tense moments for both teams' defense. And we're kind of having the same thing here where both sides are having opportunities come out and just nobody's capitalized yet.
I really think that it is a capitalistic opportunity for both teams. It seems like there's always one or more players being like super aggressive with the ball.
Yeah.
But the other two just seem to kind of be falling behind a little bit, and they need to be like a little bit more aggressive, if I do say so myself. But Beijun, as I'm saying that, scores.
Yep, his aggression paid off.
Mm-hmm. He has been very aggressive, trying to put that ball in on his own, set it up, and we finally see some hearts there on the goal.
Yeah.
And making it 1-0 with 3 minutes to go. Can it be a tie game, do you think?
I think so. The Grid, they've kept the ball right on the orange goal line several times, and Eclipse have just played stellar defense this game. So I don't know. It's going to be a battle between that extreme high-pressure offense and the unbreakable defense. You know, the unstoppable force versus the immovable object. This is kind of what we're seeing.
Most definitely. Wisco trying to be aggressive, just like all the other, just like Beijun on his team. They play pretty equally as players themselves. Sean always leading them up, trying to set him up. But there is no one in the goal, it seems, but Road blocks it out of nowhere. Sean going back in, Truth blocking it again. It seems like the Grind Crusaders are rotating players through the front of their goal, trying to make sure that they can hit every angle of it.
Yep, definitely seeing a contrasting strategy to the strategy we saw of striking Vipers earlier. You know, that rotating goalie, it seems to be working out really well for them, considering the pace of the game as well. With the players moving this quickly, you almost have to keep players moving all the time. You can't have anyone stationary, which is why I think they're adopting that tactic.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't seem like they're... Ooh. Truth might have almost been a little bit too late if the ball was just a little bit lower for Eclipse. Sean setting up the ball. I think Wizco's going to come in here and try to defend it, but
What a great save.
most definitely. But no one's there, and Road has scored, making it 1-1 with 1:28 remaining on the clock.
A great initial save from Bayesian. It looks like Wizco's going to try and get up for this. And oh, both orange players were there to make that save, but it was placed too far to the left. So Grid Crusaders, they've brought it back. It's a 1-1.
Well, I'm really, really interested to see if we are going to go into overtime or if one of them's just going to absolutely go ham on another and try to make sure that they win this game. We only have a minute remaining, and this could be very detrimental if Grid wins, but very good if Eclipse wins.
Yeah, for prolonging the series, I think, yeah, Eclipse, they have to do something, but that something is not letting a goal in, because now they are on match point and down a goal. With how few goals we've seen this series, that could be the decider right there. Only a minute left, and Eclipse have to find something if they want to win this game.
I think that you are right on the truth, my friend. They, this might be a very big back and forth between the two teams. It seems like when Grid Crusaders play a very good defense, they can keep anyone out of their goal. The same goes for Eclipse Esports. But let's see if during this play, the past two goals might have gotten a little bit more tension going between Eclipse and the others.
Maybe we could see one team start to break away. We could see Eclipse really bring this one back. It's hard to say, but Eclipse are doing a really good job on offense here. Kunk going to clear this one to the side, and Bayesian, he's going to take it himself. Nice flick over the defender. Throw there to clear this one out. Wizco.
They're trying to set it up for Wizco, but there is no one there.
That was such a good bump, a fantastic play. I think Wizco might have found that one. As soon as he gets this pass off, he goes straight for the goalie and knocks him out of net. And Kunk is just stuck sitting there, not knowing what to do. A sitting Kunk, if you will.
It is now 2-2. 19 seconds. Do you think that they can do it? I would like to see them try.
I'm not going to make any guesses. I'm not employing the
There is no
caster
wood
curse.
in this room. I'm going to go buy a wood plank later today so I can go knock on it. But as we do see Wizco being very aggressive, but...
Oh, no. No way they just scored that! Sean getting the pinch with Bayesian off the backboard. How in the world did Eclipse just make that work?
Bouncing off of the backboard into the goal, making it 3-2 in this series, taking us to the best out of 3 finale.
I cannot believe I just saw that.
I can't either. I definitely thought we were going to go into overtime because these two teams have been very, very competitive with each other. They are very equally matched, as we have seen.
Absolutely, they are. I thought that was going to overtime for sure, and I'm glad I didn't say anything because that caster curse would have come out. But my gosh, Bayesian and Sean with that final play was one of the most clutch things I have seen. So it looks like we're transitioning back. We might have a pause in the gameplay here as we are going to Game 3 of this series. Wow, 3 out of our 4 series that we're casting for this round-robin stream are going to a Game 3. And now we're hearing from production that we are having some lag issues on the back end, with one of the teams. So we will be switching up the server most likely. So we will have a brief pause here in the gameplay. Just tell me your thoughts on what you're seeing from these teams so far.
Okay. Well, to lay it out plainly and simply, I think that they are doing an amazing job with boosting the ball and keeping it up in the air. But I also see some very big defaults with that as well. Because it seems like when they keep it lower to the ground, it is more easily manipulated and controlled. But especially in video games and mechanics and coding and all of that, great bundle of joy. When you could hit a certain tip of the car, perhaps, and it could go any direction rather than the one that you wanted it to go in the first place. So that could be definitely a downside to boosting the ball so much and so often because of not knowing quite where the ball is going to go and trying to set up your teammates, but it may not work every single time. I feel like there are some deficits definitely because the players are more spread apart.
Yeah, And I think we've seen a lot of the same styles of gameplay coming out from both teams, but it's all just a matter of what happens in this final 5 minutes. Hopefully we're getting that lobby set up here pretty soon, and we will get these players back in and back to gameplay. Again, this is the final round of Round Robin that we will be streaming. After this, we will take a break from the stream and then move into double elimination bracket play for our 12 participating teams. And that's where things really get serious because wins and losses here just determine your seeding, but wins and losses in the bracket can determine whether or not you are still in the tournament. And when there's a $600 prize pool on the line, it's going to be a lot of pressure for these teams.
Oh, most definitely. Most definitely. I think with that $600 prize pool, there can be a lot of good outcomes for this. Maybe some new skins, maybe some new different things for your card, trick them out, or maybe even just regular materials to help out your esports journey and your esports life.
Yeah.
But I think it could be very opportunistic. It seems like we've just gotten word that the teams are in, so we're going to go and look at them right now. I am super excited for this best of 3 match. We're going to see this all for the rest of today in the tournament games. We're going to start off with Beijing coming in and trying to be aggressive as he has been this whole time. Conk seems to be staying in the goal for now, being that little goalie that they usually have, per se. The swipe across from, I'm not sure who that was, Truth, most likely. But what I do notice that's different in this is that Eclipse is being a little bit more aggressive than they have been in the past.
Yeah, if they keep up that aggression, maybe they'll break through first, and a lead early on in the final game of a series is the best feeling compared to the worst feeling, which is getting down immediately. So if Eclipse can strike first, they will be feeling pretty good about that. They almost do strike first with Beijing's shot saved away by Conk, and now Sean looking to recenter this one. He's going to go by himself, looking for an extra touch, but Truth will clear it back to the Eclipse esports side.
Now we have Conk coming in. From what we see, not much. The Eclipse is keeping their goal kind of open. They're sticking really close together. They're doing that very low gameplay. You don't see them boosting as much as they were before because they know if they have a lot of back and forth between the Crusaders, and this could be very detrimental if one of them gets a goal.
Oh, it could have been there, but Road makes a great save. That was a very tense situation on the Grid Crusaders backline, and it's not over yet. Sean passes this one out to Beijing, and it is scored. Eclipse taking that 1-0 lead on match point here in this best-of-3 series.
This is going to give them the best opportunity right now. It might even mean that Eclipse would win this. That is just a saying, not a prediction, okay?
We got to say that formally, yeah.
I got to knock on wood, but it could mean a lot to them because there is so much back and forth, as we have seen from both of these teams.
It is going to feel really good for sure, but 3 minutes left and a 1-goal lead. That's talking about either getting more goals or not letting any Grid Crusaders goals go in for 3 full minutes. And with the offense we've seen from them, that is going to be a near impossible task. Can Eclipse Esports do it, or can the Grid Crusaders pull it out? We will find out here in the next 3 minutes. As Sean going to lead an attack downfield. He's got no defenders to work with. 26 boost. Can he put the shot on target? No. Going to get the pass off the backboard.
Wizco almost coming in to get the ball. Yes, it was. Truth coming up from the back, boosting, but Sean misses the ball. Truth trying to... Nope, it's not happening here. Sean's trying to manipulate the ball to get out and into their goal, but he is going to boost it off the side of this wall, probably upwards, to help one of his teammates back into the Crusaders goal line.
Road finds a touch, but he's got no more boost to work with. He's going to leave this one to his teammate, Conk. Beijing going to try and start another attack here to Wizco. There's a lot of 50-50s happening in the midfield. No real deciding factors yet.
Wizco just re-upping on his boost so it could help him eventually, because the ball is now coming up. And what we've seen here is that they usually push it forward once they grind it up against the wall off of the plate. And there's no one in Eclipse's net right now. This could be detrimental, and it is detrimental. Road scores, making it 1-1 with 1 minute and 41 seconds remaining on the clock.
That gap wouldn't have mattered much in net, but just a bit of a tough touch there on defense from Wisco gave Road plenty of time to work with to take that shot, and Road capitalized. Saw a bit of an awkward play, and Eclipse takes those. Sean taking the lead for Eclipse 2-1. It looks like a missed kickoff or a miscommunication. Yeah, it looks like Truth just didn't set himself up quite correctly there. And
this was something I've never seen before.
Yeah.
These teams are so evenly matched.
Seeing something like that.
It kind of just surprises me.
Yeah. You don't see very many missed kickoffs here at this level of play, but it happens sometimes at the worst of moments, and that could be the worst of moments for the Grid Crusaders, who are now down a goal with 90 seconds left in this series.
Seems like Wisco's coming up to bounce it off the wall and bring it back over to Grid Crusaders' side, but it could be the worst of it because Kronk is setting it up for the Truth, but truthfully, it's not going to go in over there on that side right there. Beijing is coming over and Wisco just touching on the ball. Beijing just barely misses the ball. There's 1 minute remaining in this match, and that missed kickoff might mean something for the rest of this series. I wonder if we're going to see more of that as we get into higher levels, because it could happen.
It absolutely could. A great save from Beijing now keeps Eclipse alive. That 1-goal lead is hanging by a thread with the threat of the Grid Crusaders offense looming over Eclipse Esports. Road, he wants to have something to say about this. A great clear out met by Sean in the air. 30 seconds left in this series. Can the Grid Crusaders pull it back?
Will we go into an overtime? Possibly, if Kronk could get that off the goal line, but it seems like Sean's coming in to block it, and their goal is completely open. Kronk is going to try to go in front and block that ball right there. Truth is going to bounce it up so then Kronk can push it across the map, but it doesn't seem to quite pan out the way they might have played it to be.
I don't think it did, but Truth, can he get them a second chance here? Ball hits the ground and the series is over. It is kept up though. A chance for the Grid Crusaders. They need to find a goal here if they want to stay alive. Truth looking for the pass over to Kunk. Gonna get met by Beijing in the air, but Beijing is beat. Truth looking for a shot. He decides to pull off. He thought the defender had the touch. Oh, that's devastating for the Grid Crusaders. That would have been a 0-second goal. Wow.
That is intense, and I cannot believe it's kind of astonishing just learning more about the gameplay. So those that have never watched Rocket League before, a match ends when the ball hits the ground.
Yep, it doesn't end like in some other sports where as soon as the clock hits 0, it would be over. It hits once the ball hits the ground. So imagine like a live play in the NFL. The game's not over, so the play is over. And the play ends in Rocket League once the ball hits the ground. So you can have a very long 0-second session if players are keeping the ball up, trying to get one more goal. And that's what was happening there. It was such a close opportunity for the Grid Crusaders, but they weren't able to pull it out. So, I mean, do you have any other thoughts about that series, what we might see from these teams later in the tournament?
I think that with the implementation of being high and being boosted a lot and keeping close-knit teams, it could be a very interesting series ahead, and people really need to watch out for a lot of the winner teams that we've saw today, and even some of the losers. They were quite close games sometimes.
Yeah, and yeah, just the Grid Crusaders losing that series does not at all make them less of a threat in this tournament. I 100% expect to see them on stream again, as well. We will see a lot of these teams on stream again here after this break. We are going to take a short stream break here and come back with double elimination gameplay for our 12 contenders right after this.
Showing off, don't wanna have to wait tonight, better off, I'm gonna find my way tonight, won't you talk to me, I wanna heal your sorrow, won't you talk to me, we'll make a new tomorrow, won't you talk to me.
We get to bridge the gap between us and kids. You know, they see us more as a friend.
You know, we like to see them grow up just hanging out with them. You know, they can ask us whatever they need to and feel comfortable with doing it.
Some kids don't really get the opportunity to do things like this at home. So this gives them a chance to do it at school and meet new people.
It's been awesome. I've never played volleyball, I've never knew the rules, anything. And now I understand it more and I actually like it.
PAL to Oklahoma City is like water is to a desert. And just watching PAL evolve is just like magnificent.
To be honest, this program is so fun. We've actually made a couple friends, and it's very hard to do that during this pandemic, especially.
The OKC PAL community, it's really interactive with all the players and people that you can meet in it. It's helped a lot, especially since the virus has been keeping everybody at home, and so second best thing is PAL.
This has helped him meet other friends. It's helped bring his voice out. It's just done a lot for him. And believe me, he looks forward to it every day.
I'm just very happy that this was a thing.
I think it's a good program for the kids and parents and cops. It's a good relationship.
If you support a child, they do better, a lot better.
I like playing sports, so when basketball season comes around, I don't have to be on board. It teaches responsibility. It teaches how to work hard, work for your grades, and to be good at school.
They showed me a lot of things that I didn't know at all.
It's just a mechanism to teach life skills within the context of sports.
In 1940, we made a promise to Oklahoma to provide quality, affordable healthcare coverage to our members and be a positive presence in the communities we serve, to be here for you when you most need us. We've seen some difficult times and continue to experience new ones, but one thing will never change: Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Oklahoma's commitment to you. We've been standing by Oklahoma for 80 years, helping to protect our members in sickness and in health, standing by and reaching out in our communities whenever we can. And we aren't about to stop now. We aren't just a company, we are people. Our employees are your neighbors, your friends, your family. And we are all here to help those in need and to join together to show the world what Oklahomans are made of: strength, compassion, and unity. We've been through a lot together, and we will continue to be here for you when you most need us.
Through colored glass showing off. Don't wanna have to wait tonight. Wait tonight. Bets are off. I'm gonna find my way tonight. Wait tonight. Won't you talk to me? I wanna heal your sorrow. Talk to me. We'll make a new tomorrow. Won't you talk to me?
We get to bridge the gap between us and kids. You know, they see us more as a friend.
You know, we like to see them grow up just hanging out with them. You know, they can ask us whatever they need to and feel comfortable with doing it.
Some kids don't really get the opportunity to do things like this at home, so this gives them a chance to do it at school and meet new people.
It's been awesome. I've never played volleyball, I've never knew the rules, anything. And now I understand it more and I actually like it.
PAL to Oklahoma City is like water is to a desert. And just watching PAL evolve is just like magnificent.
To be honest, this program is so fun. We've actually made a couple friends, and it's very hard to do that during this pandemic, especially.
The OKC PAL community, it's really interactive with all the players and people that you can meet in it. It's helped a lot, especially since the virus has been keeping everybody at home, and so second best thing is PAL.
This has helped him meet other friends. It's helped bring his voice out. It's just done a lot for him. And believe me, he looks forward to it every day.
I'm just very happy that this was a thing.
But I think it's a good program for the kids and parents and cops. It's a good relationship.
If you support a child, they do better, a lot better.
Because I like playing sports, so when basketball season comes around, I don't have to be on board. The teacher's responsibility. The teachers have to work hard, work for your grades, and to be good at school.
They showed me a lot of things that I didn't know at all.
It's just a mechanism to teach life skills within the context of sports.
In 1940, we made a promise to Oklahoma to provide quality, affordable healthcare coverage to our members and be a positive presence in the communities we serve, to be here for you when you most need us. We've seen some difficult times and continue to experience new ones, but one thing will never change: Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Oklahoma's commitment to you. We've been standing by Oklahoma for 80 years, helping to protect our members in sickness and in health, standing by and reaching out in our communities whenever we can. And we aren't about to stop now. We aren't just a company, we are people. Our employees are your neighbors, your friends, your family. and we are all here to help those in need and to join together to show the world what Oklahomans are made of: strength, compassion, and unity. We've been through a lot together, and we will continue to be here for you when you most need us.
Was wrong to say I wouldn't change a thing, 'cause in the story of our lives, the best of times through colored glass, time rolls on enough to let me move on past, but every little now and then it creeps on back to shade my smile.
Showing off, don't wanna have to wait tonight. Bets are off, I'm gonna find my way tonight. Wait tonight, won't you talk to me? I wanna heal your sorrow, won't you talk to me? We'll make a new tomorrow, won't you talk to me?
We get to bridge the gap between us and kids. You know, they see us more as a friend.
You know, we like to see them grow up just hanging out with them. You know, they can ask us whatever they need to and feel comfortable with doing it.
Some kids don't really get the opportunity to do things like this at home, so this gives them a chance to do at school and meet new people.
It's been awesome. I've never played volleyball, I've never knew the rules, anything. And now I understand it more, and I actually like it.
PAL to Oklahoma City is like water is to a desert. And just watching PAL evolve is just like magnificent.
To be honest, this program is so fun. We've actually made a couple friends, and it's very hard to do that during this pandemic, especially.
The OKC PAL community, it's really interactive with all the players and people that you can meet in it. It's helped a lot, especially since the virus has been keeping everybody at home, and so second best thing is PAL.
This has helped him meet other friends. It's helped bring his voice out. It's just done a lot for him. And believe me, he looks forward to it every day.
I'm just very happy that this was a thing.
I think it's a good program for the kids and parents and cops. It's a good relationship.
If you support a child, they do better, a lot better.
Because I like playing sports, so when basketball season comes around, I don't have to be home bored. The teacher's responsibility. The teachers have to work hard, work for your grades, and to be good at school.
They showed me a lot of things that I didn't know at all.
It's just a mechanism to teach life skills within the context of sports.
In 1940, we made a promise to Oklahoma to provide quality, affordable healthcare coverage to our members and be a positive presence in the communities we serve, to be here for you when you most need us. We've seen some difficult times and continue to experience new ones, but one thing will never change: Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Oklahoma's commitment to you. We've been standing by Oklahoma for 80 years, helping to protect our members in sickness and in health, standing by and reaching out in our communities whenever we can. And we aren't about to stop now. We aren't just a company, we are people. Our employees are your neighbors, your friends, your family. And we are all here to help those in need and to join together to show the world what Oklahomans are made of: strength, compassion, and unity. We've been through a lot together, and we will continue to be here for you when you most need us.
Was wrong to say I wouldn't change a thing, 'cause in the story of our lives, the best of times through colored glass, time rolls on enough to let me move on past, but every little now and then it creeps on back to shade my smile.
Showing off, don't wanna have to wait tonight. Better off, I'm gonna find my way tonight. Wait tonight, won't you talk to me? I wanna heal your sorrow, won't you talk to me? We'll make a new tomorrow, won't you talk to me?
We get to bridge the gap between us and kids. You know, they see us more as a friend.
You know, we like to see them grow up just hanging out with them. You know, they can ask us whatever they need to and feel comfortable with doing it.
Some kids don't really get the opportunity to do things like this at home, so this gives them a chance to do it at school and meet new people.
It's been awesome. I've never played volleyball, I've never knew the rules, anything. And now I understand it more, and I actually like it.
PAL to Oklahoma City is like water is to a desert. And just watching PAL evolve is just like magnificent.
To be honest, this program is so fun. We've actually made a couple friends, and it's very hard to do that during this pandemic, especially.
The OKC PAL community, it's really interactive with all the players and people that you can meet in it. It's helped a lot, especially since the virus has been keeping everybody at home, and so second best thing is PAL.
This has helped him meet other friends. It's helped bring his voice out. It's just done a lot for him. And believe me, he looks forward to it every day.
I'm just very happy that this was a thing.
I think it's a good program for the kids and parents and cops. It's a good relationship.
If you support a child, they do better, a lot better.
'Cause I like playing sports, so when basketball season comes around, I don't have to be on board. The teacher's responsibility. The teachers have to work hard, work for your grades, and to be good at school.
They showed me a lot of things that I didn't know at all.
It's just a mechanism to teach life skills within the context of sports.
In 1940, we made a promise to Oklahoma to provide quality, affordable healthcare coverage to our members and be a positive presence in the communities we serve, to be here for you when you most need us. We've seen some difficult times and continue to experience new ones, but one thing will never change: Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Oklahoma's commitment to you. We've been standing by Oklahoma for 80 years, helping to protect our members in sickness and in health, standing by and reaching out in our communities whenever we can. And we aren't about to stop now. We aren't just a company, we are people. Our employees are your neighbors, your friends, your family. And we are all here to help those in need and to join together to show the world what Oklahomans are made of: strength, compassion, and unity. We've been through a lot together, and we will continue to be here for you when you most need us.
And welcome back. We are getting into bracket play now. Our first match of the winners bracket, round 1, is going to be Slushy's Kitchen, who we saw on stream earlier, facing off against someone we haven't seen yet, the Sharpshooters. Now, as we go through the bracket, we'll be just picking and choosing different matches from each round as we go through. Otherwise, we'd be here for quite some time, casting every single match. It looks like maybe 15 to 20 matches or so total in the bracket. So that'll be the first one we're kicking off with. The players have joined, and they are getting underway right now. Let's get into the game.
Let's do it.
Game 1 of the best of 3, continuing our best of 3 format. Oh, nearly a first goal for Slushy's Kitchen, but yes, continuing our best of 3 format up until the finals of the individual bracket sides.
Where it is going to be best of 5, correct?
Yes, best of 5 at that point.
All right, so what we see now is back again with Ice Dew coming as Slushy's Kitchen, and he does destroy him in the middle of the yard right there. Larry, my bro, coming in and trying to defend the ball from the Slushies, but it doesn't seem to do so hot as they are on the sharpshooter side of the end of the game. What we noticed from Slushies last time is they are very, very aggressive, but they did lose to Alt F4 in
Yes, they did. So they will have to look and see if their strategy from last time will work against this new opponent, or if they'll really have to change things up. I'm curious to see what their strategy was in between series and what they talked about.
It's going to be probably more aggression and trying to be and get in there and focus on what they need to get done, specifically with aggression, because there is not a lot of that happening from the sharpshooter side. As we can see, they are very close to the goal right now, but they managed to knock it a little bit out of the way, but not too far.
Oh, and a great 50 there, almost saved by my bro Larry, but Chef Slush finds a good challenge there in front of the net and gets it past for the first goal of this series. Slushy's Kitchen strike first.
That was an amazing play. I mean, like, it kind of rolled in there, and it just got a little bit of a nudge from Chef's Kitchen.
Yep, just the tiny touch was all it took. And there they are, up 1-0. Slushy the Clown going to continue the pressure now as my bro Larry has to go up for another save.
But Chef Slushy coming in and grabbing that goal, making it 2-0 against the Sharpshooters. We have 3 minutes left in this match, folks. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, a good start for Slushy's Kitchen. If they can bring this energy back and win this series, I think they will be looking good going into the next round, but still plenty of game time left, so we'll have to see what Sharpshooters have to say about it.
Honestly, you can expect anything from these games. That's what we've determined in our first prerequisites rounds before the brackets have begun. But this time, it is all or nothing. If you lose, then I'm pretty sure we have a loser's bracket, and then we decide from there. But hopefully that that doesn't occur to any of these players, and they try their best.
Yeah, but it's going to be a 2-life system. All teams are starting in the winner's bracket, with the top seeds receiving a bye. But for all the teams beginning there, 2 losses and you are out of the tournament. So everything's on the line, like you said. Not just playing for seeding, playing for your tournament life. Playing for the $600 and hardware on the line.
Yeah, it is a lot of hardware, but it's the bling that matters. Slushy the Clown again with another goal on Sharpshooter's side. Sharpshooters need to be a little bit more aggressive here. It seems like they're all on defense, but if they really took advantage of Slushy's Kitchen and like pushed them out of their limits, which now has only been on Sharpshooter's side, I think we could see some real progression from their side of the map.
Absolutely. 2 minutes left. It's not much time for the Sharpshooters to work with, and they are making some good plays on defense. They have given up 3 goals simply just because of the pressure that Slushy's Kitchen is putting on, but I mean, this defensive work we're seeing is not going to win the game. They're going to have to take that skill and put it downfield, but speaking of downfield, they're not allowed to leave their own half, it looks like. Slushy's Kitchen have just boxed them in to their own goalie box, and finally Ice Tree is able to lead them downfield.
But it seems like Chef Slush is taking advantage of no one being at the goal, and Larry accidentally tips it in for Chef Slush. That was insane. And the score is now 4-0 with 1 minute and about 30 seconds remaining in the half.
Yep, that domination, which was served up by Alt F4 against Slushy's Kitchen, is now in Slushy's Kitchen hands. So if they keep this up for this game, as well as one more to take that 2-0 victory, they will move on to the winner's bracket round 2.
Most definitely. As we're seeing here, Sharpshooters still, again, are not playing as aggressive as Slushy's Kitchen, and it is turning out to be kind of detrimental at this moment. It is 4-0 with about 1 minute remaining in this round. He just destroys in the midfield, helping gain a better opportunity for them to possibly get a new goal.
Now my bro Larry taking this one up the left wall. He's going to look for a center, but he's put it a little bit too far. It looks like, sorry, LCE Trey is going to have to put some work in to try and bring this one back.
ICE Trey is like Slushy again with another goal. It makes it 5-0 for Slushy's Kitchen against Sharpshooters. They're really going to need to bring their A game in this next round. What do you think are some ways that they could possibly do that?
It just looks like the direction of their touches when they're playing defense just isn't quite what it needs to be. It was a good effort by Trey to try and clear that one out. He definitely kept it away from one defender, but by putting it behind him, he just made an even more difficult task for his teammates to make the next save. So not just going for clears, but clears with intention and good direction. Will definitely help Sharpshooters out. That only solves half the problem, though. That's just their defensive problem. Their offensive problem is just as apparent with the 0 goals on the board, and it doesn't look like anything's going to get going here. 5-0 for Slushy's Kitchen as we wind down going into game 2.
Yeah, they really need to come out and start pushing that ball towards the towards Slushy's goal. It could be so detrimental to a team. They could be very good if they implemented the offensive strategies needed. And if they did that, they would be a real competitor against Slushy's Kitchen right now. But we'll see what happens in the next round.
We'll have to see. It's match point. Only one more game is needed for Slushy's Kitchen to take this series and move on, where they will face the #1 seed of the tournament, which we have not gotten to see yet. That would be Hey Bro. And I've heard they have some really solid players on that team, and I'm very excited for when we get to see them finally appear.
I am as well. I think that it has been intense gameplay so far, and Slushies could really bring it to the stands, as well as Sharpshooters if they figure out how to start doing offensive plays. Slushy, as of right now, is trying to push the ball out of their area, but your bro Larry is coming in aggressive with Ice Tray and really trying to push that ball. But Seth Slush comes in and gets a goal from Ice Dew back off the play from Chef Slush.
Very nice bounce off the corner and pass from Chef Slush, and Larry gets a touch, but Ice Dew is just perfect there for the read. And that's, once again, an initial lead for Slushy's Kitchen.
as we're seeing now, it's going to 1-0. We'll see what happens here, but aggression really, really, really is the utmost importance for sharpshooters to have a fighting chance at the rest of this game. But Ice Dew coming up almost taps the ball into the goal, and that would have been an amazing play. It's going to go back off the side of the wall, maybe coming in, Slushy turning around, possibly for a goal inside of the area. Chef Slush coming up. I think what they're going to do is try to do a play-by-play, bouncing it off of each other. There it is. There's the play-by-play. Ice Dew going in, getting that goal, and being aggressive as all get out. It is now 2-0, and there's 3 minutes and 41 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, once again, it looks like game one all over again. Slushy's Kitchen taking an early lead and dominating. No real offense coming out from the sharpshooters yet. They're going to have to put in some hard work if they want to advance in this winner's bracket.
Most definitely, and that is what it takes. It takes that grit. It takes that hardcore. You need to get in and get out of there. You need to give it your all for everything that you've gotten. It's $600 on the line. My bro Larry looking at midfield, slowly moving around the ball actually, but Slushy the Clown and Chef Slush look like they're setting it up for each other. They are indeed. It's going to bounce off the back, and they're going to try to get it in forward. But there is my bro Larry blocking that ball and pushing it out of the way, so there to prevent another goal from happening.
Yeah, they're doing good at stopping those attacks, but man, I don't even know if I've seen a shot come out from the sharpshooters yet, let alone a goal. So, I mean, once again, it feels like we're a broken record at this point, but they have to get on offense if they want to have a chance in this series. A 2-0 deficit is definitely easier than what we saw last game. So, finding the first goal is the first step. Larry's going to look for that step, but Slushy the Clown, he's cleared this one away over to Chef Slush. Trey not able to find a touch. Larry.
My bro Larry almost coming in, tapping that a little bit, but not getting it completely. That could have been super positive for them since the goals are both very open at the time.
They were, but still no goals scored here in the past minute or so. Both teams sort of poking and prodding at the defense of the opposition, trying to find an opening. No openings given. It's Trey. Gets beat out. Ice Dew, he's going to fall back to defense. Chef Slush going to take a shot. Larry works together with teammate to try and make a clear. Slushy, no shot. And Trey, oh, that could have been such a huge breakout opportunity for the sharpshooters, but it was just blocked.
Ice Dew bouncing it off the back of the wall. I don't really think he realizes what he's doing, but he could have been setting it up to go into the goal accidentally. But the goal seems completely open right now. My bro Larry trying to chase the ball down and get it back to go into Slushy's Kitchen's goal, but it doesn't seem to be working for them. They are kind of struggling to find the ball right now and get a grips on what they need to do and where they need to like move and push themselves at this moment.
Yeah, looking for some sort of direction to get things going. Trey's put in a difficult spot here. Larry not able to find a touch. This one could be on net. Shot from Ice Dew, top left, and it is 3-0 Slushy's Kitchen. That might be it. That could be the dagger of this series if sharpshooters aren't able to get anything going. Only 1 minute left. It's not looking good for them.
Hey, what did we talk about that caster's curse from earlier? We need a piece of wood up in here.
We absolutely do. If I curse that, if they score 3 or 4 goals in the last minute, I will eat my words. I'll have nothing to say.
I'm not going to blame you. I kind of do agree.
Yeah, it's still not looking good. Sharpshooters getting beat out on defense. They're going to have to fall back. Larry wants to have a clear, but instead going to go for the bump.
Ice Tray coming in, trying to back off the ball. Ice Dew putting it back and watching it roll off the side. They're going to try to get it out of the way, but there's 30 seconds remaining, and there's 3 points to make up for. I'm not really sure that sharpshooters can do it, and it kind of looks like Slushies might be moving on to the next round.
It does, unless this is the attack, the one for them. Ice Tray puts shot, and it's saved, but not followed up, so that one does go in, and oh my goodness, sharpshooters, is this the miracle they needed? Is it happening?
Yeah. Yeah.
It is?
I think so. I'm not really sure. We had kind of mic
Yeah, we had a
things.
technical difficulty briefly. Sorry about that. But
yeah.
it looks like time's going to run out, unfortunately.
Unless they can keep the ball up in the air.
Even if they did, they would only get 1 goal. That 2-goal deficit is just not going to be enough for them to provide an opportunity. And Slushy's Kitchen, dominant performance for them. And they're going to move on to the winner's bracket round 2 to face off against Hey Bro.
That is very good for everyone that we've seen so far. Slushy's Kitchen really taking it in and trying to gain an advantage. Remember, they did lose against Alt at 4, so if Hey Bro comes, we'll see what happens when Slushy's plays Hey Bro. They're supposed to be very good, ranked number 1 for this seed. Can you tell me anything else about them?
All I can tell you is I think I know 2 of their players. I believe it's either Drees or Driaz. I think it's Drees as well as Kinze. I've heard their 2 names thrown around a lot, and I know that they're both involved in the pro scene, so this is going to be a huge threat in this tournament for sure. Anybody who goes up against this team is going to have a really tough time. So our next series, we're still deciding what we're going to head over to next, so we're going to take a quick break from our bracket stream, and we will be right back with more Rocket League gameplay.
Myself from you, yeah.
We get to bridge the gap between us and kids. You know, they see us more as a friend.
You know, we like to see them grow up just hanging out with them. You know, they can ask us whatever they need to and feel comfortable with doing it.
Some kids don't really get the opportunity to do things like this at home. So this gives them a chance to do at school and meet new people.
It's been awesome. I've never played volleyball. I've never knew the rules, anything. And now I understand it more, and I actually like it.
PAL to Oklahoma City is like water is to a desert. And just watching PAL evolve is just like magnificent.
To be honest, this program is so fun. We've actually made a couple friends, and it's very hard to do that during this pandemic, especially.
The OKC PAL community, it's really interactive with all the players and people that you can meet in it. It's helped a lot, especially since the virus has been keeping everybody at home, and so second best thing is PAL.
This has helped him meet other friends. It's helped bring his voice out. It's just done a lot for him. And believe me, he looks forward to it every day.
I'm just very happy that this was a thing.
I think it's a good program for the kids and parents and cops. It's a good relationship.
If you support a child, they do better, a lot better.
Because I like playing sports, so when basketball season comes around, I don't have to be home bored. The teacher's responsibility. The teachers have to work hard, work for your grades, and to be good at school.
They showed me a lot of things that I didn't know at all.
It's just a mechanism to teach life skills within the context of sports.
Devil's in the detail, lingered inside. Oh, a holy crime. But how can I hide you without an alibi? It's a lover's fight without an alibi. You took my innocence. I can't wait no longer. I'm playing with the monsters. Everything that brought me alive. Going wrong like nonsense. Playing with the monsters.
In 1940, we made a promise to Oklahoma to provide quality, affordable healthcare coverage to our members and be a positive presence in the communities we serve, to be here for you when you most need us. We've seen some difficult times and continue to experience new ones, but one thing will never change: Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Oklahoma's commitment to you. We've been standing by Oklahoma for 80 years, helping to protect our members in sickness and in health, standing by and reaching out in our communities whenever we can. And we aren't about to stop now. We aren't just a company, we are people. Our employees are your neighbors, your friends, your family. And we are all here to help those in need and to join together to show the world what Oklahomans are made of: strength, compassion, and unity. We've been through a lot together, and we will continue to be here for you when you most need us.
We get to bridge the gap between us and kids. You know, they see us more as a friend.
You know, we like to see them grow up just hanging out with them. You know, they can ask us whatever they need to and feel comfortable with doing it.
Some kids don't really get the opportunity to do things like this at home, so this gives them a chance to do it at school and meet new people.
It's been awesome. I've never played volleyball, I've never knew the rules, anything. And now I understand it more, and I actually like it.
PAL to Oklahoma City is like water is to a desert. And just watching PAL evolve is just like magnificent.
To be honest, this program is so fun. We've actually made a couple friends, and it's very hard to do that during this pandemic, especially.
The OKC PAL community, it's really interactive with all the players and people that you can meet in it. It's helped a lot, especially since the virus has been keeping everybody at home, and so second best thing is PAL.
This has helped him meet other friends. It's helped bring his voice out. It's just done a lot for him. And believe me, he looks forward to it every day.
I'm just very happy that this was a thing.
I think it's a good program for the kids and parents and cops. It's a good relationship.
If you support a child, they do better, a lot better.
Because I like playing sports, so when basketball season comes around, I don't have to be home bored. They teach us responsibility. They teach us how to work hard, work for your grades, and to be good at school.
They showed me a lot of things that I didn't know at all.
It's just a mechanism to teach life skills within the context of sports.
Devil's in the detail.
In 1940, we made a promise to Oklahoma to provide quality, affordable healthcare coverage to our members and be a positive presence in the communities we serve, to be here for you when you most need us. We've seen some difficult times and continue to experience new ones, but one thing will never change: Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Oklahoma's commitment to you. We've been standing by Oklahoma for 80 years, helping to protect our members in sickness and in health, standing by and reaching out in our communities whenever we can. And we aren't about to stop now. We aren't just a company, we are people. Our employees are your neighbors, your friends, your family. And we are all here to help those in need and to join together to show the world what Oklahomans are made of: strength, compassion, and unity. We've been through a lot together, and we will continue to be here for you when you most need us.
And welcome back, everybody. We are back with the winners bracket. Now in round 2, we have the 3 seed, the Grid Crusaders, facing off against the 4 seed, We Will Rise. It is We Will Rise's first appearance here on stream, and we are ready to get into the action as soon as the players are joined up and ready to go.
This should be an interesting game. Let's get ready to watch.
Here on the blue side, we have the Grid Crusaders, and on the orange, We Will Rise. Again, in a best-of-3 series, we are in round 2 of the winners bracket.
This should be very interesting. I am expecting something very great, but out of the back comes Andrew with a goal against the Grid Crusaders, making it 1-0 in the first 12 seconds of the game.
Definitely a quick score. That might be one of the fastest ones we've seen so far. And already from those first 12 seconds, we can see just how fast these players are playing.
They're definitely moving at it, and I think the aggression and the fast-paced movement and beat is something that they really need to keep with the rest of the rest tournament, because it is worth a lot in winning, and it can help others win very well. As we're seeing now, Fireburner coming in, but Andrew kicking it. Fireburner almost taps it, but misses, and it bounces back all the way on to the We Will Rise side of the map.
Now Andrew trying to take it himself, going to get dunked by Kunk, and Road nearly gets a redirect in, but leaves it to Swag of We Will Rise to try and clear this one out. Truth not giving up though, finds a double tap off the backboard, no boost to work with. And Grid tries to regroup.
Kunk coming in and swerving around, probably getting ready for a setup. And you see him boost, and oh, he just misses it. Andrew pushes the ball away from him, accidentally disrupting their gameplay that they really wanted to get down. They were going to go for the back off the wall boost into the goal. But we might see that same exact thing happen right here. Thank goodness no one from We Will Rise is right there. Can Truth block it? He does block it. And then it is going back to Fireburn her, pushing almost back into the goal, but again, blocked by Truth.
Some very close opportunities there for We Will Rise, who already have that 1-goal lead. Now the Grid Crusaders trying to find some organization themselves. Road drops out to get boost. Truth going by himself, tries to find the touch, doesn't. And Road puts this one off the backboard. A good opportunity now for the shot.
A little bit too high there.
Gets it just over.
Coming up and got stuck by Swag just a little bit. Truth knocking the ball. Can any of them touch it? No, they cannot! Crunk goes down underneath the ball and scores it, making it 1-1 at almost 3 minutes into the game. 3 minutes left in the game.
Yeah, fantastic redirect there from Kunk and a great pass as well from Truth. The Grid Crusaders are bringing out that skill that we saw them bring out in that series against Eclipse Esports, which they did fall 2-1. So we'll see if they can catch the victory here in this one.
Hopefully that does happen, and we can definitely see something new and exciting come out. I remember watching the Grind Crusaders against Eclipse, and it was a pretty back and forth game and a lot of overtime and two fairly matched teams.
Absolutely it was, and it seems like that could be the story here as Fireburner just puts a banger on the left side, nearly saved, but We Will Rise will take the lead in game one. Road off the face-off, going to have an opportunity for Truth. Has no boost to work with, but might find a pass off the wall. He does find 2 touches. Kunk decides to play patient. Andrew's going to take advantage of this space. A very nice flick.
Swag going up and hitting it just with the tip of his car, pushing it back so Truth can knock it all the way almost into range. But Andrew's coming in and barely nicks the top of the goal line. Kunk just trying to push it forward and get it onto the We Will Rise side, but it doesn't seem to be working very well as it has stayed on the Grid Crusader side for a long amount of time.
Quite some time, and Fireburner trying to send it right back, but oh yeah, some great clears coming out from We Will Rise.
That was a very long pass down the field. If Fireburner could have just gotten right in front of that ball and pushed it in, it would have gone in perfectly. But what we've seen all game is great defense by the Grid Crusaders trying to really get in front of the goal. But the We Will Rise has found very many advantages around that. Since the score is 2-1, they have really found a workaround around the defense.
They absolutely have. Now Andrew's going to try and bring this back for We Will Rise. He's going to try and take it all himself. Kunk makes a good save, has a little boost to work with, and gets over one more attacker. Finally clearing the danger for the blue side. Now Andrew going to look for a pass maybe, but he gets absolutely destroyed by the bump. And Truth comes in with a nice pass, looking for a teammate, but no opportunity there for the Grid.
There's 1 minute remaining in this half, and what we've seen is not really that much from the last 3 minutes of. It's been about 3 minutes since the last goal has been scored, and we're just silently waiting for something like what Krunk just did, making the score 2-2, and we might go into an overtime here, folks, with 48 seconds left on the clock.
That was a textbook infield pass play from Road off the side corner. He just passes that one directly center, perpendicular to the wall, and he has his teammate awaiting him right in position. Just a great play there from the Grid Crusaders, and now it's all tied up.
Coming in, Road being aggressive as all get out. They're starting to use those boost packs like they did when they first played Eclipse. We're starting to notice it a little bit more and the way that they're doing this. But there's only 30 seconds remaining, so if they could score, if one of the teams could score a goal within this amount of time, then it could basically seal in this first win out of 3 for them.
It absolutely could. 15 seconds left on the clock, and Road looking to try and get something. Fireburner gets bumped by Kunk, and now he tries to find his revenge with a pass downfield. Road just causing all sorts of problems for the orange side, and now Truth, he could set up a great passing play here over to Kunk. Shot, double tap off the post, and not in. Clock hits 0, and we are going to overtime. What a chance that was.
It is what a chance. Let's find out who will win this first round of the game. So what we're seeing here is Road going against Andrews and pushing it back, but Kunk always is there to block it. He seems to be like a very dedicated goalie this turnaround.
That was such a close opportunity.
It really was. The goal has been kind of wide open. Some good defensive plays, but it seems like We Will Rise has been very on the offensive this round.
They absolutely have, but neither team willing to break just yet. We're 30 seconds into OT, and Truth puts a good pass center. Has no teammates to work with here. And now Kunk puts that one back.
Kunk trying to push it out, but no one's there to rip it and grip it and put it all the way into the goal. Swag blasting back, allowing for the Grid Crusaders to get a hold of the ball and then use a blast jump to try to pump it up into the air, but it doesn't seem to work as well as it might have been thought to work in the first place.
Yeah, the plan was there, just not the execution. Road gonna pass to himself. Swag has no boost, gonna have to drop out. Now Andrew leading an attack for We Will Rise, good 50, but Kunk clears this one away. Lots of space to work with. Swag dropping back. He might have a chance to get a pass center here. He does. A great save by Fireburner.
But can they get that corner shot? If they got that corner shot, then that might have been a real big opportunity for them to actually score this goal and end this overtime and carry on into the next round.
Oh, and what a clutch bump from Truth there. He knew the shot was coming, so he just simply took out the defender and totally knocked that shot off target. And game one is still alive for both sides. Fireburner clearing this one to the side. Truth. Road gets demoed, though. Lots of space opened up. This could be a great opportunity. Fireburner with the redirect puts it on target. And game one is going to go to We Will Rise after a fantastic turnaround there.
That
Swag.
was amazing.
That was just beautiful. You could see Fireburner was ready for that pass before it even happened. Turning up the wall and getting in position. What a game one we have here, and what a series we have on our hands.
It really seems like we have tough competition coming in. As we've seen with the equal matching between the Grid Crusaders and Eclipse Sports in the last round, we're seeing it again happen here against We Will Rise and the Grid Crusaders. But can the Grid Crusaders make up for it? Can they beat We Will Rise, or will We Will Rise over them? Oh my god.
That's a lot of rise.
That's a lot of rise.
Oh man, these names can be difficult sometimes.
It's kind of funny. You always find a pun on words, don't you? It's like when we had what on the teams earlier.
Yes, really. And now Fireburner, a play on Fireburner, the actual player. So yeah, it's crazy out there. Fireburner speaking of, gonna go for the save, and Truth had an open net there.
But it's still kind of an open net.
Oh my goodness.
Almost bounces off the side of the post into the goal, but doesn't really get the nick there. So Swag is now coming across, and Truth is blocking it forward. Fireburner's trying to keep it out of their range of field, but it doesn't really seem to be working as the ball's kind of just been tossed up in the air. If Truth can get a hold of this and push it towards the way, oh, he just misses. And Crunk is now pushing it forward, and Fireburner takes control.
Oh, good opportunity there for Swag to look for the redirect, but it's cut out by Road. And now, once again, We Will Rise putting pressure. But this touch away is going to end up going in Krunk's favor. He's going to put this one all the way back onto the backboard of We Will Rise. A lot of pressure here coming out from the Grid Crusaders.
Swag pushing the ball forward, bringing it over to Road and Kunk. Kunk pushes it all the way back onto We Will Rise's side. The goal is not open right now. We Will Rise is definitely standing there and trying to maintain dominance on their side of the field. They're not going to let them get it for free. Kunk pushes it towards Truth. Truth backing it off of the wall. Coming in for Kunk. The goal was open right there. If he would have gotten just that little touch, it probably would have gone in.
Yeah, I think he just expected a touch from the goalie. It was hard to anticipate that. Now Kunk is left on defense. A bit of an awkward spot, but he gets over two attackers and clears the danger for the Grid Crusaders.
Andrew coming in. Oh, Road has scored on himself.
No, it wasn't on himself. It was,
yeah.
But the placement on that shot, that could not have been more perfect, honestly.
It rolled around the corner back into the goal,
Yeah.
which is something we haven't really seen today. Kind of like the beat around that happened beforehand when it didn't actually go into the goal, and it kind of...
Oh, yeah, that moment on the goal line, I can't remember.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was the Alt F4 series.
Yeah.
We had that frantic moment where it looked like it should have been a goal, but Alt F4 in the end did end up winning that series. So we'll see if the Grid Crusaders can have that same luck, as they are pulling off another attack, although they are down in the series.
Yes, but these two teams do seem pretty evenly matched, and that's why it could be like a long turnaround for a lot of this gameplay.
Absolutely. It's hard to say where the series is going to go. We Will Rise, though. They are down. This series could go to a Game 3 should the scoreline not change. Truth going to look to put more pressure on the We Will Rise side. Andrew, good defense, good speed, gets it almost over the last defender. Speaking of Road.
Road pushing the ball in. Fireburner looking towards Swag to get the ball across to the other side. But they don't say that they don't take it. Kunk comes across and is trying to push it out of their goal line and area. But Fireburner is not giving up. they are pushing forward towards that goal, but Rogue then again blocks it right in front of him. Andrews looking towards his other teammates. Swag bouncing the ball. Fireburner coming up. Misses. Kunk coming forward. Kind of empty goal, but Rhodes coming across. Bringing it up to the center. If someone was there, it could be a golden opportunity for a goal.
Several opportunities there for sure, but none of them going through. Truth gets bodied out of the way, leaving space for Fireburner to clear this one downfield. And then, once again, Road going for demos now. Maybe a little bit of open space for the shot. Swag not getting the save, but the post ends up saving him.
Like we talked about earlier, those teammates that have the ability to read where exactly that open goal is for the ball, just like we saw Fireburner try to do. It is the most important thing about Rocket League. The goals are what matters. It matters that you know where your placement is going and how to redirect your car. But as we're seeing, there are many different cars, shapes, forms, and different abilities. It just grows as you get to know the size and your type of play style that you like the most. But Kunk is bringing the ball forward across the hill, back off of Fireburner, pushing it, Swag, all the way over to the Grid Crusaders goal.
Oh my, very close. A great opportunity there, and Andrew's going to try and continue it, but now cleared away. Truth trying to stay on this ball, but Swag is going to bring it back center. Road clears up. Truth going to be up early, looking for the redirect, and fakes out the defender. That's unfortunate for We Will Rise. They definitely thought a shot was coming, but the ball from Road simply just goes in.
It does. So Truth was trying to come around, and if Truth would have nicked it right there, it wouldn't have actually gone in and been a goal. But there were two We Will Rise players at the goal line, and they just couldn't seem to communicate well enough for like where they were going to cross.
Yeah, I think they both thought that shot was coming, but Rhodes' initial touch was the only touch on the ball. Oh, and Kunk almost puts more padding on that lead, but a good save from Fireburner. 14 seconds left in a 2-goal deficit. Is We Will Rise going to bring this one back, or will we go to Game 3?
I think that we might just go to Game 3. It has been, these two teams are very evenly tied, but We Will Rise has proven themselves in the first match, and then Grid Crusaders has now proven themselves in this match 1-1 out of best out of 3. We will see who will take home and move forward into the grand finales for the round 3 of the semifinals.
It does appear to be, yes, the winners bracket semifinals will be the winner moving on from here. So whoever takes this game and series will be facing off most likely against either the 3 seed or the winner of the 7 and 10 seed game. And the 3 seed, of course, is Eclipse Esports. So should the Grid Crusaders move on, there would be a huge rematch happening in that semifinal game.
There would be, and they would really need to prove themselves here because they are very evenly matched teams. If we have seen, they seem to be evenly matched with a lot of the players. That ball skimming across the goal right there. Andrews knocking it away, but didn't really touch it to get it in further enough into the goal. Now the ball's just rolling in there. Andrews scoring a goal on the Grid Crusaders, and it is now 1-0. We Will Rise.
That is such an unfortunate miscommunication. Road just looking for a teammate back, but both his teammates turned for boost. That's just such unlucky timing and an unlucky communication. A really rough way to start the game for the Grid Crusaders. They're really going to be kicking themselves for that one, should they end up losing this game by a small margin.
Swag trying to put it up for Fireburner. Fireburner almost gets it into the goal. They're bringing it back, but there's no one there. Grid Crusaders get another point. It is now tied 1-1 at 4:25. Who do you think can get this?
I don't know, but I really hope if the Grid Crusaders end up winning, or if they end up losing, if it's a close game, I know they're going to be thinking back to that own goal. If you think back to the last series we saw the Grid Crusaders in, they faced off against Eclipse in the group stage, and that Game 3 was decided by a missed kickoff by the Grid Crusaders. And now Game 3 could once again be decided by a simple error with that back pass with no recipient. So I really hope that the Grid Crusaders can prove themselves here, or at least later in this tournament, because we've seen a lot of mistakes come out in really unfortunate times. Will they turn this game around and take the series?
Very close, but the goal is open. But right there, Swag takes it, moves it across and says, oh no, I'm not taking this. Puts it back onto the Grid Crusaders area. But Truth there knocks it back, passing it to Crunk. Ooh, Swag barely kisses that ball, but misses. And then hitting it to Road and seeing his point of view. Andrews kicking it to Road back into the middle of the field. Boom. And there we have a destroyed car, so we have to wait about 3 seconds for another player to get in. This could be an advantage for the Grid Crusaders. But coming around is Andrew, and he is pushing it towards. They are really being cautious on this defense. They are trying to push the ball away, but
so close.
Truth almost misses, giving the goal to the We Will Rise, but doesn't get it. Kunk trying to push the ball out, desperately reaching for straws as he moves it towards the We Will Rise goal. Andrews pushing it back like always, but none of the goals seem to be defended at the moment.
Oh, but just there was one defender hiding back in the We Will Rise net who will clear it out, and now it's up to Truth to try and bring it back. No one up on the right side, so Fireburner, he's got plenty of space to work with. He's going to pass this one over to Andrew. No shot on target, though, in Truth. Looks like maybe a clear. Swag reads it well. He might even have a bump here, but no, cleared away before he can make any impact. Plenty of boost to work with for Fireburner. He's going to drive back and leave Andrew for the shot. Is the save made? Yes, it is, but the read by Andrew is fantastic. Great defensive play, but read so well. As Truth puts this ball in the only place he can, but Andrew was just ready for it.
That was a great spot for Truth to hit the ball, but admittedly, they saw a different area and angle for it to go, and that's what I'm talking about. That is what they need. They need that person that can see where they need to go.
Oh
but the
my
ball's
gosh.
so close right now. There's an open goal, and Truth scores onto the We Will Rise. This is now 2-2 with 2 minutes and 17 seconds to go. This is the most intense 3 out of 3 that we have seen. The best of 3 that we have seen so far.
It absolutely is. This is shaping up to be one of the best series we've seen. And the Grid Crusaders, after falling behind and maybe losing some of their confidence, have come back. And gosh, I really don't want to. I don't want to even make a prediction here on what's going to happen the rest of the series. I just want to watch these past 2 minutes, or these last 2 minutes, and just see what happens.
There really is no telling what could happen. These two teams are so evenly matched. They've proved it all of the games, and we're definitely going to see some big things happen here today. If Grid Crusader move on, they then again play they then play Eclipse Esports.
Yep.
And We Will Rise. If they win, they play Eclipse Esports, and that could be a very interesting competition. They're starting to use more of the boost
No
packs, but the goal
way.
is open. Andrew scores. We Will Rise now 3-2 at 1 minute and 35 seconds remaining on the clock. Can Grid Crusaders catch up?
I don't know. That was such a fantastic play from Andrew, shaping up to be the star of this Game 3. He's given his team the lead as well as 2 of their goals. And We Will Rise are poised to take this series and move on to face Eclipse in round 3 of the winner's bracket. Kunk trying to find a clear here. Road's going to take his time. He's got space, but Swag's not giving him any space. In fact, Road is gone.
Kunk passing it to Swag, moving it off the back. Kunk grabbing the ball. Again, the goal is completely open, but Andrew swoops in, pushes the ball away. Road grabbing it again, pushing it to Swag. Truth hitting it. Kunk, seeing that there might be an opportunity for success, misses the ball at the 1 minute remaining. Do you think that the Grid Crusaders have enough time to do this?
I think they do. They got plenty of time. They just need to get their act together. Looks like a lot of individual plays, but not a lot of passes. So if the teammates can look to find each other and communicate better, because we've seen some communication issues obviously coming from that own goal early in the game, maybe we'll see them force this game to overtime.
Most definitely. If they're able to bring back the ball and push it back and then put it in like they have been doing with the other teams, then this could be very, very good for them.
That was such a good opportunity.
Barely misses the ball right in front of him. Road chasing down Fireburner. So he has a better opportunity to grip it and rip it back all the way to the We Will Rise goal. Swag pushing it forward. Road again taking the ball. It doesn't look like the Grid Crusaders can do it in enough time. There's just 5 seconds remaining on the clock. Andrew's almost putting it in at the very last second, and the winner will be We Will Rise. they will move on to play Eclipse Esports in the next round.
Yep, in round 3, it'll be Eclipse facing off against We Will Rise. We Will Rise. It could have been that like storybook rematch between the Grid Crusaders and Eclipse that we saw earlier, and who knows, maybe they'll meet sometime later in the tournament. There's still plenty of games left to be played. And as we get ready for our next series, we're going to talk about what really made this victory work for We Will Rise. What were their strengths, do you think?
I think, honestly, from what I've been seeing, is that they found those holes that I've been talking about as two cars maybe cross and individualize their paths. They're better to see those holes so they can score the more goals. I do think that the Grind Crusaders worked very well together, but I don't think they have the mindset looking out for that. I think it's more of like, we need this goal, not how can we find this goal.
I get you. But yeah, it obviously prevailed in the end, despite it being such a close series, literally coming down to the 0 seconds where it could have been decided. But in the end, it will be We Will Rise moving on, and that will drop the number 3 seed, I believe, for the Grid Crusaders. Yes, the number 3 seed will be dropping down to play the Sharpshooters who we saw in our last series, so they'll be facing off in round 2 of the losers bracket. And as far as the other brackets have gone, Hey Bro moved on against Slushy's Kitchen, now facing Alt F4 in the winners round 3, the other semifinal. So far in the losers bracket, we have Slushy's Kitchen moving on against Striving Vipers, but those are the only updates we have so far. As we await word on our next series, we are still waiting to see what teams we will have facing off next. But I don't know, some favorites are kind of shaping up. I think we can we can see which teams are really playing the best out of the teams we've seen so far.
Oh, most definitely. We can see the ones that are actually excelling and doing their hard work. Like we've seen, the teams are moving very far towards everything. The ones that are sticking together, having more communication, being with themselves, and actually trying to move towards the end goal of getting a point so that they can move forward and maybe gain this $600 prize, which could be so valuable to some.
Yep, and as the day goes on, it gets closer and closer. So far, we've made it to the semifinals of the winners bracket and the round 3 of the losers, which leaves us with the semifinals of each of those brackets. So it looks like very soon we will have about 8 teams remaining here in this tournament after our last 2 losers bracket series finishes, and 4 teams have been eliminated. So we await word on those, and our next lobby should be being created here in just one moment. Lobby is up, and we are waiting on players to join. Still waiting to hear which teams we will be spectating here in this next series. What I am excited for is to see this team that we haven't seen on stream yet, which is Hey Bro. So I think I'm just that's the one thing like in this tournament I'm looking forward to, is just seeing what they're bringing to the table, because it obviously took quite a performance in the group stage, which we didn't get to see, to put them in that number 1 seed spot. So
they do have a couple of pros on their team, and they really do bring the heat sometimes. I would like to maybe see some of their earlier games and see how they played against some of the different teams that we have been keeping up with this whole round. But when we do see them, I think they could really, really pack it on for other people and really make them consider what they're doing right and what they need to fix in the future.
Absolutely, and we're just now getting word. Our next match that we will be streaming is in the losers bracket round 2. It'll be the 4 seed RL Aim Assist against number 7 Les Leches Esports, who we saw in our first series of the day. So they will be matching up in their best of 3 series in losers bracket round 2. Players are currently joining up in the lobby, and while we may have seen Les Leches, we haven't seen, I believe, RL Aim Assist is our one team besides Hey Bro, who we haven't seen yet on stream. So curious to see what they'll bring.
I am too. I hope that they bring aim, grit, power, everything that they need. I'm just excited to watch another game and like get into it and just really dive into what the team needs, how they're winning, what they can improve on, and how they plan to attack on the others.
Absolutely. And this will be the first time that we're streaming a series where the loser is eliminated. The stakes have not been this high for any team so far. And finally, these two teams are going to be put to the test to see who will be knocked out. Switching over to gameplay now, we transition in. It is RL Aim Assist here on the blue side against Les Leches on the orange.
PKS layer coming in and backing up the ball. Fraud looking for a different way around, but it's not happening. Gato pushing the ball back out into RL Aim Assist territory, but the goal is completely open. Thunder gets it, and Les Leches has gotten a goal at 1-0, and only about 15 seconds into the gameplay.
Yep, and it's all because of that bump on the goal line. Jewel was just sent flying, which left that goal completely open and made it easy for Les Leches to come in and score. So 1-0 for them.
This seems like it's going to be pretty intense gameplay, but people really need to watch their goals and keep up defense because that is the most important part of the game. What is coming in and trying to dominate the aim and the field right there?
Oh my.
Again, Les Leches. RL Aim just scored onto Les Leches' goal. Fraud finding that open hole that I've been talking about all day and getting that goal inside and making it 1-1.
Yep, and that bump on the goal line by PK Slayer, he gives them a taste of their own medicine as both goals, one for each team, have been scored off of a nice bump play. There's a bit of that bump strategy that I mentioned earlier when I was thinking about what strategies we might see later in this tournament. If teams can get aggressive and up in the face of their opponent and bump them out of the way, then I'm sure we'll see a lot of retaliation. I'm sure we'll see a lot of, very physical play like that come out from both teams. And so far, it looks like this could be one of those series.
It really could. Dizzy trying to hit it back into Les Leches' territory, coming under. A Thunder pushing the ball out, hitting back behind on the side of the wall. Could this be a new goal opportunity? No. PK Slayer says, not today. Gato coming forward, almost seeing that hole, but no one's there except for Thunder. Oh, PK Slayer trying to set it up. He does set it up. Dizzy gets the goal. It is now 2-1. RL Aim Assist at 3 minutes and 26 seconds left.
That shot from PK Slayer was so close, just rattling off the post, but great job by Dizzy to read where that's going to bounce and position himself accordingly so he can have a nice and easy shot to put on the left side. It's 2-1 RL Aim Assist. They're taking the lead and looking dominant in this series so far.
I love seeing the teams working with each other like that, even if it might have been just a slight mistake, but Gato again gets a goal. That is now 2-2. Les Leches, and it has only been about 3 seconds since the last goal.
It has, yeah.
Maybe one of our fastest goals today. I'm not sure. We should probably keep track of this.
Yeah, I mean, they're scoring goals at a rate that we haven't really seen much of. A lot of our most recent series have been close games, low-scoring games, like 1-1, 1-2, as we go into the end of regulation. But these guys are coming out firing for sure.
It seems like they're both very offensive kind of teams, and they don't really stay back for defense, which could be interesting, but it might make more of a high-scoring game rather than like a low-scoring because they don't do as much defense as other teams.
It absolutely could. I wouldn't be surprised if the games we see in this series all end up high-scoring, and speaking of scoring, Gato in for another goal for himself and his team. 3-2 for Les Leches. We're not even halfway through game one.
No, we are not, and it is just heating up. It is Gato coming out of it, Dizzy as well. We're going to see what happens. What and PX Slayer come and face off. They almost destroy each other, but going back, Dizzy grabs the ball, pushing it up, but Gato almost taps it. But what takes it, and PK Slayer comes up, and the goal's completely open. Almost grabbing that goal from What, but it doesn't happen. Gato using a boost, putting him all the way to the forefront. If a player was to come from Les Leches right in front of the goal, it would have happened. What now taking the ball, bouncing it off the side, finding Fraud back to Les Leches' side.
Dizzy trying to lead an attack of his own. If he has boost, he could get there, but he backflips, unfortunately, and Thunder is allowed to take possession. He's got a 1v1 situation, has a great flick. Is it on target? No, it's off the crossbar and out. And Fraud Jewel Takes a small touch to clear it out to the side. There's some 50-50s here. Watt's going to take it, get some space.
Trying to boost it off the back of the wall, giving it to one of his players. Who is he going to give it to? No one's there. PK Slayer coming out of the brim, looking for anything. Almost touching it again, giving it to Basket. Bounce it right back off that wall into the goal, but it doesn't happen. Les Leches now bringing it around all the way to RL Aim's territory. Can RL Aim defend themselves? Maybe, maybe not. Thunder coming in just to grab a little touch of what he wants.
What he wants is that next aggression towards a goal, but Slayer, he's in a bit of an awkward spot, and he has no boost to work with. He almost touches that one in. Fortunately, plays patient.
PK Slayer now coming back. Jay Thunder boosting, trying to hit it off the back. There's 1 minute remaining. Can RL's aim assist get another goal in the next minute? Possibly, but it doesn't look too hot for now because they're on Les Leches' side, but they are playing excellent defense against them. And it is now in Les Leches' possession.
Oh, and that could have been a shot for what? And it actually might be. It's off the post. PK Slayer going to have to make a save. He does off of his own corner of the net. Watt with another shot. Saved off the other post. PK Slayer putting on a defensive showing, trying to keep his team alive in game one. Gato now looking for the aerial. Fraud Jewel looking for a clear. Thunder going to 50 this one back center, and now a counterattack opportunity for RL Aim assist. Cut out quickly by Watt as time slowly begins to expire, and the defense finally crumbles for RL Aim assist.
Les Leches now 4-2 in 15 seconds remaining. This is intense, and it is very momentous because this means that they will now have the advantage when doing the best of 3 games. Les Leches has been very, very offensively aggressive, and that's what we need to see. Looking for those holes, putting it in, and understanding where and what needs to be done. Dizzy now taking the ball and putting it back across the field, leaving Les Leches to score as the winner for this first round.
Les Leches absolutely played their heart out there at the end, and RL Aim assist, man, PK Slayer had some incredible saves. Those 2 saves he got came back to back, saving it off of his own post 2 times in a row. That was the play of the game for me. Unfortunately, the play of the game will not earn them the win, and they will be down 1-0 to Les Leches. Now, with their tournament life on the line, 1 more game loss away, and they are out of this tournament. RL Aim assist will have to win back-to-back if they want to stay alive.
What I've noticed is when the games finish off, the aggressiveness from Les Leches really shows for trying to get a goal. They have every single player on their team had at least 3 tries at trying to get a goal and making an assist or whatever it might be. But at the moment, PK Slayer coming up, trying to defend against and get it into the goal. Pretty aggressiveness that we're now seeing from RL Aim assist, but there's no one there. No one's in sight. Where is RL Aim assist? Can they get it into the goal? Can they figure out how they need to bounce off the walls into each other and communicate efficiently?
Yeah, they had several opportunities there where the Les Leches defense was looking really confused, and this is one of those times. But once again, no shot on target. It's all these missed opportunities for RL Aim assist. I feel like that's going to come back to bite them later.
It definitely might. If they didn't really seek off those opportunities in the beginning, Les Leches might.
Oh.
And Fraud gets a goal. And it is now RL Aim assist with 1-0 against Les Leches. And there's 3 minutes, about 4 minutes remaining in the half. So what we're now seeing is Les Leches really needs to start communicating on that defense because they're leaving the ball out in the open for too long. And I think RL Aim assist has now realized that, and they could really take advantage of that open space for the ball and the miscommunications between the two.
Yeah, and it's really going to be about which team is better at taking advantage, because so far it feels like Les Leches. I mean, think of all the times that that RL Aim assist. Oh, and speaking of Les Leches, they are going to equalize this one up 1-1. But Les Leches, they've taken advantage of opportunities just like this one. Whereas RL Aim Assist, when the ball's been on the goal line or in a very awkward spot on the orange half, they haven't really been putting those shots away. And they're going to have to put those away if they're going to want to take this series from Les Leches.
They really are. I don't think that they're quite there with that read that I've been talking about, but they have been very aggressive, and good aggressiveness can pay off in the end, and it might be the only thing that they need to win this game. But who knows? Who can decide? We don't know yet. But as the field, as what bounces it all the way over to RL Aim Assist, there is no one in the goal for defense. No one is there to block it. If Gatto would have gotten that right off the bat, it could have gone in and scored another goal and probably put Les Leches into the win. And they really need to see the defense and where they need to improve on it, because it could be very, very bad for them in the future.
Oh, and that's some good defense coming out from Dizzy, who makes the save and now allowing PK Slater to take this one upfield. Gatto going to try and put this one back center. A double commit from Les Leches' side. They're in really bad position here. Could this be an opportunity for RL Aim Assist? Still no shot on target. Looking for an opening. Fraudule gets a 50 out center, and nobody's on defense. That could have been very, very scary for the blue side.
Thunder coming in. Still no one on defense, just sitting there watching the ball. That is something that you cannot do. See, no one. Defense, nothing. Les Leches 2-1. Score. Time remaining is now 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Let's see what happens with the rest of this.
Gosh, the defense was almost back in time. Two players going for that save, and the ball just went right in between both of them. Very unlucky for the RL Aim Assist, but their luck has not run out yet. They have 2 minutes left, and they could bring this game back.
Did you see Gatto just jump right across trying to get that goal? He has been very aggressive from the get-go. They move back for defense, which a lot of the time, if you look at RL Aim Assist, they are not moving back for defense like they should, and that is a real deficit in their gameplay so far.
Goodness, that was scary.
Bouncing off the side, Gatto comes in, trying to tip it. Can Watt or Thunderbird grab it? Almost clips it. Thunder coming around, and scores on Les Leches. RL Aim Assist now 2-2 against at 1:33 seconds remaining.
This could go either way, and unfortunately for RL Aim Assist, they're going to have to win both of these next two games if they're going to want to stay alive. It's not just about this battle, but if you're a player on RL Aim Assist, you've got to take this one battle at a time, one step at a time. So focus on getting this one here and now, and then move on to the final game, Game 3 of this series.
As we're seeing, coming up, Thunder's tracking the ball slowly but surely. Fraud and Jewel. Thunder scored on RL Aim Assist, giving another opportunity for Les Leches. It is now 3-2 with 1 minute and 13 seconds remaining. That goal was open, but as soon as he scored, he got destroyed middle field. That was insane. Now, Fraud Jewel seems to have a opening against What, and we have to hope that RL Aim Assist figures out what they're doing with their gameplay, because it matters the most right now. If they don't figure it out in a minute or less, and they don't defend, it could be the end, and Les Leches may move on.
And 50 seconds for RL Aim Assist to try and change their fate. So they'll need at least one goal to at least send it to overtime, but multiple if they want to take this win. And that's just provided that they don't allow any more from Les Leches to score. And that's a tough scenario considering this pressure that Les Leches continue to put on, and also this double commit coming out from RL Aim Assist. It looks like things are getting a little bit panicked for them.
Now, What coming in and scoring on RL Aim Assist, getting it 4-2 and 24 seconds remaining. Folks, it doesn't really look like RL Aim Assist has a very good chance here, and Les Leches might move on to the next round, the finals, correct?
Yep.
The finals of the losers bracket.
Let's see, round 3, so semifinals it looks like.
Semifinals.
And in the losers bracket, it does work a little bit differently with the amount of teams only goes down every 2 rounds because you have teams from the winners and the losers bracket playing there. But it looks like it'll be Les Leches who will be staying alive in the losers bracket. A good run from RL Aim Assist, but they aren't able to pull this one out. And it will go 2-0 Les Leches, moving on to round 3 of the losers bracket.
I love to see like the go-getter attitude that Les Leches had during that round. I think it was very innovative and exciting to see because RL Aim Assist wasn't really taking advantage of having their defense was completely open the whole time. And Les Leches was sometimes too, but I can't really blame them for seeing that hole and going for all of those hard shots that were left open the whole time. I mean, frankly, there's nothing that a lot of people can do about it except try to rework your defense and get it into a better position.
Yeah, and I really think the thing that killed RL Aim Assist that series was just not converting on opportunities. There were so many times where the ball was falling right in front of the orange net, and they just could not put it away. Either there was good defense from the Les Leches side, or they just didn't get their shots on target. So some missed opportunities will cost you, and eventually it really has a price, and that price is going out of the tournament. So a good run from RL Aim Assist, but unfortunately their tournament run ends, and Les Leches will move on to round 3 of the losers bracket, where they'll be facing Slushy's Kitchen. So, a familiar face there.
Very familiar, if we do say so ourselves. As of right now, we have seen some very competitive teams, and I wonder when we are going to see your Hey Bro play, because I'm excited to see what kind of strategies they have.
Well, I've got some good news for you.
You do.
It appears that Hey Bro has moved on to the winners bracket finals, and they will be facing the winner of the other semifinal, which is Eclipse Esports versus We Will Rise. So that exciting series is happening right now, and we are awaiting the results of that. As soon as we find out, that winner will move on to play Hey Bro in the winners finals. The winner of that moves on to the grand finals. So we will have that game coming right up as soon as things finish up in the other winners bracket semifinal.
What kind of gameplay from the last game really excited you? Because I know that you have been playing for 3 years, so you must know a lot about it.
I think seeing a lot of the demos come out early on, I thought it was going to become a trend, but it mostly stuck in game 1. But I think that's like a huge part of Rocket League that isn't utilized by a lot of teams, and teams that really get aggressive and physical and bump and demo a lot, like we saw those 2 bump goals at the beginning of a game. If more teams can do that, if we see that later in the tournament, I think it will help teams out a lot. And I'm curious to see if any teams that we haven't seen so far, like Hey Bro, are employing a strategy like that, or if purely they're sticking with their mechanical and strategic approach.
Yes. Sticking with that mechanical and strategic approach can be good sometimes, but it can also be like the downside.
Yeah, if you don't really have any like specialties to your game per se, then maybe you can't really introduce something new. Maybe you're going up against opponents who are a level ahead of you, and while you might be doing everything right, if you're not getting some competitive edge, then you're eventually going to fall in a series. So I think that's a lot of team strengths. You know, think back to like previous seasons of pro play in RLCS, some teams stood out because of like one factor, one like way that they played. Either they kept someone more defensive, or they went for a lot of demos, or they were kings in the air, like aerial plays. So a lot of teams have sort of a special characteristic like that. I'm curious to see what teams in this tournament are really going to define that characteristic on stream.
It doesn't really look like a lot of the aerial teams have really excelled from what we've seen so far in like the play and like where they have gone, like the Grind Crusaders and Eclipse Esports. In their matchup, they were really about using the boost packs and using the height in the air and stuff like that. And it worked for them, but it made the match very, very evenly tied.
Yeah.
And I feel like they probably decided to take back on that a little bit, and it kind of wrecked their gameplay from that area because they couldn't really figure out what to do and how to improve on it.
Yeah.
Because they decided, hey, let's not do the boost packs because we're too evenly tied with a lot of these teams.
Yeah, they were very even with them. And we're going to take a moment here just to recap on some of the tournaments so far. So if you're just now joining us, this is the $600 Rocket League tournament, co-hosted by OKC PAL, Equinox, and OU Esports, all working together to produce this tournament. So far, we have made it through our group stage, and we are well into bracket play, where we initially started with 12 teams, and now we are several rounds in to our double elimination format. In the top bracket, we have Hey Bro, the #1 seed, about to face the winner of Eclipse and We Will Rise. Meanwhile, still alive in the bottom bracket, we have the Grid Crusaders, Sharpshooters, Equinox, Les Leches, and Slushy's Kitchen all fighting it out. And we will be continuing to jump between brackets, between series, to try and provide as many updates as possible as the tournament concludes. So that's where we're at now. We are still awaiting results from that winners bracket semifinal that I mentioned. Eclipse Esports and We Will Rise, who will be facing off against Hey Bro in our next streamed match.
For right now, as the tournament continues and we get into the grand finale, it's going to be a best of 5 rather than a best of 3, so that the teams can have more opportunities to prove their strengths and maybe reveal some weaknesses.
Absolutely, yeah, and I can't wait for that best of 5 series, just even more Rocket League to watch and see how these teams do. Now, I'm just getting word our winner has come in from the Eclipse We Will Rise series, and it is Eclipse, our #3 seed of the tournament. So we've seen them on stream before. We've seen how well they've performed. Can they perform against the #1 seed of Hey Bro, who we have not even seen on stream yet? So this will be a surprise really to everyone about how they're playing. So very curious how that's going to shape out. I mean, I know Eclipse have played their hearts out, but have they played against an opponent of the caliber of Hey Bro? I just am not sure about that.
I'm not sure of it either, but I am so excited for this gameplay because it is something that we haven't seen yet, and I am just excited to see what Eclipse will do and how to mitigate situations that Hey Bro may enforce on them.
Absolutely. Will Eclipse be able to keep up? We will find out here in just a moment. The lobby has been created and players are now joining. We should be getting that gameplay to you very, very soon.
From what I remember of Eclipse, they do like to use boost packs, and you did say that it's more higher level because remember, folks, the game doesn't end until the ball touches the ground. So if the time does run out, the game isn't over until the ball hits the ground. So if both of these teams really take advantage of using the clips and the boost packs, they could keep playing for way over the time limit.
Oh, absolutely. We saw, I think our longest overtime of the game was in that last Eclipse series that we watched, so we could definitely see some overtimes like that if they are in a stalemate like these previous teams we've seen. As we prepare for these teams to get in the lobby, I'm curious to see, after these teams move on, who will be worthy opponents later in the bracket. I'm looking at the lower bracket now. We still have Slushy's Kitchen, who we've seen on stream. We've seen Les Leches, of course, in our last series and in group stage. So any of those names stick out as potential opponents for later in the bracket?
I think Les Leches could be a very good opponent. I'm not really certain about the other two. But I think Eclipse could be a very good opponent as well. Les Leches has the aggressiveness of teams is what really matters here, especially if they're playing lower level teams or maybe upper level teams. It could really mean a win or loss situation, but if you have that grit and that determination to just keep going and getting it, then you probably will. A lot of teams I've seen in different esports categories, if they lose a couple of rounds, they might get down on themselves, and it might be hard for them to continue on. But if you have determination and you're so competitive and you want to keep using opposing and be on the opposition and not play defense because you have the ball and you're putting it in their defense, you're making them play defense, then that is where a lot of the teams like Les Leches thrive.
Absolutely. But will they be able to thrive in those team conditions against an opponent as tough as the ones we've seen in the winners bracket? Well, we have yet to find that out, but we will eventually later this afternoon. And of course, what is introduced by this double elimination format is our grand finals having a potential bracket reset. And what that means is in the grand finals, you have the winners bracket winner who has not lost, and you have the losers bracket winner. So if the losers bracket winner were to win that series, the winners bracket winner would only have one loss at that point, so they're not eliminated yet. The losers bracket winner would have to win a second series on top of that, so we could see basically a double grand finals. So is that going to happen? We'll just have to see how things work out. We're getting word now our teams should be joining here in just a minute. It'll be Hebro against Eclipse Esports, our 1 and 3 seeds, I believe, facing off in this matchup.
I'm curious about how the chat is reacting and what they feel like they, who they are rooting for in the next couple of rounds. It would be great to get some insight on that because I know a lot of the players that have played today in the tournament are in the chat. And if you aren't a player, then go ahead and reach out to us and speak your truth and tell us what you think we should even consider could be a great team and a great opponent. Because I know Hebro is...
I'm curious. We should get like a little poll going in the chat.
We should.
We should get Hebro or Eclipse Esports. Who do you think is going to win this upcoming best of 3 series, the winners bracket final, to move on to the grand final? Please let us know your pick. I'm curious for some insight. I'm having trouble deciding. If I had to decide, if you forced me to, purely based on seeding and who's playing on the team, I think Hebro looks to be the favorite, but Eclipse have played super well, so we'll see if they give them a run for their money.
Exactly. A lot of people in the chat are now saying Eclipse. Vamonos Eclipse.
Really?
Yes.
Absolutely. I appreciate the support for Eclipse. I know they're kind of coming into this series as the underdog, so if they could pull off that win and upset in the seeding and send Hebro to the lower bracket, that would be a surprise to me for sure.
We are about to join into the game. Let's catch up and see what are your predictions are right or wrong. Hebro pouncing out. Dreas trying to get the ball. They are moving fast and furious in this game. RL Daniel coming in, bouncing it off across. Sean is, again, the ball is completely open. If W2 could have gotten right in front of there and pushing it in, it would have made a world of a difference. Eris coming forward, bouncing it off the wall, maybe setting up to play for another component. We are now looking at some very fierce competition. These cars are moving fast, and they want this win.
Looks like Dria's cars is not moving at all, so I'm curious if we have a disconnect or some sort of technical issue, but currently Hebro is playing at a 2v3, so we'll see if they can hold out. I believe the official ruling is once a game is underway, there is no pausing or no stopping for any disconnect in it. He has just left the game, so there might have been some technical issue on their end. That's very unfortunate for Hebro, but we'll see if they can stay together and do well. As Eris and Daniel are holding down the fort for the #1 seed team.
It seems like they are holding down the fort. Maybe they could get a different reconnect somewhere in the section. That is unfortunate, but it seems like they're doing fine without their third player. Sean is taking the ball towards Hebro's section, and RL Daniels trying to play defense as best as he can with Eris, but it doesn't really seem to be working out. But if they could mitigate a situation together and move towards Eclipse's goal, then I think they have a real opportunity of winning, even if they are missing a single player.
Yep, Eris and Daniel are doing a great job so far. No real attacks coming out from them, but just their ability to hold on defense is very impressive. We're 2 minutes into the game now. No sign of Drees at the moment. Eris leading the attack.
Sean coming in, looking around to see if he can boost off, but Eris missing it, almost trying to pounce it down. Ooh, but Bejon is right there, blocking the ball from going into the goal. They have been very, very aggressive, even more aggressive like teams like Les Leches than I would have thought that they are. Eris now pushing the ball towards, possibly trying to set it up, but doesn't work. Sean coming around, moving it, and looking for an open position, passing it to Bejan. Oh, but Bejan doesn't take the bait. If he would have hit it forward, he could have possibly gotten a goal. RL Daniel pushing the ball back towards Hebro's area, maybe in turn of trying to get a goal in this. There's 2 minutes remaining.
2 minutes remaining and somehow still scoreless. This 3v2 has proved to be a very even matchup. Daniel and Eris are putting in very, very hard work to keep their team alive. Hopefully, Dries can get back into this lobby here in this game or in the following game, as I know it's a very unfortunate situation for Hebro to be in, missing one of their players.
Dries had recently had a disconnect on the server, so so Hebro was forced to go with only 2 people, but they still score a goal, making it 1-0 against Eclipse. It is now 1 minute and 25 seconds remaining. Do you think that Eclipse has enough time with this kind of back and forth play that's going on?
I think they have time to score, but the real question is, can they? I mean, gosh, the 2-player roster of Hebro missing Dries has really stepped up to the task. Like, you think in a situation like this, most Rocket League teams crumble easily when you're down a man. Even just in situations where one player is demoed and you have to have a brief 3-on-2. I mean, they're basically living that reality, and they still have the lead, which really is a testament to the skill of Eris and Daniel.
Most definitely. I honestly think that there is a great opportunity for Wiz, for Eclipse to possibly get a goal, but I'm not so certain because maybe I am. Bejan gets a goal, making it 1-1 against Hebro. Can Hebro pick it up the pace and get that extra goal? Possibly.
Oh, and Dries has returned.
And Dries has reconnected. So now Hebro has 3 players on the team. So this could go any way, folks.
Oh, what a save from Wisco. That was a fantastic flip reset play from Eris. As now the Hebro roster operating at full strength. I feel like the odds have very much shifted back in their favor from Eclipse. As Eclipse, despite the long power play they had,
there's no one in the goal. There is now 2-1 against Hebro. Hebro's 2-1 against Eclipse with 24 seconds remaining on the clock. That was intense. I think ever since Dries has re-entered the game, that Hebro has definitely, they were doing amazing with only 2 players, but now that they have 3, I think they might just be unstoppable.
They might just be, and this could be an opportunity for a 3rd goal, but Wisco able to make the save. Only 10 seconds remain for Eclipse to try and bring this one back. Plenty of boost for Daniel to work with. He can just take all the time he wants. This one cleared downfield, not going to be on
Eris
target.
Backing off of the car. Hebro is declared the winner.
They absolutely are, and despite that long gap with Dries disconnected from the lobby, they somehow are able to pull out that victory. Eclipse, at this point, are probably thinking, oh man, like, if we can't beat their team when they have 2 players on the field for the most part, how in the world are they going to get past 3?
I want everyone to take into account right now what's on screen. The shots from Hebro are 4 and 4 from Eris and RL Daniel, but for Eclipse, it's only 1 and maybe 3 from Bejan. And you can tell that Bejan is the only one that scored. And from the shots counter, that can be very, very costly sometimes.
Yeah.
People really need to take into account.
The shot count definitely shows you, even with the man disadvantage, the fact that Hebro were still dominating on offense. If they can keep up that momentum with Dries on the field especially, then it looks like Hebro will probably take this series. But it's not over till it's over. We still have the rest of this best of 3 to fight through. So we will see how the rest of it plays out.
Exactly. We're still now waiting for Dries to connect, and we are going back into the game. Dries doesn't look like he is connected back in yet. We might just be waiting for him to ping in, and
All right,
there he is.
There he is.
Perfect. All right, I am ready for this game. Let's get it on. Heybro has won 1 round, best out of 3, playing against Eclipse. They are both 2 very competitive teams.
They absolutely are. So we finally get to see the full synergy of Heybro come together. Eris, Dries, and Daniel. Sean trying to dodge Demo's trying to save a flick, and he does save Dries' flick. And Demo comes downfield. Daniel, Demo briefly. Agent looking to start an attack. Dribbling himself, gets a fantastic flick and almost the follow-up shot from Sean.
Aries bouncing off the rim, coming in. Dres pushing it towards, but barely touches the top of the goal. Aries bouncing again off the side of the wall, trying to move it out so one of his teammates can go in and punch it into the goal. But RL Daniel sees an opportunity. Aries and Dres coming in, but misses. Darius now taking the ball. They have been very, very, very on the competitive side of this game. They are taking every opportunity for a shot that they can.
They absolutely are. They're spending most of their time in the air as well, just awaiting whatever touch is coming from their teammate or from the opposition. It doesn't matter. They're just up there to read it. Their reaction time, everything is just on point, and of course their defense, why not, is also on point. A nice save by Daniel, and now a counterattack for Dries. A great spawn though by Wisco, is able to quickly stop that in a 1v1 situation. Can he get past the defense? Daniel not able to make the save. He's bumped away, and Wisco has given Eclipse the lead over the top seed in the tournament. 1-0 in game 2.
Notice how he used control of his car, and it really rotated the ball on it and helped drive it forward as he was maneuvering it towards their goal, and no one was there to play defense.
Just the one defender that was able to get back in time was quickly bumped away. Really a fantastic job there to find the bump and also get the shot on target. Heybro though, almost a perfect shot going off the post and cleared away.
Skimming the inside of the goal, but not yet close enough to get in there. Almost making it. Eris flying across the map, almost trying to knock that ball in, but there is almost no one at the goal of the Heybro, and that could be a detrimental mistake. Coming up into the air, Witcho tries to, but Eris goes across, bringing the ball forward and scores, making it 1-1 against Eclipse.
You would just tell, as soon as he hit that first touch, absolute certainty he had that second one red. Puts it dead center. Not a fault in that shot.
Notice how he flips off the front, and he turns his car in a way that it can basically go downwards into the goal. That is some highly skilled play level right there.
Absolutely. These guys are at the top of their game. They're at the top of everyone's game, it appears. It's the only way they've earned that top seed, and they are proving themselves right now as we are tied 1-1 in game 2 with a 1-0 series lead for Heybro. A bit of pressure now for Eclipse as they put this one up above the goal. 2 members up for Heybro to make the save.
Wisco bringing it up, but Aries knocks it back up, blocks it, and Dries takes it away, bringing it over back to Eclipse's side of the map. But can they do it again? Daniel coming in. Sean bouncing the ball, trying to communicate with his team, but getting a little bit mixed up in there. Oh, the goal is open. Can they back off it? Wisco scores against Heybro. Eclipse now in the lead, 2-1 with 2 minutes remaining on the clock.
And Wisco just finds a tiny little touch. Eris almost makes a fantastic save from the ceiling of his own goal, but he just wasn't able to make that maneuver in time. Eclipse once again find themselves in the lead in game 2. If they were to force a game 3 here, that in itself would be a fantastic feat. But Eris, oh no, he's gotten past everyone. What a play from him. The individual effort just makes it look easy.
He is riding off the tip of it and bringing it down back into the goal. That is something of a high skill level that we haven't really seen a lot of players do. Many of them just like look for openings and then shoot, but they are now actually taking advantage of maneuvering the ball in the way that they want it to go. They know their cars, they have control, they have actually played for a long time, gotten a lot of practice. They are the Michael Phelpsing, the kind of Olympian.
Oh, and just like that, Eclipse have taken their lead right back. I think it might have been a demo in net here, found by one of the players ahead of the shot. Yes, it looks like Sean had an open net all to himself. It was a nice effort from his team to get the defenders completely out of the way. 3-2, Eclipse Esports, 1:35 left in game 2.
Sean putting it up, but doesn't catch it. Going back around, Beijing coming in, trying to find that open goal from Hebro. And Ares knocks it all the way back, but there's no one there. Can they get it? Dreas comes in, dives, scores. Now the score is 3-3. Who do you think might take this win at 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining?
Gosh, it's impossible to say at this point. Both teams are operating just at the top of their skill levels. Every time one equalizes, one takes the lead immediately after. Could we see another goal just come out just like that? The demo downfield is going to be detrimental, but Wisco almost gets the shot. Daniel just taking
bringing it up around
stroll.
the top. You saw that. He was using his boost and like moving it across the ceiling. It's something that we really haven't seen before, let's be honest. And RL Daniel makes a score, giving it to Hebro 4-3 with 1 minute remaining. That has only been 15 seconds from the last goal. May I just point out? It's insane.
It's just that constant neck and neck, back-to-back scoring that we've been seeing all game, and it just continues. But now that means Eclipse, who are on match point, are down a goal with less than a minute to go, and a nice demo from Eris leaves the net open for Daniel. Hebro finally break through and finally get a nice convincing lead. Will Eclipse be able to bring it back? I'm not sure. Hebro are just looking so dominant out there.
Daniel coming back in and literally scoring that goal, making it 5-3. Amazing plays. Eclipse is really going to need to pick it up so that they can get good, maybe a lead onto the Hebro. But it's not looking like it might happen right now. Hebro now 6-3 and 36 seconds to go. It might be very difficult for them to make a movement that it would score 3 more goals within a matter of 30 seconds.
It absolutely is almost an impossible task, scoring at that rate, especially against a team like this, but can they do it? They're going to push as hard as they can, look for demos downfield. It's not working though. Beijing going to be put in a tight spot, not much boost to work with. He is able to get past 2 of the Hebro members though.
I believe Beijing's kind of staying back and waiting for it, but they almost nicked the side of the net, getting a goal, but it doesn't happen. Beijing trying his hardest, trying his best possible effort for the last ditch. Can we win this series? But it doesn't look like it will happen. And Hebro now, and hasn't touched the floor, and now it does. Hebro is now the winner out of the whole series, out of this round. They will continue on.
And they will move to the grand finals. Congratulations to Hebro. Their first appearance on stream was quite an amazing one, playing down a player for one of their games for just about the entire period of the game. Dree is fortunately able to get back into the lobby, but seems like it was an easy effort anyway. Hebro just breezed right past Eclipse Esports, who, in all honesty, put up a fantastic fight. It was an exciting series nonetheless. And Eclipse, the good news for you is you're not out of this tournament yet. The loser of that game, Eclipse, will drop down to play the winner of the losers final, which is going to be between We Will Rise and the winner of Alt F4 and the Grid Crusaders. So we are awaiting those results now. And for now, we are going to take a quick break from the action and come back with those final series of the tournament very soon. We will return shortly.
Showing off, don't wanna have to wait tonight. Bets are off, I'm gonna find my way
to bridge the gap between us and kids. You know, they see us more as a friend.
You know, we like to see them grow up just hanging out with them. You know, they can ask us whatever they need to and feel comfortable with doing it.
Some kids don't really get the opportunity to do things like this at home, so this gives them a chance to do at school and meet new people.
It's been awesome. I've never played volleyball, I've never knew the rules, anything. And now I understand it more and I actually like it.
PAL to Oklahoma City is like water is to a desert. And just watching PAL evolve is just like magnificent.
To be honest, this program is so fun. We've actually made a couple friends, and it's very hard to do that during this pandemic, especially.
The OKC PAL community, it's really interactive with all the players and people that you can meet in it. It's helped a lot, especially since the virus has been keeping everybody at home, and so second best thing is PAL.
This has helped him meet other friends. It's helped bring his voice out. It's just done a lot for him. And believe me, he looks forward to it every day.
I'm just very happy that this was a thing.
I think it's a good program for the kids and parents and cops. It's a good relationship.
If you support a child, they do better, a lot better.
'Cause I like playing sports, so when basketball season comes around, I don't have to be home bored. They teach us responsibility. They teach us how to work hard, work for your grades, and to be good at school.
They showed me a lot of things that I didn't know at all.
It's just a mechanism to teach life skills within the context of sports.
In 1940, we made a promise to Oklahoma to provide quality, affordable healthcare coverage to our members and be a positive presence in the communities we serve, to be here for you when you most need us. We've seen some difficult times and continue to experience new ones, but one thing will never change: Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Oklahoma's commitment to you. We've been standing by Oklahoma for 80 years, helping to protect our members in sickness and in health, standing by and reaching out in our communities whenever we can. And we aren't about to stop now. We aren't just a company, we are people. Our employees are your neighbors, your friends, your family. And we are all here to help those in need and to join together to show the world what Oklahomans are made of: strength, compassion, and unity. We've been through a lot together, and we will continue to be here for you when you most need us.
find my way tonight. Way tonight. Won't you talk to me? I wanna heal your sorrow. Won't you talk to me? We'll make a new tomorrow. Won't you talk to me?
We get to bridge the gap between us and kids. You know, they see us more as a friend.
You know, we like to see them grow up just hanging out with them. You know, they can ask us whatever they need to and feel comfortable with doing it.
Some kids don't really get the opportunity to do things like this at home, so this gives them a chance to do it at school and meet new people.
It's been awesome. I've never played volleyball, I've never knew the rules, anything. And now I understand it more and I actually like it.
PAL to Oklahoma City is like water is to a desert. And just watching PAL evolve is just like magnificent.
To be honest, this program is so fun. We've actually made a couple friends, and it's very hard to do that during this pandemic, especially.
The OKC PAL community, it's really interactive with all the players and people that you can meet in it. It's helped a lot, especially since the virus has been keeping everybody at home, and so second best thing is PAL.
This has helped him meet other friends. It's helped bring his voice out. It's just done a lot for him. And believe me, he looks forward to it every day.
I'm just very happy that this was a thing.
But I think it's a good program for the kids and parents and cops. It's a good relationship.
If you support a child, they do better, a lot better.
Because I like playing sports, so when basketball season comes around, I don't have to be home bored. The teacher's responsibility. The teachers have to work hard, work for your grades, and to be good at school.
They showed me a lot of things that I didn't know at all.
It's just a mechanism to teach life skills within the context of sports.
In 1940, we made a promise to Oklahoma to provide quality, affordable healthcare coverage to our members and be a positive presence in the communities we serve, to be here for you when you most need us. We've seen some difficult times and continue to experience new ones, but one thing will never change: Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Oklahoma's commitment to you. We've been standing by Oklahoma for 80 years, helping to protect our members in sickness and in health, standing by and reaching out in our communities whenever we can. And we aren't about to stop now. We aren't just a company, we are people. Our employees are your neighbors, your friends, your family. And we are all here to help those in need and to join together to show the world what Oklahomans are made of: strength, compassion, and unity. We've been through a lot together, and we will continue to be here for you when you most need us.
Was wrong to say I wouldn't change a thing, 'cause in the story of our lives, the best of times through colored glass, time rolls on enough to let me move on past, but every little now and then it creeps on back to shade my smile.
Showing off, don't wanna have to wait tonight. Better off, I'm gonna find my way tonight. Wait tonight, won't you talk to me? I wanna heal your sorrow. Won't you talk to me? We'll make a new tomorrow. Won't you talk to me?
We get to bridge the gap between us and kids. You know, they see us more as a friend.
You know, we like to see them grow up just hanging out with them. You know, they can ask us whatever they need to and feel comfortable with doing it.
Some kids don't really get the opportunity to do things like this at home, so this gives them a chance to do at school and meet new people.
It's been awesome. I've never played volleyball, I've never knew the rules, anything. And now I understand it more and I actually like it.
PAL to Oklahoma City is like water is to a desert. And just watching PAL evolve is just like magnificent.
To be honest, this program is so fun. We've actually made a couple friends, and it's very hard to do that during this pandemic, especially.
The OKC PAL community, it's really interactive with all the players and people that you can meet in it. It's helped a lot, especially since the virus has been keeping everybody at home, and so second best thing is PAL.
This has helped him meet other friends. It's helped bring his voice out. It's just done a lot for him. And believe me, he looks forward to it every day.
I'm just very happy that this was a thing.
I think it's a good program for the kids and parents and cops. It's a good relationship.
If you support a child, they do better, a lot better.
Because I like playing sports, so when basketball season comes around, I don't have to be home bored. The teacher's responsibility. The teachers have to work hard, work for your grades, and to be good at school.
They showed me a lot of things that I didn't know at all.
It's just a mechanism to teach life skills within the context of sports.
In 1940, we made a promise to Oklahoma to provide quality, affordable healthcare coverage to our members and be a positive presence in the communities we serve, to be here for you when you most need us. We've seen some difficult times and continue to experience new ones, but one thing will never change: Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Oklahoma's commitment to you. We've been standing by Oklahoma for 80 years, helping to protect our members in sickness and in health, standing by and reaching out in our communities whenever we can. And we aren't about to stop now. We aren't just a company, we are people. Our employees are your neighbors, your friends, your family. And we are all here to help those in need and to join together to show the world what Oklahomans are made of: strength, compassion, and unity. We've been through a lot together, and we will continue to be here for you when you most need us.
Was wrong to say I wouldn't change a thing, 'cause in the story of our lives, the best of times through colored glass, time rolls on enough to let me move on past, but every little now and then it creeps on back to shade my smile.
Showing off, don't wanna have to wait tonight. Better off, I'm gonna find my way tonight. Wait tonight, won't you talk to me? I wanna heal your sorrow, won't you talk to me? We'll make a new tomorrow, won't you talk to me?
We get to bridge the gap between us and kids. You know, they see us more as a friend.
You know, we like to see them grow up just hanging out with them. You know, they can ask us whatever they need to and feel comfortable with doing it.
Some kids don't really get the opportunity to do things like this at home, so this gives them a chance to do it at school and meet new people.
It's been awesome. I've never played volleyball, I've never knew the rules, anything. And now I understand it more, and I actually like it.
PAL to Oklahoma City is like water is to a desert. And just watching PAL evolve is just like magnificent.
To be honest, this program is so fun. We've actually made a couple friends, and it's very hard to do that during this pandemic, especially.
The OKC PAL community, it's really interactive with all the players and people that you can meet in it. It's helped a lot, especially since the virus has been keeping everybody at home, and so second best thing is PAL.
This has helped him meet other friends. It's helped bring his voice out. It's just done a lot for him. And believe me, he looks forward to it every day.
I'm just very happy that this was a thing.
I think it's a good program for the kids and parents and cops. It's a good relationship.
If you support a child, they do better, a lot better.
'Cause I like playing sports, so when basketball season comes around, I don't have to be on board. The teacher's responsibility. The teachers have to work hard, work for your grades, and to be good at school.
They showed me a lot of things that I didn't know at all.
It's just a mechanism to teach life skills within the context of sports.
back, everyone. Here we are going into our losers bracket finals, the Grid Crusaders and We Will Rise. We are getting right into the gameplay ASAP, and
let's check it out. The Grid Crusaders versus We Will Rise, going back for basically the semi-finals for the losers bracket. Here we have Fireburn, her trying to score a goal, but Road blocks it out of the way, ensuring that there wouldn't be another one happening there. Road comes in, but there's no one at the goal, and Road scores. It is now 1-0 for the Grid Crusaders.
Yep, Road putting a very nice shot onto the right side. It looks like Swag just didn't have any boost there, so he couldn't make it over to the far post, and the Grid Crusaders will strike first. This series, like the ones before, it is best of 3. We will be doing best of 3 series all the way up to the consolidation final, which will decide our other entry into the grand final. That series is coming after this one. So we have 3 series left in total, including this one. And a good start to this one as Fireburner has made the equalizing goal for We Will Rise.
It is now tied 1-1 with 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this round. It has only been about 40 seconds, folks, so it really hasn't been that long, and 2 goals have already been scored. So it does show that there could be a lot of aggressive plays going on. These 2 teams are not willing to give up that prize.
Absolutely not, especially when they are this close. We are down to just 4 teams left in the tournament. Here we have the Grid Crusaders and We Will Rise facing off. The winner to play Eclipse Esports, and the winner of that game to move on to the grand finals against Avro. So those are our 4 remaining teams from the starting 12 at the beginning of the day. And what a road it's been getting all the way here with 3 series left.
Speaking of Road, it looks like the ball's going to go towards him, and Fireburner is passing it over there. Road pushes it back over towards midfield, and then Swag says no thank you, brings it back over past back into the Grid Crusaders area. Fireburner looks for that open area inside of their goal, sees it but doesn't get it. The ball is then pushed back over towards the We Will Rise area, and Swag seems to be taking a lot of control over where the ball is being placed in this game.
He is taking lots of control, and now Road trying to take it himself. He doesn't have much boost to work with. Nice clear by Fireburner off the backboard. Truth now bringing this one back. Good save by Swag. Erase the ball. Road going to get there first. And now he has his teammate. Kunk almost gets that one on target, and Road is there to follow it up. A nice team passing play, and the Grid Crusaders hop back in front 2-1.
It's very nice to see this kind of gameplay and team effort going on. He passed it off. Kunk passed it off onto Road, and Road then shot it into the goal, giving Grid Crusaders that nice 2-1 lead with only 3 minutes remaining in the half. But it almost gets inside of We Will Rise's goal, just skimming it. It bounced off the edge there. Maybe it might open up an area for them in the future. Kunk looking to find that area, bringing the ball up, hopefully maybe seeing that Truth sees the ball. It's an open field. Can someone get in front of it?
Oh,
yes, they can.
Goodness. Swag, what a save that was. It looked like the defense was completely beat out there, but he completely saves his team. And We Will Rise stay in this game, just 1 goal back. Road not letting the pressure ease up, though. Swag is going to be tasked with clearing this one out. Very nice going from Fireburner, and Truth clears that one out to Kunk. Kunk looks for a nice touch.
Coming in. Oh, but
And
Fireburner
what a
almost
save.
moves it back.
Oh my goodness, that was an incredible job. Now we've seen from both sides, the defensive work is a masterclass.
Road coming in, trying to display that ball, move it out of the way so that they can try to get it back into the We Will Rise's goal and maybe make it 3-1. But we'll see here. The ball is fairly close being played by Swag and others on the We Will Rise team to get into the Grid Crusaders goal. But it looks like open field right now, and it is! Road scores again, making it 3-1 with the Grid Crusaders in the lead with 1 minute and 33 seconds to go.
What an excellent job they've done on offense here. Just placing that barely out of Andrew's reach. Andrew just couldn't get that flip off in time, and now We Will Rise. The pressure is on. 90 seconds left here in game 1.
The pressure definitely is on. It is Eclipse Esports that the team that wins this best out of 3 will play next. And that may even decide who goes to the grand finale. Like, it is very, very important for all of the teams here in the losers bracket to play their best possible game. Now looking at it, Fireburner's trying to manipulate the ball and bring it back, but Conk pushes it, and oh, did you see that? Road flying across the screen, looking for that opportunity to bring the ball back into the goal, but it doesn't work. There's 1 minute remaining. Do you think that they can make the 2 points in the amount of time needed?
I think they absolutely can, but they need to start soon, and Andrew almost starts it immediately. Now passing over to Swag. Swag off the backboard. Andrew backing out, giving space to Blue to clear it out. A dead ball here in the midfield, and Conk looks a little bit awkward here. Andrew gets a nice 50 out to his teammate Swag. Swag, no shot on target. And Truth, with 30 seconds left, all he needs to do is buy some time for his team, and they will get the win here in game 1. Oh, a bit of a double commit, though. That could open up some space for We Will Rise. Andrew, not able to find the touch. And now the clock will burn so much time over in the orange half. That's precious time that could have been used for We Will Rise. But it looks like this game might just be going to the Grid Crusaders.
It looks like the Grid Crusaders are really trying to manipulate the time and like make sure that they use a lot of it in this process. And they score in the meantime. Truth with the extra goal. 4-1 now, and 3 seconds remain in the half. I really think that the Grid Crusaders are bringing their A game when they are playing against We Will Rise today.
They absolutely are. They just need to do it for 1 more game after this, and that will get them into the consolidation final, the final step before our grand finale of this tournament. Clock winds down to 0, and as soon as this ball hits the ground, we will be moving on here to game 2. The Grid Crusaders pulling out a 4-1 win in a very convincing fashion.
This is looking pretty good. As you can see, the difference between the winner team and the losing team of this is their shots. They made about 6 shots each on the Grid Crusaders, but the We Will Rise only had about 3 or at an average. While looking at that, they can really help determine the competition and like competitive side of this game and how much they are willing to go.
Yeah, definitely a much stronger offense coming out from the Grid Crusaders that game. And oh, but just like that, Swag going to try and turn things around here in game 2. Looks like a bit of a tough touch for Road. That one sends it back in front of the net. Swag has an easy job ahead of him to put his team up 1-0 just 9 seconds into the game. Is this a sign of things to come in game 2?
Hopefully. Hopefully. We Will Rise definitely wanting that win, trying their hardest and giving it all that they've got, because this is it. If they lose, they are out. That is the end of the road for them, and we would hate to see that happen. They have been such a good competitor so far, but so has the Grid Crusaders. They both know how to talk and manipulate the ball and honestly be both defense and offense at the same time.
Yep, definitely that versatility has worked out for them so well, but it needs to work out here. As we get in further into this game, a fantastic flick from Road puts a crossbar in, and just like that, the Grid Crusaders have answered back to We Will Rise, equalizing 1-1.
Now, the Grid Crusaders have really seen an increase in fire and determination to get these goals. They have obviously been using their boosts and their jumps and using different tricks to try to manipulate the ball into the goal. And a big leader on the Grid Crusaders we have seen is Road, scoring a lot of the goals while also playing a good defensive side. This is what they really need right here. They need to be both defensive and offensive at the same time. That's the only way that you could go up potentially against a team like Eclipse in the next round.
To get there, they'll have to continue fighting all the way through here, and that's the perfect shot for it. What a save by Andrew. Looks like Truth could have taken the lead there, but fantastic defense.
Road coming up, bouncing it off the top of the rim, hoping that he could maybe make a pass. He does make a pass, but Crunk misses it, barely skims the rim. But then Truth comes in, and it knocks right off of Crunk into the goal, making it 2-1 against the We Will Rise. The time is now 3:18 on the clock, and hopefully We Will Rise can help get it together and maybe get some points.
Rise to the occasion.
Rise to the occasion.
Truth now going to lead an attack of his own. It could be another goal here for the Grid Crusaders. That one put over the side.
A little bit on the top.
Now Andrew puts this one up to the ceiling as his teammate Fireburner not quite in range. So Andrew again having to make a tough save. Road putting the pressure on. He's got front center.
Trying to rotate the ball around a little bit. So, but Fireburner's trying to find their ideal spot, but gets back around in time to block the goal from Truth, and Fireburner's trying to back it up, but Swag says no and pushes the ball back into midfield over to Grid Crusaders' side of the map. Hopefully We Will Rise will try to, but it doesn't work. Road has then again scored his second goal, making it 3-1 against We Will Rise.
He treated that defender like he wasn't even there. The ball just went right past, as Road has excellent strength here on the pitch, giving his team a 2-goal lead in Game 2. Could be the end of the line for We Will Rise unless they're able to come back in these final couple of minutes.
Hopefully they can, but Kronk scores another goal, making it 4-1. And that is only about, how many seconds would you say?
Gosh, 5 or 10 seconds between goals, that was almost nothing. The Grid Crusaders seem to kind of be running away with this game.
They are picking it up indeed. Hopefully We Will Rise will find a solution to this issue. Maybe stepping back a little bit, putting their best person on defense, and maybe sacrificing them from gameplay. That seemingly could work, hopefully, for them, but they would need to make sure that the ball doesn't get too far ahead of them during this play, because it could be detrimental.
Now 2 minutes remain, and this is an awkward shot. Swag able to get a touch on it and make another save as well. We Will Rise's chances have been kept alive by the defense of Swag and the defense of Andrew. Great saves and follow-up clear by them. But that doesn't help the 3-goal deficit, which is still in place with less than 2 minutes to go. Need to find a touch to get this one out. Fireburner, a team bump on the back line. Just more disruption, more problems being created for We Will Rise from themselves. Almost a goal going in.
Andrew almost coming up to get that goal. That was amazing. They're starting to work well together, but can they do it in 1 minute and 20 seconds? I don't really think so, if I've got to be honest. It's 3 points, minute and 20 seconds. That's about just 6 seconds and trying to get a goal each time if you do the math. It doesn't really work out. Maybe Chad could figure out the math for me. I don't know. I don't have a calculator in front of me. But it looks like Swag is trying to manipulate the ball. But there's only 1 second remaining, and they kind of just give up and make Road score again, making it 5-1. Nearly impossible for We Will Rise to catch up.
Yep, it's going to be a very hard task. Only a minute to score 4 goals. It's not a deficit that we've seen overcome today, but could We Will Rise be the first to overcome it? A good start for the Grid Crusaders off the kickoff. Now Andrew looking for some sort of opening, some glimmer of hope. The Truth is here to deliver the truth that the Grid Crusaders are simply going to stay on top. 45 seconds. Is there any hope left for We Will Rise? Not at the moment. This ball hit over the orange net. Andrew makes a good clear.
Road is on the road to victory, and Truth is giving it to him. All right, back into Crunk, trying to score the final goal. 26 seconds remain on the clock. Can they do it? Bouncing off of the side of the post. Truth bounces it in. Oh, almost misses it. Back into midfield, just juggling the ball for a tiny bit. Road, back off the back of his car into the goal, making it 6-1 with 13 seconds on the clock.
And I think that'll just about wrap us up for this series. Now a 5-goal deficit with negligible time left in the series. The Grid Crusaders have absolutely played their heart out in this best of 3. As we wrap things up, they will be looking forward to moving on to the consolidation final. Again, that being Eclipse Esports against the Grid Crusaders, our second to last series of the day.
Right now we have 1 second left on the clock, and the Grid Crusaders are now announced to be the winner. They will go in and play Eclipse.
They absolutely will, and they've got to be feeling good after a performance like that. A tough way for the tournament to end for We Will Rise, but still very well fought from them, and a good job in that series as well. But, yep, the Grid Crusaders, just a dominant performance, and if they keep playing like that, they might give Eclipse Esports a run for their money, because I believe those two teams met earlier, yes, in our final round of round-robin play. The Grid Crusaders versus Eclipse Esports. That series ended with a 2-1 victory for Eclipse, decided by 1 goal. So if you tell me that's not a good fight, then I don't believe you, because I think we're going to have another great series on our hands.
They've made it this far. They might as well just keep going and trying to proceed and do it again. Hopefully Eclipse can has enough warm-up, because I know they've been waiting for a little while the game to get ready, and I hope they're ready. Hope they're prepared. I know Grind Crusaders are. Maybe they can prove to Eclipse what they're really made of this time.
Yeah, I think this series could absolutely go either way. It's like Eclipse is maybe considered the favorite simply because of their performance last time and the fact that they came out with the win. But like you said, Eclipse have been sitting on the bench for some time now. They've been waiting for an opponent. And depending on your playstyle, depending on your opinion on, whether you prefer to wait or keep playing, you might either be coming into the series cold or you might be grateful for the wait. It's hard to really say. Obviously we can't get direct input from the Eclipse players, but we'll just have to see how their playstyle has changed, or if they still have that same fire that they had the last time we saw them in a series. So again, that series is the Grid Crusaders, our winner from this losers bracket final, in the consolidation final against Eclipse Esports, coming up very soon.
As of right now, I'm looking at chat and they're saying they think it might be Hey Bro versus Eclipse, but they overall think that Hey Bro might be taking the win for the rest of this. I mean, Hey Bro, from what we've seen, has been very good at getting everything together. I mean, they are pro players. This is a charity tournament. Everything that we have done today and thus far has been leading up to the end, but it is just great to see everybody working well together, being good sports, and keeping a mature audience in face value and making sure everything's nice.
Yeah, absolutely. And for those who don't know, we are doing this event for charity. You can see this link in the top right of your screen. You can see linktree/OKCPal where you can go to donate. We have already hit our donation goal, and we are super happy about that, but still donating to kids in need and contributing in any way you can, we always really, really appreciate that. And thank you to everybody who's been a part of that, who's been a part of the event, and those who have donated as well. We couldn't make this happen without you. So yeah, linktree/OKCPal in the top right to get the links on that. But man, with only 2 series left, there is not much left in this tournament. I'm surprised. It felt like just a few minutes ago we were just kicking off our first series with the Equinox Les Leches? Yes.
Les Leches.
Les Leches. Okay. Glad I know the pronunciation.
Leches, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, and suddenly here we are, arriving at the consolidation final.
It should be an interesting one at that. I think the consolidation final. Can you explain to me what will happen with the losers bracket and it giving another opportunity for Hey Bro?
Yes, absolutely.
Can you go in more in depth on that for me?
Yeah. So in a double elimination bracket, what happens in the grand finals, there's the potential for something called a bracket reset, and that's because when the winners bracket winner comes into that finals, they have not lost a single series. So were they to lose, like K-Bro, the winner, were they to lose that series, they would only have 1 loss in the tournament. So the bracket will reset and the grand finals will happen again because both of those teams will now have 1 loss since the other team will have 1 from the losers bracket. So we have the potential for a double best of 5 on our hands. Of course, that warrants the first series going the way of the losers bracket team, either Eclipse or the Grid Crusaders. And so far, it's looked like neither of them have been able to step up to the challenge of Hey Bro. But will one of them be able to in the grand finals? We'll just have to see.
Possibly. But from the looks of it, I'm not too certain. I would like to see both of these teams that we've seen today, Eclipse and the Grid Crusaders, are amazing, and I am just excited to see what kind of play they're actually going to bring possibly to this finale.
And I'm just as excited as you are, which is perfect because we are getting straight into the action. It is Eclipse versus the Grid Crusaders, the rematch in the consolidation final, our second to last series of the day. This will be our last best of 3 series before we hop into best of 5 for our grand finals. And these are 2 of the last 3 teams remaining in this tournament, and Wizco is making a statement for his team as Eclipse jump in front 1-0.
Right off the bat, Wizco gets a goal. Look at that, right in the precision, right in front of Crunk, across from Road, bringing it over in front and top. They really need to start bringing their A game and needing to push as hard as they can this game.
They absolutely do, and they are off to a flying start as Eclipse take a 2-0 lead now in just 23 seconds. Everything is going their way so far, and it's looking like the same thing we saw in the last time we saw these 2 teams meet. Eclipse, the one on top.
Eclipse always being the way more aggressive kind of team against the Grid Crusaders. I feel like that's why maybe when Hey Bro, one of their players, disappeared, they became kind of evenly matched and very well even against their gameplay. I honestly think that was pretty good.
Now Wizco out of boost. He's going to have to leave this one to Sean. Sean going to take it himself, try to dribble over one defender. Truth there to meet him, clears it out. Now Wizco. Punk's gonna beat out one. He's got the net
Punk
open
falling
for a
into
shot.
the goal, but Road takes it, gives it another, and makes the Grind Crusaders get. It is now 1-2 with 3 minutes and 58 seconds remaining in this round.
Yep, it's not over yet. Eclipse, while they might have had a strong start, the Grid Crusaders are answering quickly, and we're only 1 minute into this first game. Already the offenses of both teams are absolutely popping off. And it's just going to continue for Wizco, finding another one.
That goal was completely open.
Yeah, Kunk just tried to get a catch here and just let it fall off the side of his car. Probably not aware of the fact that an attacker was already right on top of him.
It's funny that in the replay we saw him kind of turn his car in a different direction, but it seems like that would have forced it to kind of go into the goal no matter what, and it might have just rolled.
Yeah, he was honestly just a terrible position there. Like one way you have the net and the other way you have the attacker just right on top of you, so just a very unfortunate situation for him to find himself in.
Most definitely. Now we see Truth with the ball, but in the middle they collide into each other. Ooh, almost getting into their goal, but Wizco comes out from nowhere and gets another goal. It is now 4-1 with 3 minutes and 31 seconds remaining. Eclipse is in the lead.
Wizco, the star of the show so far. I believe that's his 3rd goal, a hat trick already in this game 1, as he is taking Eclipse to the top. At this rate, they will be meeting K-Bro in the grand finals. They still got 2 games to close out to do that. Now Kunk with no boost, a defender on his back. Wizco being that defender and not much boost himself, but he's trying to look for some sort of opening for Eclipse Esports. Now Bayesian taking it to a wall, goes past the corner boost.
Bayesian grabbing it past, flipping away, handing it off to Wizco. Wizco puts it into the air, but barely misses to give it to another one of his teammates. Bayesian coming in, being very, very, very aggressive. Wizco moving in, hoping that one of them will grab it, but no one seems to get it. But out of nowhere, Sean coming in, bouncing the ball down. Can someone come out from the side? Bayesian sitting right there, waiting for it. Road blocks the ball right in the middle. Wizco coming out again. Truth says, no way, not today. Tries to move it back toward Eclipse's goal. Is anybody there to get it? Yes, Sean is. He'll knock the ball out of their way and try to create a path for his teammates to go and get into the Grid Crusaders goal.
Can they find that opportunity? It's been a couple minutes here, or about a minute and a half before we've seen any sort of offense success. It's still a 3-goal deficit for the Grid Crusaders. A clutch demo coming from Bayesian as he creates some space there. What could have been a shot on net for the Grid. No, Wizco keeping the attack alive for Eclipse. Nice clear. Sean is keeping it alive.
Sean is keeping it alive, and alive it needs to be indeed for the Grid Crusaders. Need to find a way to be a little bit more aggressive, and they almost do, but it doesn't go into the goal. It was right there on the edge of the rim, but Truth is trying to find a way to bounce it back to his teammates, kind of stalling the ball a little bit.
Oh,
but Sean takes it and scores, making it now 5-1 with Eclipse in the lead, about a minute and 30 on the clock.
Yep, and just like we've seen a lot of teams before this series, Eclipse are running away with it. A minute and a half left. It's certainly not impossible for the Grid Crusaders to bring this one back, but with how they've played so far, really more specifically how Eclipse have played so far, that does seem like an almost impossible task.
Bajan almost getting that flip off of the top of his car into the Grid's goal, but it doesn't work. Wizco trying to move it all the way back over to Grid Crusaders area, but it doesn't seem to be wanting to go over there. Using the wall as an advantage, trying to cut it over to Bajan, and Bajan sees it, but does Bajan get the goal? No, he doesn't. He's putting it back onto the wall, possibly to give it to Wizco or anybody else, but it doesn't seem like the Grid Crusaders might have a chance in this specific round for the win, because they are so far behind with only 50 seconds to go.
Yep, so far behind, just not finding any offensive success, unless this is the moment. Shot on target, but nice save from Bajan. Wizco ready to finish clearing that one out. Only 30 seconds remain now. The Grid Crusaders grasping at straws. Bajan will touch out. He's got some moves to work with. He makes a nice clear Truth, trying to bring this one back. Road might have a touch on this, but no. Cleared out by Sean, and time will begin to run out. I think we are going to be looking forward to game 2, where Eclipse are going to have a 1-0 lead and be one game win away from the grand finals against Abram.
This is going to be an epic grand finals. See them facing off once again, possibly for that championship prize and money of $600, but it's more about the winning in this point and being good team sports and everything else. But let's take a look at the shots on the screen. As we can see, the winner again has Wizco with 5 shots, Bajan 4, Sean 1. Sean was mainly defensive this round. But the Grid Crusaders only had 3, 1, and 1. There's such a big difference between those, and you can see the people that take the more bigger opportunities to go for that extra goal, extra shot, extra anything, they come out successful.
Yeah, I think if that shot count keeps up, then Eclipse are going to find themselves easily making their way forward and almost getting things started very quickly. The shot from Bajan not finding the back of the net. Wizco, a bit of an awkward touch and some bumps in the back line. Bit of an opportunity for the Grid Crusaders, but it's quickly cut out. Now Road, not much moves to work with, gonna drop back down and leave it for his teammate Kunk.
Wizco taking over from Road. Trying to actually take the ball out of his way because the ball kind of slowed down there a little bit, and Wizco was taking advantage of that for sure. But the ball is very, very close to their own goal. But it doesn't seem like there's very many people to defend except for Road that's there and pushes it all the way back over to Eclipse's side. Can Kunk bring the heat? He can! He gets a goal. It is now 1-0, the Grid Crusaders. Do you think the Grid Crusaders have a chance to make up for lost mistakes?
I think they do, and it looks like the mistakes are actually coming out from the Eclipse side here. Is a bit of a double commit on defense. Wizco and his teammate both going for that touch and leaving the goal wide open. So maybe a bit of a miscommunication. Not much to worry about, I don't think, with how the Eclipse have been playing, but if the Grid Crusaders keep capitalizing like that, they can totally shift the momentum of this game in their favor.
Most definitely. This game is everything, especially for Eclipse, who's trying their hardest to try to get that final goal, to get into the finals, possibly, and play Hey Bro, and maybe come out of this with a win. I know I've said it, but it's such a big deal. But bouncing off the side of the rim, the Grid Crusaders try to do their best, but Road scores again. against Eclipse, now making it 2-0. Eclipse is gonna need to pick up the heat. Road really seeing that open shot opportunity and takes it. 3 minutes and 34 seconds are left on the clock.
3 minutes and 34 seconds, plenty of time for things to change up, but as we saw in last game, a couple goal deficit can quickly snowball into something much greater, like with what Eclipse did to the Grid Crusaders in Game 1. So maybe it's the Grid Crusaders' turn to try and run away with the game.
Most definitely, agreed. I think that the underdog here is Grid Crusaders. I think a lot of people are rooting for Eclipse to play them, but maybe they might prove differently. Eclipse is known for being very competitive and in it, but the Grid Crusaders can really show Eclipse's weaknesses sometimes. Like, well, Beijing had just scored onto the Grid Crusaders. And what I'm talking about there is that it was in between Road and Krunk trying to get the ball, but it does not work.
No, they just found themselves a little bit too far apart there, leaving a big gap on the left side of the goal. And the Eclipse Esports just caught them off guard, and suddenly a one-goal game. Things were looking pretty good for the Grid Crusaders early on, and despite the lead, they'll have to work hard to hold it. Otherwise, this series will quickly end with a 2-0 for Eclipse. Now,
I'm hoping, dropping back, trying to bring it back up into the Grid Crusaders goal. But can Sean do it? Sean can do it. It's now 2-2 Eclipse Sports. And at 2 minutes and 23 seconds, it is anybody's game here, folks.
It absolutely is. Just like that, that 2-0 lead is erased. And we're just halfway through this game. Anything can happen at this point.
We're waiting to see how this head-to-head will work. We've seen a lot of the head-to-heads happen, and one of them actually earlier in the day just went straight and rolled into the goal. It was insane to watch, but I don't think it will happen with this high of a team level right now.
Yeah, anything can happen at this point, especially under so much pressure. You start seeing little mistakes start to build up. And when you think that you might be confident in certain abilities or certain plays, they might tumble apart. So even basic things like 50s or like kickoffs, Truth tries to find some demos on the back line.
Wisco trying to bounce it off the side of the wall, but Rhodes seeing an opportunity here and trying to take it. Krunk trying to get over and block it, almost doesn't, and maybe kind of possibly would have knocked it in. But Krunk coming back, Truth pushing it forward. They're really trying to get in Eclipse's territory, and I think it's working pretty well. They're being aggressive, being motivated. If they work in the right context, then they can bounce this ball into the goal.
They only have 1 minute left to do so. 1 minute to decide the winner, unless we go to overtime with no more goals scored. Will we get to that point, or will someone prevail in this last minute of play? It's an opening.
There might be, but all three players of Grid are standing right there. I don't see how they could be possible to get a ball in right now. Going to Truth, bouncing off, giving it back to Wisco. From what we're seeing is just a bunch of ball play, honestly, and we're gonna go probably into overtime, as you said. I'm very excited to see what happens, because if Eclipse wins this, then they're moving on, and then we would have our finale to see the opportunistic winner of all of this.
Yep.
But
the rematch between Eclipse and Hebro, if that were to happen.
Sean using the boost to his advantage, but where's the ball? In the midst of all the smoke, Truth escapes with the ball down the field, passing it to Wisco all the way over on Eclipse's side. Beijing slowly bringing it back, but meets in the middle with Truth, Wisco, and everybody working together. Hopefully this time, this overtime takes it to the max, and we see the best of best that the teams can give us. Heading off the bat right here, Krunk passing it to Wisco, someone else that's not on his team, but Truth trying to bounce the ball, but Beijing coming in, rotating it off of his tires, passing it to Sean. Sean pushing it up into the air. Bajan trying to go back in and dive that ball into the goal, but doesn't work. The Grid Crusaders are really using their defense to their advantage. They're crossing paths, making sure everything is set in stone so they don't have to give away this goal. This could be it for them. This is so vital. But is anybody at the goal? No! And Bajan gets the goal. Eclipse is going to the finals against Hebro.
An absolutely stellar performance from Eclipse there. They had the Grid Crusaders on the ropes for that whole overtime, including a save right at the beginning that could have been the end of the series. But alas, the Eclipse will take the win 2-0 and put themselves in the grand finals of this tournament against Hebro.
Notice that shot thing, the shots right there again. We could see that it was 4, 4, and 5. That really goes to show like the competitiveness of like the teams that end up winning. I think that if they do have coaches, their coaches should definitely look at the shot clock to see who their better performers and players are on the teams, because I think it could really make a big difference.
Absolutely, yeah. Looking at individual performance is super important in retrospect, and just going along in this tournament, we've really seen some individual stars shine. But I think what stood out for Eclipse in this particular series was just the fact that all of them were performing at their best. There was no one like carry on the team, no one superstar. They were all playing extremely well. And I think that's good news for them going into this grand finals, because they need all three of them to be playing super well if they want to have a chance against Hebro.
That is very true, and they have been very competitive, and it is showing time and time again. But Hebro is absolutely dominating the scene. They have very good pro players, and they know exactly what they're doing. They've been through the ropes. They know the plays. They know how to use their boosts accordingly, and they know their cars. That is one of the most important things. Know your vehicle that you are driving, because on the different vehicles, it can hit differently and maybe bounce the ball in a direction that you don't want.
Yeah, the hitboxes definitely come into play, and I think most players do have a preference for what sort of hitbox they really want. So I hope everybody's comfortable with the hitbox they're using, because it all comes down to this final series. It's going to be the grand finals, a best of 5 with a potential bracket reset or Eclipse to win. But if not, Hebro only need one best of 5 series win to close out and win this tournament.
Exactly. I'm excited to see this play. I think that it is going to be one of our better games, maybe a bracket reset, and just see and give it their all. And then we can end out the day, have a great match, and enjoy the rest of the night, you know? It's been a great day so far.
Yeah.
A lot of good teams, a lot of good players. I think everyone has a lot of potential.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's very nice exposure for all these players, getting on stream, getting to be in front of an audience in a competitive setting. You know, it's a setting that a lot of players don't really get to experience that much. And I think that it's a great opportunity for them to really like get a feel for how it's like, and also get their name out there kind of in the Rocket League scene. So
Most definitely. I think getting your name out there is very important, especially if you're a new player, signing up for littler tournaments, charity streams, or whatever. Get your name out there, get yourself out there, become a part of a community in a world that accepts you. As you were saying earlier about the community, you think they're great, and they have a lot of character and shine to them, and it's like a team no matter what.
yeah. And to summarize, so far, this tournament began with 12 participants, 12 entering teams, and we are down to the final 2, Eclipse and Hebro. They've come through a very long day here, beginning at 1 p.m. Central Time, and here we are at, almost 7 p.m.? So these players have been going for a very, very long time. So there's definitely some fatigue setting in, some mental and physical fatigue, and just ready for the day to be done, but more importantly, ready to win this title for both teams.
Most definitely. It is that long, drawn-out day sometimes that can really take a toll on people. That is why a lot of brackets could be 1 to 2 days long before going into the finals. It does take a toll on a player and an athlete. I mean, it takes mental gain, and it is a lot of strain sometimes with the amount of energy from scoring a goal possibly and the adrenaline rush. But when the adrenaline isn't kicking as much as it was before, then it could lead to like some potential like lagging and mental drain as well.
Absolutely, it can mentally drain you. But are these players mentally drained, or are they performing at peak performance? We will be finding out in just a moment. Lobby is being created, and players are going to be getting in any minute now. And we are excited to see what these two teams have in store for us. To summarize both of their journeys, Heybro, to my knowledge, has not dropped a series yet, with a perfect run in the group stage, taking the 1 seed, and then breezing through the winners bracket with 4 wins to get them into the grand finals on top of their first 5 series. So I believe that is 9 series that they have not dropped yet. Don't quote me on that, but from what I have written down, that's been their track record so far. That's perfection.
Absolutely incredible. Yes. And for Eclipse?
And Eclipse, well, I don't know how their group stage went exactly, but they could have gone undefeated as well, as they came in, I believe, actually as the number 2 seed. I might have been reading that wrong earlier. Of course, great winners bracket run initially until they ran into Heybro, which is the one team that I know of that has taken them down. So, you know, they've made it through this tournament perfectly except for that 1 series. And unfortunately for them, to win this tournament, they're going to have to run into Heybro again here in this grand finals.
Exactly. And I would like, while we're getting this ready, does chat have any opinions on what they think might happen in this final?
Absolutely. Let's get a prediction. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you guys think that is actually going to happen with this tournament, and what do you think that what do you think Eclipse is going to bring to the table that Heybro doesn't have? Do you think there's something, or do you think Heybro might take it all? I would really like to know. I'm interested. Vamos es Eclipse. Heybro will put up one heck of a fight. Yes, they sure will. Fudgy Nugget. I'm just as excited as all of you are to get into this. Are there any updates on how are they loading into the...
No word yet. We're still waiting to hear if players are getting into the lobby. Lobby is set up, so hopefully in just a moment's time we will be getting this going. But yeah, I mean, once again, since this is our last break between any sort of series or anything, I would like to take this one last time. First off, to thank all of our tournament organizers, OU Esports, Equinox, and OKC PAL for all working together to make this event happen. Thank you so much. And just in time to finish that, we are jumping into our grand finals. It is the number 1 seed Heybro facing off once again against Eclipse Esports. A best of 5 ahead of us.
Yes, sir. It is a best of 5 indeed. I'm so excited for this. This is what we have been waiting for all day, ladies and gentlemen. It is Eclipse versus Heybro. They are taking it to the max right now, using every blast pack in different sizes to get that goal, but no one is there. And Heybro scores on Eclipse as soon as they start, almost 30 seconds into the match.
Oh, and it looked like actually Eclipse is the one who took that goal, because Dries on his backboard just seemed to side flip off. So it was a very unfortunate mistake for them, but it leads to an early lead for Eclipse. Are they going to be able to turn this around?
I hope so, but Eclipse is doing very phenomenal. I think that they were very much warmed up from the last match. I think that they have energy pumped up. They won against the Grind Crusaders. They have fought for this tooth and nail. Can they win the series?
Oh, but they'll have to put on some defense if they want to do that, as Eris, like we saw the last time he was in a series against Eclipse, put on an offensive show. And he's already doing that with a nice shot going in the left post. It's 1-1 here in game 1.
4 minutes and 13 seconds remain. It hasn't even been a full minute since the game started, and there's already 2 scores. What we've seen with this team is that they really are super competitive. They might not strive or succeed on the defense, but what we have seen is that the offense has been so dominant that it helps everyone basically a goal and a goal and a goal and a goal. That makes these games really, really high ranking for points.
It absolutely does, and all 3 of Hebro members up in the air looking for a shot there. They are really trying to coordinate something and work hard to get some shots on target. Nothing going yet since their first goal, but Dries has a nice pass out to Eris. It's going to be saved, and Bayesian has to drop back. And actually, on his way back, makes a nice play to get that ball out of the way from Daniel.
Sean putting it up in the air. Dries backing it back down, basically stalling the ball, leaving it up. Ares taking it. Bayesian saying, oh no, but Ares putting it into the goal, making it 2-1 with Hebro. There's 3 minutes and 10 seconds remaining on the clock.
Very nice 50-50 from Aris to get this back in front of net. An easy tap-in goal for him. He gives his team the 2-1 lead just 2 minutes in. So far, definitely a good fight between these teams. It's hard to really pick a favorite, but Hebro are looking to get a little bit of a competitive edge on Eclipse with their gameplay so far.
Most definitely. From what we've seen so far, they are passing it back and forth between themselves. What really needs to be worked on for both of these teams is I want you to focus on the defense, because that is where they will score. Basically, what we can see right now is there's not really anyone at the goal. Maybe Dries for a little bit, but soon enough, both of them have gotten up to the goal so they can fight and compete against Eclipse. But Eclipse is nowhere to be found. They're rushing to the goal, and Hebro scores another on by Daniel. And it's now 2 minutes 30 seconds remaining in the clock.
Yeah, defense was in fact rushing back there, but a nice demo from Dries to eliminate a defender and give them the 2-goal lead. We're just halfway through game 1 of this best of 5. Let's go with a nice initial kickoff. They're going to be cleared away. Bayesian puts this one off the backboard, but not really the friendliest bounce. And a double commit coming out from Eclipse. Means that attack is essentially wasted. Daniel now gets the flip reset. Does he have to boost for the shot? Yes, he does. Fantastic solo play from Daniel, putting that one top right corner.
That was an amazing goal by Daniel. He flipped it, stipped it, and put it into the goal. I cannot believe the way that they manipulate their boosts actually helps them a lot of the time, because I feel like having control of the boost and what you do with them is very, very valuable in the game of Rocket League. As you can see, watching that bottom right hand corner as they're playing, they use the boost to their advantage, keeping them on the ceiling sometimes, but also guiding and gliding the ball into the goal.
Yeah, using your boost wisely is definitely a skill that these players have had to learn, and Hebro are absolutely using that skill. Just feathering to the perfect amount to get up in the air and take these shots. So now Sean looks for a pass to Bayesian. That could have been an open net, but the shot is put way up and wide. The Eclipse are still struggling on offense. 3 goals down with a minute and a half left, and they find some openings.
I sure hope they can find some openings and maybe actually get a goal into. That was close. Did you see that right there? Daniel almost swooping the ball into Eclipse's goal, but it doesn't happen. But Eclipse almost bringing the ball into Hebro's, shooting it back across the map. No one's there. They're running for defense, but they don't get there in time. Daniel scoring a goal, making it 5-1 with 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining. Hebro in the lead.
Yeah, just a little bit too much offensive pressure there from Eclipse. It looks like they were trying to go all out and push everyone forward into the blue half. But by doing that, they did not leave enough players back to take care of that counterattack from Hebro. And it's just an easy goal for them to give them a 5-1 lead.
With 1 minute remaining on the clock, I hope that Eclipse can start now talking to themselves and strategizing what they need to do next round to hopefully become in the lead and keep up that momentum that they had from playing Grind Crusaders. You know, they had a lot of momentum, and then coming into this game, it kind of feels like they lost it a little bit.
Well, they could have regained it there. That was such a good chance for Bayesian, but saved away by Daniel. And now Dries leading the attack. Goes that one down to the corner of the team pinch as well. Harris gets a block on that one. This might be an opportunity here for Eclipse, but a good bump in the air from Dries.
Wasn't enough boost remaining. With only 15 seconds on the clock. It seems like they might need to come and strategize for a new way to do it next round. Maybe working on some defense and some offense as well. Trying to find the holes and goals against Hebro.
I don't think they'll be finding those. It's time to move on to game 2 once this ball hits the ground. An easy game for Hebro, 5-1, and they are putting on a show for us today. Oh, and we've lost a player, it appears. Daniel has dropped out of the lobby. Interesting.
We are now waiting for Daniel to re-enter the lobby or maybe reconnect with Ping. I'm not really sure what's happening there, but a lot of them are taking their time, maybe talking it out, seeing what will happen. But Daniel is the lead of Hebro. As you could see from his shot count, it had been 6, and the rest of them had 2 and 1. So he has been a real big supporter of Hebro, making sure that they are getting where they need to be.
Yeah, he absolutely has been an integral part of their success. But now it's Eclipse's time to try and find some success. 2 more chances in this best of 5. As Hebro just need 2 more wins to put this series away and put away the entire tournament, which is exactly what they are doing with shots like that. Drees taking it all by himself with errors in tow, looking for bumps in front. And he didn't even need the help.
They were just following each other right there, and that is what teamwork's really about. They're going after that ball, trying to get it into the goal and manipulate it in such a way with the boost and jump packs. That was close. There's only one person on the field, and it is Dreas. Can he get a goal when he is the only one? Possibly, but Ares comes right back into the field, waiting, and Vision's trying to take control of and advantage of only having 2 players. Just like they saw in the first game when they played.
That's exactly what we did see, and they are just continuing that. Asian trying to take something and make an advantage of it. Moving at center, and a great shot from Sean is saved away by Drees. Harris going to drop back. He's got some boost to work with, so he'll pass it over to the side. Drees passing it back now. Daniel to Drees, to Harris. Oh, and Beijing makes a great save. That was almost a fantastic passing play coming out from Hebro.
Beijing coming in, looking towards Daniel, but Daniel pounces it over top of them. Almost gets the goal.
Oh, no.
And Daniel gets the goal. And Hebro now has 2-0, and it is 3 minutes and 54 seconds on the clock. What I was talking about is Daniel is such a key player for Hebro because he helps and he goes for all of those shots.
He absolutely does, and that shot almost didn't make it in, and it was about to be saved, but it looks like defenders hit the ball off each other and ended up hitting it right back into their own net. So a 2-0 lead now for Hebro early in this game too.
Dre is trying to find the ball and manipulate it so it gets all the way over to the other side of the place. Using that boost, pushing it. See, that is the most important goal of this. If the ball was just a little bit lower, possibly going into the goal. Ever is going up for a block, grabs the ball, pushes it backwards, using his boost, putting it away. Beijing trying to block that, but misses completely.
Fortunately, he had Sean there to back him up and make that save off the backboard and keep the Cliffs alive. They do need to find some offense, though, and they might. Beijing with a shot, saved by Eris. Eris trying to follow up. He's got Wisco to meet him in the air. Wisco keeps his ball in the Hebro half. Drees now pushing this one to the wall. Beijing passing up to himself. He's got plenty of boost to work with. He's looking for the air dribble. Dribbles it just behind himself, so he loses control. And 2 players up for Hebro.
Dreas coming in front. Nice. It is now 3-0. With Hebro in the lead, 2 minutes and 47 seconds. They cross right in front of each other to get that nice play. Both of them going for the ball. That's what I'm really talking about. It matters. It's important. Ares coming in, showing no mercy. Daniel scoring against Eclipse once again. Eclipse needs to bring it together and fight back against Hebro. It is now or never.
It really is, but with plays like that, I don't know if Eclipse can come back. Daniel just made a fantastic pre-flip there to anticipate that pass. He was in perfect position to finish it off. 4-0 now as Hebro continue their reign of dominance. Harris now passing into the corner, looking for Drees instead, takes it himself. Wisco run out of boost. Daniel looking for the shot himself, and he's put it on, but it's saved by Bayesian.
Bayesian saving the ball, being that excellent goalie right there. Drees coming in from the side and slowly manipulating it across the way. Hopefully Bayesian sees it, grabbing it, but Aries is right there, almost grabbing that goal from Bayesian. And Daniel comes in. Yeah, Daniel comes in, sees that opportunity, and scores. He grabs it from midfield, coming close. Both him and Dreas coming together as a team. Aries was trying to knock that in as well, but the ball was already going in by itself. It is now 5-0 with 2 minutes and 7 seconds on the clock.
Yep, no help needed. It was already on target, and Bayesian might have had a chance to save it, but just looked like he wasn't quite flat-footed enough. Didn't quite plant his feet, so to speak. Daniel finds the demo on Wisco. It's a good 50 out center. Tree's going to play patient. Wisco going to end up winning that 50, though. Wisco might be giving us
Daniel coming around, but he grabs it, and Wisco suddenly runs away. It makes me wonder why they don't keep pushing against and try to get that goal, you know? It seems like they're running back, possibly because they're expecting a defensive play, but if they kept playing on that offense, they might have a bigger opportunity to grab the ball.
They absolutely could. No Bayesian. He's going to take near post to Sean. Finds a 50 Drees, ready enough in position, but he's going to get beat. Now Sean looking for a pass back, trying to start some sort of offense for Eclipse, even just the
trying to grab it,
goal.
Punches it towards the top, moving it in the way that he wants it, out of the way of his goal. But Bayesian's right there, but Driz there to block it once again, playing that absolute defense play position.
And that positioning is not even faltering for a bit. Eclipse are just struggling to find any sort of success. It feels like most of their time is spent just blocking these shots.
But misses just a little bit off the tip. It's not really expected because Daniel has been so aggressive this whole game. Bayesian and them in Eclipse trying their hardest to get this goal in the last few seconds to prove themselves that they are worthy, that they are here, they are ready to play against a team like Hebro. It seems that it is only 15 seconds left to go, and Hebro will take this lead. It is the best out of 5, so Hebro may have to win another. Will have to win another one on top of the 2 that they have already won to win the whole series. Right?
Yep, just one more is all it will take, and that'll be it. And it doesn't look like anything is stopping these guys. So we are at 2-0 now in the series with one more game.
Yeah. We're going to take a little, they're going to take a little break, but we're not going to take a little break. We're going to be here with you. How do you think that they played? What do you think that Eclipse could do better from like your own mind from playing this game for so long?
Gosh, I don't know. I feel like Eclipse... It's hard to give advice to a team that's up against an opponent as good as Hebro. Like, you could do everything right and still be having scorelines like this, so I don't know where to tell them to really improve. But hopefully they find something that they can do, because we are getting into Game 3 now.
All right. Back at it. 4 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. It looks like Sean's using a different vehicle than we have seen before. What is that vehicle?
He's using the Scarab, I believe. I feel like he wants to go out with a bang, I guess, going out with a interesting car choice, so I respect it.
What is so this car is round, obviously. Yes. What kind of, what does it give that's different? I've never seen anybody use this so far in the tournament.
All I can say is that it's just a stylistic choice, I guess. You know, you're not really looking for tactical advantage when you choose that car. You're looking for the fact that you're using that car, I suppose. So.
And they score on themselves, but Drias knocks it in. As you can see from the replay, Wisco kind of comes up, Drias right there, and then Benjin kind of knocks it in a little bit on themselves. A little bit upsetting, but I mean, understandable. Trying to do that defensive work. It's now going to be Hebro 1 and and Eclipse 0.
Nice 50 there out to Eris. He's going to take this one into the orange half. Sean going up early looking for a touch. Nice demo on trees by Bayesian. Sean bumped away though.
It seems like Sean's getting bumped a lot more since he changed his car.
Yeah, it seems like the fact that his car is shaped like a ball is really fooling these opponents.
Maybe it's distracting them and wanting them to possibly hit the car more and try to get it possibly destroyed.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So that this distraction may actually work in favor of Eclipse
if it were to work.
If
but
it were to work.
It doesn't seem to be working at the moment.
Not at the moment.
Probably still just a stylistic choice. But we will get back to you on if we discover a competitive advantage with the Scarab. We are
so far nothing, but we will see. Drea is taking the ball back into Eclipse's goal. Hey bro with 3-0 at 3 minutes and 21 seconds to go.
Not much for Eclipse to say. They're just trying to find some sort of opportunity. I say that time and time again, but really just nothing has shown up for them. Anytime they get anywhere near the Hebro net, that ball is instantly cleared out. And anytime that ball gets near their net, it feels like it goes in. Just nothing going their way at the moment, simply because of the skill of Hebro.
Most definitely. The skill of Hebro is really, really hard to compete with. It hasn't even barely touched Hebro's side of the map. And Drea scores again, bringing the ball down into the goal from Ares, pointing all the way, backs it, puts the boost on, knocks it into the goal, making it 4-0. It is now 2 minutes and 58 seconds on the clock.
Yep. That was just a great read by Dries, getting his car up into the air in perfect position. Just another day at work for the players of Hebro, as they are 2 minutes and 50 seconds away from taking the title in this tournament, as long as they hold this scoreline, which with the momentum that they have right now, I feel like won't be a huge problem for them.
Most definitely not. Coming up at it, Bayesian moving across, hopefully trying to get that first goal in a long time. Sean using his boost, moving across the map, but can they defend? Yes, they can. Wizzo is trying his hardest to move all the ball across the map. Bayesian trying to get across and like maybe get a side goal, but it doesn't really work out for them. Bayesian passing it all the way over to his side. I don't know if this is a very smart move right now because Hebro is so aggressive. Abs trying to take the ball, moving back. Sean right in front of them, passing it over to Dreas. Dreas tipping it off the back of it. And they are right. Oh, and Wizco scores.
They have scored. They have put themselves on the board against Hebro, which in itself has just been an arduous task.
It really has. And it is kind of maybe like a mood booster. Like a mood booster.
There you go.
Okay, whatever. You know, whatever. English. Besides the point. It will help lift their spirits and maybe become a little bit more aggressive now that they have like that adrenaline rush that they like, oh crud, we could do this.
I hope that is what's running through their veins right now, but they don't have much time to do it. It's just a minute and a half. Like I've said so many times so far in this tournament, a deficit like that with that amount of time, and then you add the factor that they're playing against the #1 seed, and they pull it off. Daniel not letting it happen, taking it himself, gonna look for a pass out center, maybe even a shot himself. No, he's gonna leave it to Dries, who takes the easy shot, and it's 5-1. Hebro 1 minute away from the title.
A lot of time not left on the clock. There's only a minute, as you said, and they have to score 4 more goals to be able to possibly take the series away from Hebro, but it doesn't look like it will happen, unfortunately enough. Andrea is moving the ball over to their side of the goal, almost scoring on it, Sean trying to manipulate it around. Daniel saying no and passing the ball back. Dria's coming up, using that boost. They have been using the boost, manipulating it in the way that they really want to these games.
Yeah, and I think at this point, if they just keep doing that, they might have a shot. Maybe Wisco has something to say about this game. He puts his team within 3. Certainly still a big task, but he's at least moved the bar a little bit closer. If they can keep finding breakaway opportunities like that, maybe Eclipse will extend this just a little bit longer.
And here we have it. 30 seconds left on the clock. Dria's moving the ball in the way towards Eclipse's goal, but can they do it? Can they actually make another goal? Maybe, possibly, but there is only about 17 seconds left on this clock, and there doesn't seem to be that many players from Eclipse on Bro's side of the map. Maybe I spoke too soon. Beijing coming in. Dria's blocking for just a moment. Daniel grabbing it, passing it back to Dria's. Down to Hey Bro is declared the winner at the end of this.
Just a walk in the park for Hey Bro as they move past Eclipse Esports and take the title in a 3-0 sweep, a dominant performance by them. And I mean, gosh, with how they performed earlier in the tournament, I can't say it's much of a surprise. Definitely appreciate the hope and enthusiasm on the side of Eclipse, but in the end, Hey Bro is going to take it all home with the first place prize.
Yes, most definitely. I think the $600 will be great for them. Possibly having like a good championship, and they have really tried their hardest, and so have all the teams that came out and like competed today, and just gave it their all, and I really think that is shown throughout all the players.
Absolutely. We thanked so many people today, but thank you so much to the players and the teams who have been a part of this. We can't put on events like that without the player base like you guys, so thank you so much to everybody who's been a part of the tournament today. As we just found out, we have hit $8,000 in terms of our donations raised so far, and that link is still up in the top right over my over my left shoulder. In the top right, so follow that link there if you want to get some last second donations in. Thank you to everybody who's contributed. Thank you to our event organizers, and thank you to our sponsors so much for making this event happen.
All donations will go towards charity, and any revenue made from this event.
Yeah. So yeah, we're super stoked about that, and super stoked to be at the end of the road here. I am exhausted. I've had so much fun, but it has been quite a day, as I'm sure it has been for these players as well. And I'm glad to have been joined by you and by everybody in our production staff who has worked hard to make this event happen. Thank you guys so much. Man, I'm gonna sleep all night.
Same here. I am very happy to have been alongside you today, and just talked about all of the competitors and seen good play and the production staff. If you guys could see it, it is amazing here. It is great. They really have tried their best to put on the best stream for y'all, if you could see it now.
Absolutely. So thank you guys. Thank you to everybody who's been a part of this event. We are going to be closing things out now. Congratulations to Hey Bro. Congratulations to all our competitors and our winners. Thank you guys for making this event happen, and we will see you next time.